The stream of memories brought Samon back to the moment he pointed towards Tilmon Castle, beginning a promise to Katerina, worried about being somewhere they shouldn't. Katerina pulled his hand, but Samon held her back, his eyes resolute that they would be safe. He showed her the beauty of the noble land, but she only sighed, pessimistic about a future where they didn't belong. With a smug smile, Samon touched his chin, implying that he had a plan to change their fate. He excitedly explained his magical thesis, confident that it would help him get promoted. Samon's gaze became gentle and serious. He looked deep into Katerina's eyes, offering a silent proposal. To solidify his promise, he clasped her hand tightly, vowing to bring her the greatest happiness in the world. Katerina was silent for a moment, then smiled mischievously, her eyes sparkling with a playful thought. She unexpectedly put her finger to Samon's lips, teasing that he should achieve his goals first. Leaving him stunned for a moment, they both stood together on the balcony, shoulder to shoulder, looking towards a future they believed was bright. But harsh reality cut in, where praises for Samon's talent were merely echoes in a cold room. The powerful Duke's promise of investment was now just a bitter memory. Samon's hand clenched in helplessness and anger, realizing it was all a deception. He stood alone in the empty grand hall, his solitary figure confirming the harsh truth that nothing had changed. The last scene in his mind was of a sinister noble looking down at a white-haired lord kneeling in despair. A noble with a curled mustache, known as the Duke, wore a smug smile upon hearing a plea. His superior, a white-haired lord with bloodshot eyes, sneered with contempt, indicating he knew everything beforehand. Samon stood alone in the magnificent hall, questioning the Duke about the fate of a woman he deemed of low birth. The scene abruptly changed. Katerina was held tightly by two armed soldiers, escorted before a stunned Samon. With a bruised face, Katerina looked up, her violet eyes recognizing her beloved in despair. Samon froze, his red eyes behind his glasses widening in horror as he recognized Katerina. A fleeting happy memory, Samon and Katerina in splendid attire, standing together before a grand door, promising the future. The cruel reality returned. Samon helplessly watched Katerina being led away by soldiers, his heart clenching with indignation. In a dark corner, the Duke and the white-haired lord commented on Katerina with utter disdain, treating her like an object. Hearing those words, rage flared in Samon's eyes, transforming his suffering into strength. Pure magical energy converged in his palm. A silent vow of revenge. The Duke and the white-haired lord remained oblivious, continuing their schemes with self-satisfaction. Samon roared in silence, unleashing a destructive orb of energy aimed directly at those who had ruined everything for him. He lunged towards them like an arrow, a desperate command screaming through the magic orb in his hand, "Release her!" Facing Samon's wrath, the white-haired lord merely narrowed his eyes, a cold gaze filled with power and contempt. The old white-haired lord raised his hand, and fiery red magical energy gathered with a contemptuous declaration of judgment for the one who dared to defy. The destructive attack shattered Samon's glasses on the ground, a symbol of his downfall. The force of the explosion threw Samon back, his body helplessly flying through the red light, held tightly by two rough hands. Katerina burst into tears in horror as she witnessed her beloved being struck down. Samon struggled to his feet in pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he tried to stand firm. From Samon's desperate perspective, his hand reached out in vain as Katerina was led away by the soldiers under the watchful eyes of the two nobles. Time passed, and Samon now sat huddled in a cold cell, his emaciated body beside the rats. The rats, his only cellmates, gathered around him curiously in the darkness. Hidden behind his disheveled hair, Samon's eyes held a hatred and helplessness that bordered on emptiness. He indifferently picked up a squeaking, frightened rat, without a trace of emotion. On the stone walls of the dungeon, countless thorn-like carvings bore witness to the torture that had taken place. A sharp spear jabbed into the wall right beside him, a provocative act from beyond the bars. Beyond the bars, two guards looked at Samon with mocking eyes. Discussing his pathetic state, one guard approached, attempting to offer a deal for freedom, but received only lifeless silence in return. Two other guards stood watch. One shook his head in pity before the other confirmed that Samon had gone mad after the woman's death. In the dark cell, Samon sat motionless with empty eyes, letting the rats scurry around his feet. Beyond the bars, the conversation of two patrolling guards reached his ears, carrying a fateful piece of news. Hearing their words, a deadly glint flickered in Samon's lifeless eyes. In silent fury, he bit his finger until it bled. A silent vow etched into his being. The rats in the cell suddenly froze, seemingly sensing an invisible change in the air. Their strange behavior made the two patrolling guards stop, a sense of unease creeping in. One of the guards narrowed his eyes, realizing this sudden silence was an ominous sign. To quell his suspicion, the spear-wielding guard decided to attack a strangely still rat. The spear pierced the small creature, but instead of blood, a fiery red magic circle erupted from its corpse. That magical energy immediately connected to its source, emanating from Samon himself inside the cell. The guard froze, horrified as he looked at the trap he had just activated himself. From the darkness, Samon dipped his finger into the bloodstain on the floor, completing his ritual of vengeance. He raised his head, his red eyes burning with the fire of hatred. His power had fully returned. Through the bars, Samon reached out his hand. An invisible command issued, making the guard stiffen with fear. A massive magic circle exploded beneath Samon's feet, signaling that the bloody escape had only just begun. Samon pressed his hand firmly onto the stone floor, a blood-red stream of energy spreading from his palm. Painful memories flooded back, where his weakness was shown through the image of rats distorted by hateful magic. His face contorted in agony, realizing that his own powerlessness had stolen the one he loved. The entire dungeon transformed into a massive magic array, with Samon at the epicenter of the rage waiting to erupt. A guard accidentally triggered the trap, being thrown back by an explosion of crimson energy. A vision of the future appeared. Samon standing before a colossal shadow entity, a symbol of the brutal power he craved. In that vision, he controlled a towering stone golem, his cold eyes facing terrified enemies. He recalled Katarina's desperate face, and that expression was now etched into him, becoming a cold mask. The future guards could only freeze in horror at his unimaginable power. Back in reality, a shadow creature born of magic was tearing apart another guard amidst desperate screams. Another explosion shook the corridor, proof of his sole reason for existence. Samon's eyes, hidden behind his hair, had found his purpose in life. That purpose was to exact revenge on the cruel world that had denied him and Katarina a way to live. Leaving a bloody scene behind, donning his cloak, Samon stepped over the enemy's corpse in the flames, a silent vow sent to Katarina that he would never be weak again. With iron resolve, he declared he would seize any power, no matter the cost, to achieve his goal. Amidst tears and a distorted smile of pain, Samon's eyes glowed with magical light, a world-changing vow etched deep within his hatred. The white-haired lord recoiled in horror, unable to believe his eyes as a colossal pillar of dark energy erupted from Samon. Samon's figure stood towering atop a colossal stone golem, the new master of destruction. The white-haired lord raised his hand towards Samon, desperately questioning his descent into dark magic hidden in the shadows. Samon met the questioning with defiant silence, his eyes flashing with contempt. Facing judgment, scheming, Noble collapsed, his face contorted in fear as he begged for his life, leaving a collapsing building behind. Samon did not look back at scheming Noble's desperate plea. Samon tilted his head slightly, seemingly considering the offer, while a glowing red magic circle formed in his palm. Immediately after, a surge of dark energy tore through space, completely obliterating scheming Noble's existence. Before the scene of a world engulfed in flames, Samon whispered a promise to the memory of Katarina, to destroy everything. Meanwhile, in a magnificent royal hall, a king placed his hand on the shoulder of a young knight, kneeling before all the soldiers. The king handed a sword to the knight, officially anointing him as the hero Lacan. With an earnest expression, the king entrusted Lacan with the mission to save the world that had fallen into darkness. His words evoked the image of a colossal stone monster trampling prosperous cities. An old map appeared, marking vast lands that had fallen to the advance of the demon army. With the weight of the world on his shoulders, Lacan bowed his head and accepted the sword, the symbol of the hero. He looked up, his blue eyes flashing with an iron resolve to face the mission of destroying the Demon King. The army's banners fluttered under the gloomy sky, signaling the Great War was about to begin. Before the battle, Lacan stood alone, gazing up at the sky, gripping his sword like a silent vow, standing before tens of thousands of soldiers. The hero Lacan raised his sword, beginning his majestic rallying speech with a resolute tone. He described the threat engulfing the continent, igniting the fighting spirit of the entire army. His silhouette stood tall on the rocky outcrop against the fiery sunset, a symbol of unwavering resistance. Below, the warriors of the Artenia Empire looked up at him with fervent loyalty and determination. To protect the world, Lacan roared a battle oath, igniting the last spark of hope in everyone. The scene shifted, taking us back to a quiet library in the past, where Katerina suddenly questioned Seimon about the cruelty of the nobility. Katerina expressed her indignation at social injustice, while Seimon could only look at her with a worried expression. Trying to reassure her, Seimon's face fell as he listened to her painful words, pondering the cruel truth within them. After her anger, helplessness, and sadness were evident on Katerina's face as she clutched the broom in her hand. Seimon looked at her with eyes full of empathy, a sad but warm smile gently forming on his lips. Holding a stack of books, he gazed into the distance, secretly harboring a faint hope for a tomorrow where everyone could live equally and freely. In a moment from the past, Katerina called Seimon's name with urgency. She confronted Seimon, who awkwardly held a stack of books, and questioned him with a forceful gesture about the world's stagnation. Taken aback by her directness, Seimon blushed, but a spark of understanding for her ideals flickered in his eyes. Katerina continued, her tone growing more serious as she painted a future their children would suffer if they did not act. Her words strongly affected Seimon, making him stunned and dropped the books in his hands to the floor. Completely flustered by her mention of children, Seimon stammered a protest, but Katerina merely tilted her head, posing a silent question about his commitment. The unexpected proposal completely stunned Seimon, his face flushing crimson with extreme embarrassment. He quickly knelt to pick up the books, mumbling an admission of his feelings but also confessing his unreadiness. After tidying up, Seimon looked up at Katerina, his expression still flustered, but somewhat calmer. Katerina looked at him, a fond and somewhat mischievous smile on her lips, teasing his shyness. The sweet stream of memories faded, giving way to a dark reality, where a lone figure stood before a ruined fortress. That figure was Seimon, now transformed, whispering Katerina's name into the cold wind. Pain and resolve intertwined, his face hardened in the darkness. A silent vow, made to turn the world they had always wished for into reality. From above, Seimon looked down at his vast army, led by a white-haired commander, awaiting orders in a ready stand. At his command, the ranks of soldiers began to move, their iron footsteps echoing, signaling the start of a war. Seimon's army took their positions with resolute expressions, ready for the upcoming battle. Facing the vast army, Hero Lacan pointed directly at Seimon, accusing him of being the Demon King who had brought suffering to the world. With his glowing blue eyes, Lacan declared that Seimon's reign would end today. The hero raised his sword, swearing judgment upon all his opponent's crimes in the name of justice and God. In response to the declaration of war, a contemptuous and arrogant smile spread across Seimon's lips. Seimon's laughter echoed across the battlefield, challenging the solemnity of Lacan and his army. Lacan held his sword steady, his gaze cold as he looked at Seimon, As if at a delusional fool, dark energy erupted from Samon, darkness engulfing him while his eyes glowed red. Mocking the so-called false justice, unfazed, Lacan roared a defiant affirmation. He raised his sword, and the entire Artania army responded in unison, forming a sea of blades and spears aimed at the enemy. Lacan rallied his soldiers, vowing to strike down the Demon King today. With a charge command, Lacan led his army forward to protect the world. Thousands of soldiers charged directly at Samon, who still stood alone amidst the storm of steel. Samon held his head high amidst the encirclement, dark energy swirling around him as he questioned Lacan's right to judge. Samon's eyes glowed a deadly red, asserting that his absolute power was the ultimate judgment. The scene shattered into a painful memory, where Samon declared that justice had died the day he lost Katerina. In that memory, Katerina was alone, surrounded by shadowy soldiers rushing in from all sides. Returning to Samon, his hair glowed red with rage, as he completely cast aside belief in vain illusions. To the horror of the Artenia soldiers, Samon prepared to display the only truth he recognized. A storm of red and purple dark energy erupted from Samon, engulfing everything. In the eye of the storm, Samon stood tall, facing Lacan, asserting absolute power as his fate. From the cracked ground, a colossal stone golem rose, letting out a roar that shook the battlefield. Lacan braced himself, his sword vibrating violently as he tried to withstand the enemy's brutal power. With a contemptuous smile, Samon looked down at the struggling hero, his eyes full of mockery. In response, Lacan rallied his army, declaring that this was the day true justice would be born. Lacan's eyes flared with steadfast blue light, rejecting Samon's deceptive faith. Samon spread his hands, declaring the dawn of a new era, as countless stone monsters rose from the ground at his command. A colossal golem swung its arm, crushing an Artania soldier, sowing chaos. Lacan's soldiers trembled at the horrifying sight, but still tried to encourage each other not to retreat. From afar, Samon observed their hopeless resistance, his red eyes gleaming with pity and utter disdain. Samon looked at his opponent with contempt, mocking the meaningless resistance against true power. He raised his hand, a gesture full of authority, declaring he would sweep away all those who stood in his way. Lacan stepped forward, bravely confronting Samon amidst the desolate battlefield. Righteous indignation flared in Lacan's eyes as he looked directly at his enemy without a trace of fear. To end the crimes, Lacan charged directly at a colossal golem, his sword flashing with a destructive surge of energy. The smug look on Samon's face vanished, replaced by astonishment as he witnessed Lacan's power. Lacan looked directly at Samon, determination etched on his face as he recognized the true mastermind. Samon narrowed his eyes, hatred evident as he realized his opponent's extraordinary identity. Lacan pointed his sword directly at Samon, issuing an uncompromising declaration of war. Across the battlefield, the Artenia army was fighting desperately against the overwhelming golem army. The ground was strewn with broken swords and pools of blood, testament to the ferocity of the battle. Amidst the chaos, Samon and Lacan stood facing each other, a colossal golem towering behind them like a separating wall. Lacan leaned his sword on the ground, panting from exhaustion, but his will to fight remained undiminished. He raised his head, his eyes gleaming with iron determination for the final decisive blow. A crystal shard broke off from a golem's body, signaling its impending collapse. A colossal golem, Samon's minion, let out a final roar before shattering into pieces. Amidst the ruins, Samon stood, shadows obscuring his face, but unable to hide the surging murderous aura. Samon looked up at his opponent, Hero Lacan, with an exhausted but bitter expression. Lacan gasped for breath, sweat and dirt clinging to his face, but his gaze remained unwavering. Lacan raised his sword, condemning Samon's ideals with a gesture of righteous indignation. The hero gritted his teeth, his physical exhaustion incomparable to his disgust for the corruption he faced. A tear rolled down Samon's cheek as he looked at Lacan with eyes filled with pain for a future that had been stolen. Pain transformed into hatred. Tears turned to blood as Seimon's crimson eyes flared with dark power. Seimon cursed Lacan, pouring all his despair and hatred into a fateful curse. Seimon's hair turned fiery red. His face contorted in rage as he cursed Lacan's entire bloodline. In response, Lacan tightened his grip on his sword hilt, focusing all his remaining strength into his weapon. Without a word in return, Lacan charged forward, transforming into a brilliant golden streak to finish off his enemy. The scene dissolved, bringing Seimon back to a peaceful bygone day, where he was still a young man with brown hair and scholarly glasses. Memories surfaced of Katerina gently touching his cheek on the balcony, both looking towards the castle under the sunset. Katerina's boots stood firmly beside him, a symbol of happy companionship that had been forever shattered. In a seemingly peaceful moment of memory, Katerina gently placed a kiss on Seimon's lips. Her eyes were filled with boundless love as she expressed her deep affection for him. The memory faded, and Seimon suddenly awoke with wide, horrified eyes. The harsh reality crashing down, he bolted upright in an unfamiliar bed, frantically pulling at the bed sheets in a panic. Gasping for breath, he realized the recent moment of happiness was merely a fleeting dream. Seimon frantically brought a hand to his neck, incredulously checking that he was still intact after the death battle. He covered his face with his hands, trying to calm the dizziness as the world spun around him. He spread his hands, astonished to see his unblemished skin, without a single trace of injury. He looked around the luxurious room, then turned his gaze out the window. Noticing his unfamiliar platinum blonde hair reflected in the glass, his eyes swept over the magnificent chandelier, skepticism rising to its peak, as he knew resurrection was impossible. He desperately sought an explanation for his absurd existence in a world where even dark magic could not conquer death. Seimon's confusion reached its peak. He couldn't understand why he was still alive. He froze as his gaze landed on something sickeningly familiar hanging on the wall. Shock turned into silent fury as he realized it was a portrait of his sworn enemy, Lacan. Just then, the door opened, and an elderly butler entered, bowing respectfully to Seimon. The butler's face broke into relief upon seeing that Luc de Lacan had finally woken up. In immense joy, the butler rushed to embrace Luc, releasing the anxiety of 2 weeks of waiting. Luc panicked, trying to push the unfamiliar man away, his eyes full of wariness and questioning the title. Young Lord. The butler froze, bewildered by Luc's reaction, trying to find a sign of recognition in his eyes. Assuming an accident had damaged Luc's memory, the butler collapsed to his knees on the floor in self-reproach. He regained his composure, a tear rolling down his cheek, then looked up with a resolute gaze, promising to explain everything. With a glimmer of hope, the butler stood up, beginning to recount the story to help Luc recover his memories. He solemnly declared Luc's status as the heir to the Lacan Viscountcy. The butler pointed towards the portrait of a man in armor, revealing Luc as a descendant of the great hero Lacan. The name Luc de Lacan was uttered, leaving Luc himself stunned, unable to believe his ears. Completely bewildered, Luc sprang out of bed, trying to process the information he had just heard. His eyes widened in horror as he realized an unbelievable truth. Lacan had died 500 years ago. Luc's gaze was fixed on Lacan's portrait, the final piece of the terrible truth clicking into place in his mind. He looked down at his own hands, aghast to realize he had been reincarnated as Lacan's descendant 500 years in the future. The shock was too great, leaving Luc numb, cold sweat beading on his temples as he faced his new reality. Hans raised his hands in panic, trying to stop his master in vain. Despite the butler's pleas, Luc de Lacan rushed off, his face etched with angry denial. In search of the truth, he rushed towards the large door, skepticism driving every step. His hand gripped the brass doorknob tightly, pouring all his strength into the action. Luc kicked open the door, rushing onto the balcony with an outburst of despair. He let out a silent scream into the void, the absurdity of his situation overwhelming him. His eyes widened, pupils contracting in extreme shock at what appeared before him. A colossal figure in black armor stood guard under the blue sky. Silent and majestic, Luke stood frozen, staring at the unbelievable mechanical sentinel. Confusion and astonishment were evident on his face as he tried to comprehend the sight. A fiery red light gleamed from within the sentinel's helmet, vivid proof of its extraordinary existence. Luke's expression shifted from astonishment to sharp analysis, realizing the magical technology far surpassed all his understanding. The harsh truth dawned, a magic he could only imagine now existing. Shattering all his denial, Hans finally caught up, gently placing a hand on Luke's shoulder to reassure him. With a calm demeanor, Hans placed a hand on his chest and bowed, formally introducing himself to his stunned master. Luke Delacan stared at the scene before him, his face utterly bewildered and skeptical. With a keen gaze, Hans began his explanation of the colossal entity. The colossal silhouette of a gigant towered in the courtyard, dwarfing both men standing on the balcony. Luke turned back, his eyes questioning, trying to connect this war machine with the golem magic he once knew. Hans calmly confirmed part of Luke's speculation, preparing to reveal an even more complex truth. An illustration appeared, showing a complex magic circle integrated with technological circuits. Emitting a fiery red light, the image continued to show a figure seated within the energy core, mastering the machine from within. The concept was clarified. The gigant was controlled by a pilot. Merging human and machine into one entity, Luke whirled back towards Hans, extreme astonishment evident on his face as he grasped the implication of it being piloted. The initial shock subsided, and Luke thoughtfully rested his chin on his hand, his strategic brain beginning to analyze the new technology. He looked back at the gigant, his gaze no longer fearful, but filled with calculation, recognizing its astonishing potential. Luke's eyes sharpened as he analyzed the superior advantages, pilot safety, and instantaneous responsiveness. He realized this weapon had resolved all the fatal weaknesses of the golem army he once commanded. Hans observed his master with a bewildered expression, unable to comprehend the sudden shift from astonishment to deep contemplation, lost in strategic calculations. Luke silently turned and walked inside, leaving Hans bewildered on the balcony. Hans stood motionless, waiting. Luke let out a heavy sigh, the truth of 500 years having passed, striking a heavy blow to his mind. He looked up, his eyes filled with anguish as he faced the ironic truth he had been reborn as the descendant of his own enemy. His mind briefly conjured the image of a colossal gigant towering behind the statue honoring hero Lacan, a heavy legacy weighing on his shoulders. To quell the storm within, Luke grabbed a bottle of wine and chugged it straight from the bottle. In desperation, he climbed onto the table, continuing to drink, despite Hans rushing over in alarm to stop him. Luke's face was flushed, and he ignored the butler's advice. Luke suddenly stopped, turning to question Hans about his Lacan lineage. Confusing the butler, with a defiant smile, he shook the wine bottle, asserting that the body of a heroic descendant must be incredibly robust. Suddenly, a sharp pain flared, and his eyes twitched violently. His body lost all strength, collapsing to the floor. To Hans's horror, the wine bottle shattering, lying on the floor. Luke gasped for breath, unable to comprehend what had just happened to his body. Hans approached, his serious tone indicating he had anticipated this. Through his fingers, Luke looked up, a cold drop of sweat trickling down as he heard the butler's explanation of a curse. He spun around, skepticism and horror evident on his face as the word curse echoed in his mind. With a serious expression, Hans admitted that he had anticipated Luke's confusion regarding his memory loss. Lying on the bed, Luke looked up, his sharp gaze demanding Hans explain the curse he had just mentioned. Hans began to recount the story of Hero Lacan, but Luke impatiently interrupted, gesturing for him to get straight to the point. As Hans narrated Lacan's tragic death, a ghostly image of blazing red cursed energy erupted in the space. Luke froze, crossing his arms as Hans asserted that the death was due to the Demon King's curse, a truth beyond imagination. He frowned skeptically, trying to search his vague memories for an explanation for the word curse. A blurry image of Demon King Samon with blazing red eyes flashed in Luke's mind, accompanied by a ghostly voice, whispering about your blood. Luke was stunned, cold sweat breaking out as he began to realize the undeniable connection between the curse and his own past. The truth dawned, and Luke covered his face in extreme horror and shame, realizing that he himself, in a fit of rage, had uttered that curse. The stream of memories took him back 500 years, to where Demon King Samon, his past self, stood towering, surrounded by dark power from the shadows. Colossal stone golems, created by Samon's magic, rose, forming an unstoppable army. With a cold flick of his hand, Samon wiped out countless soldiers, his eyes devoid of emotion at the destruction. In the midst of despair, Hero Lacan descended from the sky, his divine sword piercing through the Demon King, ending the reign of darkness. But with his last breath, Samon poured all his hatred into a blazing curse, aimed directly at Lacan. Back in reality, Luke's face was pale, his eyes vacant, as he fully grasped the terrible burden he had to bear, his own curse. Luke Delacan slammed the history book shut, its content about a painful death in youth appearing like a mockery. He let out a sigh of exasperation, realizing that history had been completely rewritten at the whim of the victors. His face was filled with indignation and skepticism. Unable to believe that a non-existent curse could have been believed by people for so many years, Luke's eyes narrowed, his silence heavy with complex calculations. He made a helpless gesture, bitterly accepting that past failure was the cause of this ironic situation. A drop of sweat rolled down his temple as he faced the harsh truth, being reborn as his own archenemy. Luke raised a hand to cover his mouth, suppressing a sigh as he realized he was the one cursed in this game of fate. After a moment of contemplation, he reached for the bookshelf. Deciding to seek a new path, he pulled out another book, seeing it as a second chance to complete his unfinished goals. And unable to face Katerina in this state, he gazed thoughtfully at the book, pondering the world's decay that had continued for another 500 years. His hand quickly turned the pages, a strong belief rising that not all of his loyal followers had been wiped out. Luke's eyes lit up with new determination. He needed to learn everything about this era to reassemble his forces, with a resolve to change the world once more. Outside, the colossal silhouette of a Lacan sentinel stood guard on the rooftop. The grand doors of the Lacan mansion closed, symbolizing a new world he had to conquer from within. His concentration was broken by an unsettling discovery in the book, causing him to utter a silent curse, frustration echoing in the quiet room. In the luxurious room, Luke de Lacan drained the wine bottle with bitter contempt. He gritted his teeth, his face flushed from the alcohol and indignation as he realized his Demon King legacy had been forgotten. His anger erupted, and he staggered to his feet, knocking the deceitful history books to the floor. Intoxication and despair made his steps unsteady. Luke looked down at his weak body, a surge of helplessness washing over him as he realized it had no strength at all. Losing his balance, he stumbled miserably. The whole world seemed to turn upside down as he collapsed to the floor. Luke lay sprawled on the cold floor, books scattered around him as a testament to his collapse. Lying motionless, he let out a long sigh, his eyes blankly staring into the void. Despair turned into action. He clenched his fist against the floor. Amidst the haze of defeat, Katerina's image flashed through his mind, a glimmer of light in the darkness. His fist slowly unclenched, a sign of surrender to cruel fate. He lay there, utterly helpless, the ideal of an equal world he once pursued, now seeming like an unattainable dream. Suddenly, an urgent call from outside shattered the silence, making Luke startle and lift his head. He turned towards the door that had just burst open, his face bewildered by the unexpected interruption, annoyed by the commotion below. Luke de Lacan stepped onto the balcony, scratching his head irritably. In the courtyard below, a group of merchants stood with determined expressions, led by a worried butler Hans and a stern knight commander Rogers. Merchant Darren, the branch master, declared with his head held high, that they would not leave until they met the young lord. From above, an ironic smirk appeared on Luke's lips as he realized the Lacan family was deep in debt. Darren boldly declared the enormous debt, his gaze unyielding as he looked directly at Hans. Darren's rage flared. He pointed a finger, accusing the Lacan family of deliberately evading debt repayment. Hans raised a hand, trying to calm the situation by citing the young lord's health and promising to find a solution. Darren brushed aside Hans's words, his cunning eyes resolutely demanding to speak directly with Luke. Hans and Rogers stiffened, speechless at Darren's unyielding resolve. A smug smile spread across Darren's face as he realized their helplessness, suggestively twirling the ring on his finger. From the balcony, Luke unexpectedly clapped his hands once, drawing everyone's attention, signaling he would make an offer. Hans and Rogers were startled and horrified by Darren's coercive offer to exchange the family's giant war machines for the debt. Rogers erupted in anger, decisively rejecting the offer. Declaring it impossible, he clenched his fists, shouting about the strategic importance of the family's last defensive machines. In desperation, Rogers lunged forward, ready to die, to protect the family's assets. But Hans quickly held him back. Dixon, the accountant, nervously presented a harsh financial proposal, pointing to the parchment scroll to reinforce his argument. Hans tried to intervene, while Rogers, losing his temper, grabbed Dixon by the collar, roaring an uncompromising protest. From the balcony, Luc de Lacan threw his head back and laughed heartily, bottle in hand, showing immense amusement at the family's chaos. Rogers imperiously pointed at Dixon, who was cowering, while Hans extended his hand in a desperate attempt to calm the situation. Darren, with a smug smile, raised a finger, presenting a cunning offer to resolve their problem. Darren's ringed hand pointed towards the towering figure of the Lacan sentinel, implying it was the price for the debt. Rogers roared an angry refusal, his determination to protect the family's strategic assets evident on his face. Darren clarified his intention. Not the giant automaton, but the towering magical tower behind it was the real target. Rogers, Hans, and Dixon were simultaneously stunned, astonished by the sudden and perplexing demand. Rogers turned to Darren's aid, his expression thoughtful, beginning to weigh the value of an abandoned tower. Dixon chimed in, asserting that the tower was now completely useless and only brought trouble, indirectly supporting its surrender. On the balcony, Luke's amused expression vanished. He gripped the railing as he overheard the exchange below. Rage and panic flared in Luke's blue eyes as he realized what they were about to do. His gaze fixed on the tower. A horrifying truth flashed in his mind. It was his own property. Reality dissolved, taking Luke's mind back 500 years to a gloomy land under pouring rain, where another stronghold stood tall. The stream of memories brought Luc de Lacan back to an old, dilapidated stone room. There, Simon and Katerina shared a blanket, finding warmth and happy smiles amidst the poverty. Under the rain of memories, they sat close together, a simple shelter holding a shared dream. Back in reality, rage choked Luke as he realized that very sacred place was being encroached upon. Meanwhile, Darren continued to make his offer with a jovial smile, completely unaware of the impending storm. With a smug expression, he painted a picture of a prosperous economic future built on the legacy of others. Dixon, Rogers, and Hans stood in silence, seemingly ready to accept the agreement to resolve the issue. At that very moment, all three suddenly froze, horrified by an unexpected presence. From the doorway, Luc de Lacan stepped forward, his figure enveloped by a fiery aura of rage, causing Hans, Dixon, and Rogers to call out his name in terror. Luke's icy gaze issued a silent command, forcing everyone to clear the way. Luke blocked Darren and the guards, the merchant still trying to maintain his smug demeanor as he greeted the young lord. Completely ignoring Luke's attitude, Darren extended his hand, urging the signing of the contract to seize the tower. Darren's confidence shattered, replaced by confusion and fear at Luke's intimidating question. Luke's blue eyes flashed with a deadly light. He growled, questioning Darren about his foolishness. Luke's rage erupted into a silent warning, his eyes blazing, asserting absolute sovereignty over the place. Cold sweat beaded on Darren's forehead. The merchant's confidence completely vanished before the opponent's sudden aggressive demeanor, crossing his arms imperiously. Luke de Lacan cut short Darren's explanation with a contemptuous gaze, issuing a silent command. Luke's eyes glowed an icy blue as he exposed Darren's scheme to seize the central land of the fiefdom, struck to the core. Darren flinched, stammering as he tried to conceal his intention to expand power under the guise of tourism development. Before Luke's imposing silence, Darren waved his hand desperately, trying to deny the accusation. For a moment, images of Dixon and Hans appeared with embarrassed expressions, implicitly acknowledging the Lacan family's weakness that Darren was exploiting. Luke shot Darren a look of disgust, not concealing his hatred for the cunning individuals, determined not to be outdone. Darren gritted his teeth, his initial fear transforming into a feigned rage to counterattack. The merchant roared, pointing directly at Luke's face to accuse the Lacan family of being unable to repay their debt. With the backing of 2 guards, Darren continued his speech, justifying the company's actions as a means to recover capital. Luke's face was shrouded in shadow. He calmly posed a counter-question, its weight causing the air to thicken. Rage erupted. Luke clenched his fist as a surge of dark purple energy burst forth, promising to repay both principal and interest within 10 days. A colossal pillar of dark energy exploded, unleashing a silent command to get out of his sight immediately. Luke stood tall amidst the energy storm, dark tendrils reaching out, completely overwhelming Darren and the 2 trembling guards, paralyzed by terror. Darren and the guards could only stare up at the surge of demonic power swirling before their eyes, overwhelmed by the dark aura. Darren and the guards gasped in horror. The merchant hastily got into his carriage and fled, shouting a weak challenge to save face. Luke stood with his arms crossed, his expression cold as Rogers and the other retainers rushed over. Rogers, sweating profusely, expressed his incredible astonishment at the young lord's decisive action. Luke turned back, his eyes reflecting confusion at their exaggerated reaction. Rogers, Hans, and Dixon together expressed their utmost respect and admiration. With tears of emotion, all 3 placed their hands on their chests, demonstrating absolute loyalty. They praised Luke's wisdom in exposing the merchant's scheme and defending the family's honor. Luke's expression hardened in bewilderment. He completely failed to grasp their praises. Rogers continued to express admiration, stating that Luke had powerfully displayed the family's pride with an emotional expression. Rogers declared that he had seen the image of the great hero Lacan in Luke. A silent rage erupted within Luke, his eyes turning fiery red as he realized their foolishness was pushing him back onto the path of the Demon King. He quickly suppressed his anger. His gaze returned to normal but became cold and distant. Hans stepped forward, breaking the atmosphere by seriously asking about the plan to repay the enormous debt. With a worried expression, Hans explained that the debt was worth a new gigant war machine. Luke de Lacan's sharp gaze scrutinized, demanding a solution for their lack of collateral. Hans, the butler, awkwardly admitted his helplessness, unable to provide a useful answer. With cold determination, Luke turned his back, declaring he would resolve the debt himself, leaving Hans, Rogers, and Dixon stunned. His mind scrolled through their assets. An empty jewelry box, covered in cobwebs, symbolizing faded wealth. The dilapidated ceiling served as a grim reminder of their crumbling facilities. While Hans looked up with distress, Luke stared in horror at the meager rations on the table, a pathetic testament to their food stores, overwhelmed by the dire situation. His hand reached out amidst the scattered debt papers, as if trying to grasp a solution. His rage finally erupted as he slammed the table, demanding an explanation for why the family that once vanquished the Demon King could fall into such a state. A dangerous light flashed in Luke's blue eyes as he grabbed a collar, a silent roar at their unbelievable poverty. Hans recoiled in terror, hastily waving his hands to deny any accusations of retainers embezzling assets. In desperation, Hans unrolled an old family tree scroll, But Luke merely leaned back with contempt for the useless relics. As Hans began his story, the scroll seemed to come alive, depicting the hero Lacan being granted vast territory after his glorious victory. Luke's eyes narrowed impatiently, shattering the heroic tale with a silent question. So what? The story continued on the page, depicting a stylized battle where the righteous Viscount Lacan fought against a rebellious duke. The tragic tableau concluded with the hero, Lacan, succumbing to a curse, collapsing in utter defeat on the battlefield. In Hans's narrative, the image of the hero Lacan being driven from his land, finally succumbing to illness in the borderland. Luc de Lacan narrowed his eyes, a harsh truth flashing in his mind. His ancestors never intended to settle in this barren land. He looked at the empty ledgers, skepticism rising as he questioned how the family could have survived for 500 years with such disastrous finances. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Hans stammered, trying to find a satisfactory explanation for the young lord's direct question. Luke's eyes narrowed skeptically, refusing to accept the cliché explanation of ancestral hope that Hans offered. Hans adjusted his attire formally, beginning the tale of ancestral sacrifice, of those willing to do anything to reclaim lost glory. The stream of memories appeared, showing previous generations pouring all their gold, power, and assets into a single goal. Generations of Lacan nobles and warriors all looked forward, sharing a burning desire to restore honor. But a generational curse, symbolized by demonic hands, reached out to stifle all efforts, rendering every sacrifice futile. The tragic story concluded with the image of a hero's statue cracking into pieces, symbolizing the family's inevitable downfall. Back to reality, Hans continued the story, trying to link the historical tragedy with Luke's condition. He explained that it was Luke himself, in an attempt to prove himself, who pushed himself to exhaustion and unconsciousness after the Gigant incident. In response to that tragic story, Luke merely rested his chin on his hand, his gaze cold and indifferent, completely unmoved. Suddenly, Luke stood up abruptly, the sound of the wooden chair scraping against the floor breaking the heavy atmosphere in the room. He turned and walked away, leaving Hans stunned in dismay as he realized all his attempts at explanation had been futile before the new young lord. Luc de Lacan turned his back to the window, coldly declaring that nothing more could be done. Hans bowed his head in defeat, his voice heavy with sorrow as he admitted his helplessness and sincerely apologized. Luke glanced to the side, a spark flashing in his eyes as an idea began to form. In despair, Hans declared he would do anything, even sacrifice his life, to resolve the issue. Luke interrupted Hans with a confident smile, reassuring him that such a sacrifice was unnecessary as he had just thought of a solution. A cunning smile appeared on Luke's face as he posed a rhetorical question about simply returning the money by any means, leaving Hans behind him confused. A horrified scream echoed as the scene suddenly changed, signaling a shocking event had just occurred. In the middle of the city square, Hans and Dixon gaped in horror at an unbelievable sight. Roger stood frozen, disbelief and horror clearly visible on his face as he witnessed the event. Hans stared blankly into space, speechless, as he realized the implication in the young lord's words. In the square, the crowd knelt in despair before the empty pedestal, where the sacred statue of Hero Lacan had mysteriously vanished. Hans's eyes widened in horror, his mind reeling as he realized the statue that was there yesterday was now gone. Brushing aside the panic about the statue, Hans clenched his fists, deciding that the most urgent matter now was to find Luke immediately. A guard rushed over to report an urgent matter, further confusing Hans and Dixon. Hans turned around, his anxiety reaching its peak as he asked about Luke's whereabouts. A guard breathlessly reported, his face pale as he realized a serious security breach. Hearing the news, Hans collapsed onto the stone floor, while Dixon stood frozen in shock. Knight Commander Roger's face changed color in extreme astonishment, unable to believe what was happening. Meanwhile, in a distant place, a carriage was rolling along a trail through the forest. In the carriage, Luc de Lacan sat next to a giant object wrapped in cloth, while Philip, a young knight, held the reins. Luke seemed slightly flustered when Philip started a conversation, his gaze a little awkward, with a serious expression. Philip turned back, seemingly wanting to ask Luke an important question. Luke indifferently drank wine from the bottle, asking for the identity of his escort, as if they had just met. Philip, though slightly stunned, formally reintroduced himself as the escort knight assigned to Luke. With a worried expression, Philip questioned Luke's intentions for the statue, only receiving a cold confirmation that it would be melted down. Philip tried to persuade him, citing the 5th-century historical value of the family treasure. Luke brushed him off, snapping that history couldn't help him pay his debts. However, Luke then smiled cunningly, revealing that selling the statue was only a small part of his plan. Hearing this, Philip sighed in relief, his face relaxing with hope as he asked about the plan. Philip's eyes lit up, focusing entirely on Luke, awaiting an answer that would dispel all doubts. Luke, his face flushed from wine, nonchalantly declared his plan to use the money from selling the statue for gambling. Philip was stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. The carriage wheels continued to roll forward, not slowing down amidst the chaos. In a panic, Philip questioned Luke about the madness of the plan and the risk of losing everything. Luke waved his hand irritably, showing annoyance at his escort's dissuasions. Philip screamed in despair, his betrayal evident in his pained expression as he realized the true plan. Trembling with fear, Philip begged Luke to turn back, while Luke merely observed silently with an indifferent expression. Philip turned back, his gaze confused and somewhat disdainful as he called Luke a fool. Luke calmly began to explain, pointing towards the statue to emphasize that turning back was not simple. With a sharp gaze, Luke forced Philip to confront the harsh truth about the consequences if they were caught. A terrible truth struck Philip like lightning as he realized he would be exiled if he returned. Luke smirked smugly, his cunning eyes showing he was completely in control. Philip was frozen, horror evident on his face, as he realized only he would bear the consequences. Luke stood up, raising the wine bottle as if in a toast, delivering an ultimatum that forced Philip to choose. Cornered, Philip could only look at Luke with a confused gaze, realizing he had no way out. Luke presented a final choice to Philip, his smug smile and flushed cheeks showing absolute confidence in the outcome. Philip's eyes widened in horror. He was frozen by the undeniable ultimatum. With a triumphant smile, Luke raised the wine bottle as if to celebrate, while Philip, with slumped shoulders, resignedly drove the carriage onward. Philip trembled violently, sweat pouring down as he struggled with the fact that he was serving someone he considered a devil. Seagulls echoed throughout the harbor, signaling a new journey was about to begin. Luke and Philip stood on the pier, looking towards the large ship that would take them to a strange land. Faced with Luke's hesitation, Philip stammered out a final decision, trying to force a smile to hide his anxiety. A decisive step was taken onto the gangplank, marking the beginning of a journey of no return. A sailor loudly announced and rang the brass bell, signaling the ship was preparing to weigh anchor. The ship set sail, gliding through the waves out to sea, leaving the land behind. Night fell, and the spires of the port city of Lamer appeared under the moonlight. The ship docked at the brightly lit city of Lamer, a bustling trade hub. Philip clutched the small money bag, the result of a not-so-easy transaction. Inside a shop, Philip angrily argued with the shopkeeper about the paltry price for the Hero Lacan statue, while Luke watched from behind, completely indifferent to the bargaining. Luke gestured with his thumb backward, ordering Philip to follow him. Philip complained about the selling price, but Luke dismissed it, his gaze sweeping over the bustling port market and remarking that the place had changed. Luke replied to Philip's question with a distant look, admitting he had only been there briefly, but implying it was very different from his memories. A fleeting memory showed his Demon King form confronting a giant kraken, revealing why this place was once a desolate island. Back in reality, Luke subtly sighed, the burden of 500 years briefly appearing in his eyes. Luke crossed his arms, smiled smugly, and declared that coming here was a good idea, which immediately made Philip happy again. Philip, completely unaware of Luke's past, excitedly promised to show him a city completely different from what he remembered. With a proud gesture, Philip introduced the bustling second-largest city in the southern region, where everything was constantly changing. The scene panned to a cheerful fishmonger, proudly displaying his fresh goods. Proving Philip's words about the city's prosperity, a woman smiled contentedly as she chose a new item, an image of prosperous life, thanks to the development of magic and weapon technology. Another vendor cheerfully spread his arms before his well-stocked stall. Demonstrating the city's crowdedness and development, Philip suddenly lowered his voice, his expression becoming anxious as he warned Luke about another aspect of the city, the underground gambling world. Their silhouettes stood still before a colossal, magnificent casino, gleaming with gold, a symbol of wealth and danger. As Luke was about to step inside, Philip frantically grabbed his arm. A desperate act to stop him. Philip gasped, trying to regain his composure, while Luke merely looked at him indifferently, asking what he was afraid of. With a pounding heart, Philip asked Luke how he could be so calm, and Luke merely replied with a mysterious present, confident smile. At the gambling table, Luke Delicant wore a smug smile, raising a finger to emphasize his philosophy. However, 2 cards were revealed on the green table. An unfavorable outcome. Across from him, a cunning gambler with reddish-brown hair, the house shark, sneered and raked a large stack of gold coins towards himself. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Luke tried to maintain his composure, issuing a silent challenge to continue the game. Once again, the unlucky cards were revealed, confirming his losing streak. The house shark once again scooped up the winnings, his smugness increasingly evident amidst the casino's chaos, where another player collapsed in despair. Luke stood firm, observing with cold eyes. The house shark picked up a gold coin, his sharp gaze assessing Luke as an interesting prey, cornered with only a few coins left. Luke crossed his arms, facing the scrutinizing gazes of his opponent and the dealers. Luke's eyes flashed with determination as he gave a silent command to Philip, who stood in the distance, overwhelmed by Luke's fury. Philip was in extreme panic, but was still forced to obey the order to exchange for more money. Witnessing the scene, the house shark flashed a wicked smile, his eyes glowing red. Believing his prey had fallen into the trap, the entire stake was pushed to the center of the table, a mountain of gold that would decide everything. Luke Delicant's eyes suddenly glowed a brilliant blue as he wagered his entire fortune on this final hand. Behind him, Philip completely collapsed, tears streaming down his face as he believed the family was bankrupt. The rival gambler scoffed at Luke Delicant's recklessness, while Luke maintained a frightening composure before the fateful wager. A smug and cunning smile was evident on the rival gambler's face. Believing victory was firmly in his grasp, the orange-brown-haired dealer signaled for both to reveal their cards, while Luke Delicant maintained a cold, emotionless expression. With a triumphant laugh, the rival gambler revealed his cards. Believing fortune had smiled upon him, he reached out to collect all the money on the table, but was stopped by a cold voice. Luke Delicant signaled that the game was not over, demanding his opponent see his cards first. With a gentle gesture, Luke flipped his cards, revealing a far more powerful set of 3. The smugness on the rival gambler's face froze, replaced by an expression of unbelievable shock. Amidst the flying gold coins and cards, Luke Delicant reached out to claim victory, while the 2 dealers stood stunned in amazement. In a corner, Philip burst into tears of relief, his faith rewarded. Losing his composure, the rival gambler slammed his fist onto the table in a fit of rage. He roared an accusation, pointing directly at Luke and claiming he had used cheating tricks. Facing the accusation, Luke merely offered a mysterious smile, his eyes glancing towards the 2 trembling dealers. The rival gambler's face contorted as a horrifying thought flashed through his mind. Realizing something even more terrifying than cheating, Luke Delicant's sharp gaze pierced through his opponent, as if all tricks were child's play before him. Luke Delicant's train of thought revealed his plan. He had known that everyone around him was his opponent's henchman, secretly passing cards to him. He deliberately feigned losing, causing Philip to panic in despair. The purpose of this was to allow his hand to touch all the cards, secretly leaving small mana imprints on them. With his experience controlling an army of golems, manipulating these marked cards became as easy as turning his hand, returning to reality. Luke de Lacan looked at his opponent with a smug expression, urging him to admit defeat. Bitterly, the rival gambler growled an order to his henchmen. Immediately, a group of thugs with bloodshot eyes, armed with knives and clubs, emerged from the shadows, surrounding Luke. Luke sighed wearily. Frustrated by the repetition of such dirty tactics after 500 years, he looked at the thugs with sharp, cold eyes, implying that even if his current power wasn't what it used to be, it was still more than enough to deal with them. A brilliant blue magical energy surged. Gathering in his open palm, he stood firm, extending his hand forward as a challenge, ready to face the charging crowd. Suddenly, a black-gloved hand reached out, blocking a sword lunging towards Luke. It was Philip, who had rushed forward, using his sword to repel the attackers to protect his master. With an angry expression, he loudly questioned the thugs for daring to draw swords on the sole heir of the Lacan family. Philip's eyes turned deadly, and he growled, asking if they were ready to wager their lives on this action. The rival gambler's face contorted in extreme horror as he realized his fatal mistake. Amidst the pile of unconscious bodies, Philip roared an angry warning to protect Luke, who remained calmly seated behind him. Luke subtly raised an eyebrow, a flicker of amusement in his eyes as he witnessed Philip's fierce loyalty. Outside, Philip carried a heavy sack of money on his shoulder, the spoils of the recent chaos. He eagerly walked down the crowded street, while Luke leisurely followed with the demeanor of a noble. Luke quietly observed his escort, a contemplative expression on his face. Philip cheerfully looked back, unaware that his master was reevaluating his capabilities. Luke put a hand to his chin, calculating that they could no longer cause a commotion in casinos. Philip turned to Luke, suggesting another place where they could earn a large sum of money. He excitedly presented the idea of the arena, and a vision of gigant warriors clashing appeared. Philip's eyes lit up as he explained the enormous profit potential from betting matches. Luke crossed his arms, a subtle smile appearing as he realized he could leverage his knowledge of golems to predict outcomes. Philip proudly puffed out his chest, declaring his illustrious past at a renowned military academy. Luke nodded in approval, and Philip immediately ran ahead to lead the way with unconcealed excitement. Suddenly, an angry, bearded man blocked their path, waving his hand and ordering them to leave immediately. A royal guard roared a deadly threat while relentlessly kicking Philip, who lay slumped on the ground. Philip, despite being threatened, anxiously glanced at Luke, who stood silently observing. For Luke, the scene dissolved, giving way to an image from 500 years ago, a reminder that though the world changes, some things remain intact. The stream of memories continued, with images of undiminished brutality, a corruption deeply ingrained in the nature of power throughout centuries. Back in reality, silent fury made Luke clench his teeth. His eyes turned deadly cold. A silent command issued as he prepared to intervene. The guard's actions halted as another voice rang out, forcing him to turn his head. Katerina emerged from the crowd, her voice resonating with authority, questioning the guard's role in protecting the people. She approached closer, her sharp gaze piercing them, demanding an explanation for their brutal actions against the vulnerable. Luke listened, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as he recognized her courage and sharp reasoning. His blue eyes gleamed with deep contemplation at this unexpected turn of events. With an undeniable tone, Katerina declared the right to protection for everyone, regardless of status. Philip was stunned, realizing that the person who had just protected him was Princess Katerina. Despite her status, the guard remained defiant. Citing a count's order to justify his actions, Katerina did not flinch. She met the defiance with a question that delved into the inhumane nature of that order. Luke de Lacan stared, his eyes wide with astonishment at an unbelievable situation. Katerina stepped forward, shielding the cowering refugee children from the two armed royal guards, challenging the injustice. Placing a hand on her chest, Katerina firmly declared that she too was a refugee, ready to share the fate of the vulnerable. A royal guard, flustered, raised a hand to his helmet, trying to persuade the princess to abandon her reckless action. The two guards sighed, justifying that they were merely following orders from a count, an order they could not disobey. Philip, still carrying the heavy sack on his shoulder, turned to Luke and asked if he recognized the brave woman. With a knowing smile, Philip explained that she was a princess famous for never bowing to the nobility. Katarina knelt, gently comforting the refugee children, while Philip revealed her name was Princess Raina. The name Raina struck Luke like a bolt of lightning, stunning him, and he began to stammer. Luke uttered the name Raina, doubt and shock clearly visible on his face as he looked towards the white-haired woman. Luke's gaze swept across the familiar face, and he confirmed with certainty in his mind that it was indeed Katerina, standing frozen. Luke looked at Katerina, a shocking question arising in his mind. Could she have been reborn just like him? Losing all patience, a guard roared and roughly grabbed Katerina, making her cry out in surprise and pain. Katerina struggled as the guard pushed her away, his contempt evident in his actions. Cruelly shoved, Katerina fell to the ground, her cry echoing simultaneously with an expression of extreme horror on Luke's face. To protect Katerina, Luke de Lacan rushed forward, roaring a silent command for the enemy to release her. An iron resolve etched itself onto Luke's fist. Gripping his lapel like a vow, he unleashed a devastating punch, knocking the royal guard to the ground in a single blow. A surge of fury transformed Luke, his hair darkening and his eyes glowing with pure energy. The guard's face contorted in extreme pain under the impact of the blow. Katerina rushed forward in a panic, using her whole body to hold Luke back, begging him to stop. Her eyes filled with fear. She tried to convince him that there was no need to go that far. Luke's anger dissipated. He gasped, staring at Katerina as if waking from a nightmare. Another guard drew his sword, roaring an accusation at Luke for daring to attack a royal person. Philip stepped forward, his voice coldly questioning the so-called imperial law. He confronted the guard, posing the question of whether the law was more important than a human life. Challenged, the guard was speechless, his sword's edge halted by Philip's resolve. After the angry guards left, Philip turned to warn Luke to flee before things got worse. Ignoring the advice, Luke shouted Katerina's name and rushed towards her, anxiety overwhelming every. He reached her, his face filled with regret for losing control and frightening her. Raina took a step back, her expression both confused and distant from Luke. Luke was completely stunned, unable to comprehend her unfamiliar reaction. As Luke unconsciously stepped forward, Raina hastily pulled a child behind her, raising her hand as a shield, acting with full vigilance. Despair was evident on Luke's face as he tried to explain. Raising his hands as if to prove his harmlessness, Raina cut him off, her gaze turning sharp as she pointed at Luke, a silent accusation of his previous violent actions. Her gaze became firm, cold, definitively denying the identity Luke had assigned to her. Luke was speechless when he heard her deny being Katerina. Raina placed her hand on her chest, clearly asserting her new identity. To prevent the situation from worsening, Philip rushed over, raising his hands in a conciliatory gesture. Trying to reassure Raina, Philip placed a hand on the stunned Luke's shoulder, turning to Raina with a forced smile, trying to excuse his friend's behavior. Luke's eyes were heavy with pain, looking at Raina as if seeing a ghost from the past. Reality blurred, taking Luke back to the lonely room in the past, where Samon collapsed on his desk, exhausted from waiting in vain. Back in reality, Philip looked desperately at Raina, his eyes pleading for understanding for his collapsing friend. The stalemate was broken by Victor, an elderly man, who rushed over frantically, his face a mix of panic and reproach upon seeing Raina. Out of breath, the butler rested his hands on his knees, relief and annoyance evident as he reprimanded Raina for disappearing. Victor confronted Raina, his tone reproachful, pointing towards Luke and Philip to question her about causing trouble. Victor narrowed his eyes, his wary, scrutinizing gaze shifting to Luke and Philip. Philip tried to explain awkwardly, while Luke crossed his arms, coldly signaling to Victor that they had no intention of approaching Reyna. A contemptuous smirk appeared on Luke's lips. At the excessive vigilance, Luke frankly admitted there had been a misunderstanding, but emphasized that his actions, regardless, had helped Reyna's group. Luke questioned Reyna, his eyes full of defiance, demanding a minimum of thanks for his help, leaving her silent, ignored. Luke's face darkened with anger. He turned his back and walked away, signaling Philip to follow. Reyna watched their retreating figures, then turned to Victor and agreed to leave with him. As she walked away, a flicker of realization appeared in Reyna's eyes. She suddenly realized she had forgotten to say thank you. The scene shifted to a majestic and magnificent structure, the Gigant Arena. Under the daylight, inside, two announcers were narrating the match with fervent enthusiasm, their hands clenched in excitement. Amidst the wildly cheering crowd, Philip appeared overwhelmed, while Luke remained calm, observing intently. Philip gaped in astonishment at the tense developments, while Luke merely narrowed his eyes slightly, sharply analyzing the situation. Luke made a cold and decisive assessment, his gaze fixed on the arena floor, declaring that the battle was decided. On the arena floor, a black and gold armored gigant warrior swung his battle axe, its attack blocked by the white armored warrior in a clash of sparks. On the dusty arena floor, a colossal iron boot descended, ending the battle to the cheers of the audience. Amidst the fervent crowd, Philip waved his arms, celebrating the victory, while Luke Delacan stood still with his arms crossed. Completely calm, Philip turned to Luke, his face radiant, as he eagerly described the enormous profit they had just made. Luke's eyes narrowed slightly, a mystical blue light flashing as he focused on analyzing something beyond ordinary sight through his special eyes. The vibrant golden energy flow within the victorious automaton became clearly visible, revealing the nature of its power. In the commentary area, two lively announcers stirred the atmosphere, preparing to introduce the next thrilling match. Philip pointed to the arena floor, trying to explain to Luke the incredible power disparity of the upcoming match, suggesting the outcome was already clear. Luke raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of skepticism appearing as he heard about everyone's seemingly oversimplified assessment. Two colossal, gleaming battle axes were raised, symbolizing the destructive power of the gladiator about to enter the arena. The formidable warrior named Brian, Savage Rider, strode into the arena, his horned armor and pair of axes exuding an overwhelming aura. Luke's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise, unexpected interest, replacing his indifference as he recognized Brian's opponent. From above, Luke and Philip looked down at the vast arena floor, where the solitary figure of the underdog gladiator, Sting, awaited. Gladiator Karen, Sting Rider, stood there, her red armor and smaller stature in stark contrast to her colossal opponent. A mysterious and confident smile subtly formed on Luke's lips. He had seen a truth that no one else could perceive. With a determined expression, Luke gave a silent command to Philip, leaving the escort speechless with astonishment at the decision to bet everything on Karen. Philip turned to Luke, his face clearly showing skepticism and strong opposition to his decision. In stark contrast, Luke's blue eyes merely narrowed, calmly observing the arena floor with a mysterious certainty. Through Luke's special eyes, Gladiator Karen erupted in a fiery aura, revealing an immense hidden power. In the arena, Brian's colossal battle axe swung down with terrifying force. A deafening metallic clang echoed as Karen unexpectedly blocked Brian's attack, stunning the entire arena. In the commentary area, the arena announcers roared in extreme excitement at the unbelievable turn of events. Karen stood firm behind her shield, deflecting every continuous attack from Brian, who was known as the Undefeated. Blocked. Brian let out a haughty laugh, showing amusement at his opponent's unexpected skill. But then, the smile vanished, and the eyes inside Brian's helmet glowed with dark purple light as he began to unleash his true power. Brian unleashed a colossal destructive energy surge, aimed directly at Karen in the stands. Philip clutched his head and cried out in despair, while Luke remained still, arms crossed, unfazed. Luke's eyes glowed as he analyzed the energy flow, realizing Karen had the upper hand in mana but wasn't using it. On the arena floor, Karen stood firm amidst the dust, her armor showing a few cracks, but she herself seemed unharmed. However, Brian's physical might prevailed, and Karen knelt, bracing herself on the sandy ground to keep from collapsing. Brian stood tall, raising both axes, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to the resilient gladiator kneeling before him in the stance. Two men identical to Philip clutched their heads in panic at the risk of losing their entire bet, while Luke remained calm, arms crossed, observing. On the arena floor, Karen swung her weapon wildly, trying to fend off the torrential attack. She strained under immense pressure, red energy glowing around her helmet as she was overwhelmed by her opponent. Pushed back, Karen's armored feet tore up the arena ground in a desperate attempt to hold her stance. Brian stood towering over the cracked ground, his gaze from above, looking down at Karen with the smugness of a victor. Despite being overwhelmed, Karen rose, her entire body flaring with red energy, refusing to give up and issuing a silent challenge. Karen's eyes through her helmet slit glowed with a determined light, signaling a change in tactics. From within Brian's helmet, purple eyes glowed as he recognized the true threat from his opponent. Karen unexpectedly unleashed her trump card, her hands drawing a complex and glowing magic circle on the ground. With a silent roar, Karen unleashed her full power, transforming the magic circle into a destructive pillar of fire. Brian was completely caught off guard, his massive body engulfed in the fierce inferno. Amidst the flames, Brian's armor was scorched and shattered, and he collapsed before the unforeseen power. In the commentary booth, the two arena announcers sprang from their seats, mouths agape in astonishment at the unbelievable turn of events. Karen stood triumphantly over Brian's wreckage, raising her victorious fist to the silent cheers of the arena. Philip burst into joy, jumping up and sobbing at the victory, while Luke could only stare, his usual composure replaced by a profound astonishment. Luke de Lacan stared in utter disbelief. The concept of magic being used in the arena shattered his understanding of the match, while Philip was overcome with victorious joy beside him. Luke remained stunned, unable to process the unbelievable turn of events. Philip, with the smugness of a winner, gestured knowingly as he explained his hypothesis that Karen must be a rare rune knight. Luke's expression hardened. He dismissed the simple explanation as a chilling realization. Began to dawn on him. The world around him dissolved into a vortex of arcane energy. As a memory resurfaced, the fundamental theory of enchanting weapons was his own creation. The memory solidified into a dark truth. This was a forbidden art, perfected with dark magic. A secret that should have died with him. The memory sharpened, pulling Luke back to a tense confrontation where Victor was desperately pleading with someone, trying to avert a disastrous decision. His plea was directed at Katarina, who stood firm and unwavering, her calm demeanor a stark contrast to the butler's panic. Back in the present, Luke observed the victorious Gigant, the memory of his encounter with Princess Reina, now casting a shadow of doubt over the entire event. In the flashback, Victor's voice faltered as he reminded Katarina of the terrible price of defeat of forced marriage to the Count. Katarina placed a hand over her heart, her voice unwavering as she declared her choice was made to save countless starving refugees. Her eyes narrowed with cold resolve, her fists clenched as she accepted the burden of being their sole hope. Victor threw his hands up in despair, his face a mask of agony as he questioned the madness of sacrificing her own future. He pointed towards the evidence of his fears, the cracked, crumbling armor of their Gigant, a machine clearly on the verge of collapse. His final, desperate question hung in the air, asking why she fought so fiercely for others, yet held no regard for her own life. Luke de Lacan signaled Philip deciding to leave, while Philip called out in surprise. He turned and walked away decisively, declaring his work done and ordering their return. Luke strode through a hangar, passing by a massive gigant undergoing repairs. He muttered to himself, his keen eyes concluding that the woman he observed was not Katerina. His gaze became distant, contemplating the plight of a princess forced to sell herself short. At the same time, Philip pointed towards the distant refugees, explaining the cruelty of a certain count. A nearby orange-haired engineer wrung his hands, sweat pouring down in despair at the burden of protecting the refugees. In another corner, Butler Victor implored Katerina, pointing out the gigant Mer would be inoperable without proper repairs. The orange-haired engineer chimed in, emphasizing the vast power disparity between Mir and the opponent's gigant. Despite the dissuasion, Katerina looked up at the towering gigant Mir before her, asserting that she could not give up. Her hands clenched, a gesture showing unwavering resolve against the prospect of defeat without a fight. Her face showed clear anguish, the weight of her decision heavy on her shoulders. Tears welled up, and she wondered in despair who would protect the vulnerable if she didn't stand up. Just then, Luke's voice rang out. He and Philip had approached the group, offering to assess the situation. Katerina startled, turning in surprise towards the voice. Luke Delakin looked straight ahead, his eyes gleaming with confidence as he made a bold assessment of Gigant Mir's condition. Victor suddenly lunged forward, spreading his arms to shield Katerina, acting as a living barrier against those he perceived as a threat. With his sword drawn, Victor pointed straight ahead, his face tense as he loudly accused the newcomers of being hired assassins. Philip placed a friendly hand on Luke's shoulder, trying to defuse the situation with a strained smile, while Luke merely showed annoyance at Victor's aggression. Still unconvinced, Victor maintained his defensive stance, his eyes full of skepticism as he questioned Luke's identity. Katerina took a decisive step forward, her tone brooking no argument, as she ordered her loyal butler to stand down. Stunned by his mistress's command, Victor lowered his weapon in bewilderment, while Katerina faced Luke, ready to converse. Katerina looked at Luke, a hint of embarrassment on her face as she admitted her desperate situation. With no other options, placing a hand over her chest, Katerina bowed solemnly, formally requesting help from the newly arrived stranger. A confident smile flickered on Luke's lips as he agreed, his gesture indicating he would verify everything himself to ensure no mistakes. Gigant Mir's massive helmet appeared, silent and covered in ancient runes, awaiting Luke's judgment. Without hesitation, Luke turned and ascended the stairs, heading straight into the dark compartment of the colossal war machine. From above, Katerina and the others watched Luke, while the gigant engineer sighed, his face filled with resignation and helplessness. The gigant engineer crossed his arms, loudly expressing his skepticism, asserting that repairing the gigant required expertise an outsider couldn't possess. Watching Luke's retreating back as he approached the machine, the engineer muttered disdainfully about the arrogance of nobles. Philip slung an arm around the gigant engineer and engineer assistant, issuing a challenge with a smug smile. He pointed towards the gigant's compartment, his eyes full of provocation, confidently declaring a bet on Luke's abilities. Angered by Philip's provocation, the gigant engineer furiously refused before his pride got the better of him, and he yelled out, accepting a double bet. Amidst the chaos, Katerina calmly raised her hand, drawing Philip's attention, who immediately turned back with an eager expression, ready to obey. Inside the compartment, Luke held up an elaborately decorated dagger, prompting Katerina to ask about its purpose. The dagger, with its white blade and exquisite golden hilt, gleamed strangely, unlike any repair tool. Philip froze, his face showing complete bewilderment at Katerina's question. Without a word of explanation, Luke plunged the dagger directly into Gigant Mir's metal casing, a surge of energy flashing from the point of contact. Philip watched Luke's destructive act in horror, his mouth agape, about to scream. Ignoring the panicked shouts of Philip and the engineers from above, Luke merely let out a troubled sigh. Luke raised his injured hand. Black blood dripping, signaling Philip to be silent and just observe. Philip clutched his head in disbelief, while the gigant engineer and his assistant were stunned by the absurd spectacle unfolding before them. From the wound on Luke's hand, blood transformed into energy, drawing an ancient, glowing red magic circle in the air. Luke stood at the center, activating a series of intricate runic circles that swirled and enveloped the entire gigant mer. A surge of dark red energy enveloped Luke, obscuring his face and emanating a terrifying magical authority. Luke DeLacan's eyes glowed bright white, his hair temporarily changing color as dark energy erupted from ancient magic circles. The energy converged on Gigant Mer's metal emblem, swirling like a black and red vortex. Luke was drawn into the center of the magical vortex, his body gradually sinking into darkness. He tensed, a silent command issued to begin the ritual of rebirth. Standing before a colossal magic circle, Luke raised his hand, commanding an unseen power to rise from the abyss. Reality blurred, taking him back to the past, where the demon king Saemon advanced alone towards an ancient tower under the waning moonlight. With a weary but unwavering gaze, Saemon trudged along the desolate stone path. Each of his steps was firm, moving towards a long-ordained destiny. Saemon stood before his motionless golem army, his loyal warriors who had fallen. He conveyed a command through his gaze, reminding them of their immortal nature and their mission to destroy their enemies. To revive the Legion, Saemon unleashed his full dark power, purple energy currents swirling to envelop the golems. In response to the summoning, the magic symbols and crystals on the golem army glowed brightly. Amidst the storm of energy, Saemon stood tall as his immortal army once again rose from the ashes. The stream of memories faded, the dark energy of the past transforming into a brilliant golden light in the present. Healing Gigant Mir rose, fully restored and radiating an aura of power. To the utter astonishment of Philip, Katerina, and the onlookers, Philip was overwhelmed with belief, while the gigant engineer clutched his head, stunned by the miracle that had just occurred. Katerina and Victor looked at each other, utterly astonished by the sight of Gigant Mir's revival. Amidst the magical aura, Luke stood there, his gaze keenly aware of the historical significance of the act he had just completed. He quietly gazed into the distance, knowing that this event would shake the entire world. Philip rushed towards Luke, absolute admiration evident on his face. But the admiration quickly turned to suspicion. Philip pointing an accusing finger at Luke for using some kind of trick. Philip's gaze turned sharp as he questioned Luke about using magic akin to dark arts to represent the Lacan family. Luke remained calm, bowing modestly to reassure everyone before offering an explanation. He looked up, crossed his arms with composure, and declared that this was a secret art hidden by the Lacan family for 500 years. The gigant engineer was utterly bewildered, stammering at the unbelievable explanation that a family of swordsmen possessed a secret magical art. Katerina and Victor stepped forward, their firm gazes showing support, asserting that saving lives was paramount. Katerina bowed her head, expressing deep gratitude and sincere remorse for previous misunderstandings. Luke smiled gently, his forgiving gaze indicating he accepted her apology. Katerina firmly took Luke's hand, earnestly wanting to tend to his wounds herself. Luke looked at her gently, accepting her offer with a slight nod. An aide rushed into the room, bearing urgent news, interrupting the conversation between Katerina, Luke, and the others. The aide bent over, panting, announcing shocking news, while Victor showed annoyance at his panic. With a desperate expression, the aide explained that he had searched everywhere but could not find their gigant pilot. Katerina froze, anxiety evident on her face as she realized her perilous situation. At the same time, in a luxurious dining room, Count Monak sat at the head of the table, receiving a report on successfully luring away the opponent's pilot. A subordinate reported that although the princess's gigant had been repaired, she now had no one to pilot it. Another servant fearfully collapsed to the floor after making a mistake, begging for forgiveness from his cruel master. Terror enveloped the servant as he desperately pleaded for a second chance. Count Monak narrowed his eyes, growling an unforgiving dismissal. demonstrating his cruelty. After dismissing the servant, Monake stood up, having lost all interest in eating, and demanded confirmation that there were no other variables. Monake's gaze turned cold and calculating, determined not to let anything stand in the way of his acquisition of Katarina. The silhouette of a cunning, powerful gigant appeared behind Monak, reflecting his dark ambitions. The scene shifted to a colossal gigant arena, dazzling under the sunlight, preparing for a grand match. In the commentary booth, two announcers began introducing the upcoming match between Princess Reina's faction and a formidable opponent. Gigant Achilles, Count Monak's magnum opus, was grandly introduced, an undefeated champion standing tall in the arena. The arena announcer frowned, his face clearly showing confusion as an unexpected development occurred. In the vast gigant arena, there was no one in sight, signaling that Gigant Meyer had not appeared for the match. Below the stands, the angry crowd roared, shaking their fists and demanding their bets back amidst the chaos. From the VIP balcony, Count Monak wore a smug smile, his eyes gleaming with malice as he gloated over his opponent's predicament. At the same time, in the waiting room, Katarina's group realized they had been trapped by Count Monak when pilot Andre disappeared without a trace. Victor angrily grabbed the messenger's collar, unable to accept that a loyal vassal could betray them. Katarina froze, realizing that even without this betrayal, the power gap between the giants was still too great an obstacle. She clenched her hands in despair, feeling the weight of a conspiracy that relied not only on strength, but also on treachery. Luke Delacan quietly looked at Katarina, aware that this defeat would mean she would be forced to marry Monak. With a silent determination, Luke stepped forward, offering help in their darkest hour. Katarina and the others turned to look at Luke, surprise evident on their faces at the unexpected offer. Philip hastily intervened, reminding Luke of the disastrous accident the last time he tried to pilot a gigant. Despite the skepticism, Luke simply offered a confident smile, a silent assurance that this time things would be different. Back in the arena, surprise erupted on the announcer's face. As a gate unexpectedly opened, a lone warrior in armor stepped out of the shadows, Luke Delacan's blonde hair flowing, ready to face the champion. In the blazing arena, an unexpected warrior stood firm against the undefeated champion Achilles, stunning the crowd. In the stands, Count Monak's hand trembled, wine sloshing in his glass as he turned to question his subordinate with an angry gaze. The aide frantically waved his hands, stammering to explain the unexpected appearance of the new combatant. Rage flared on Monak's face, his smugness turning into bitter skepticism at the reversal of fortune. Despite the chaos, Luke Delacan, in his combat armor, stepped out, his posture firm and defiant. Monak narrowed his eyes at the stranger, contempt evident as he dismissed him as a fool who didn't know his place. Meanwhile, Katarina and butler Victor rushed to the railing, sighing with relief at having arrived just in time. Katarina's gaze was fixed on the arena, anxiety evident on her face as she looked at the impending battle. On the arena floor, the size disparity between her warrior and the colossal gigant Achilles was immense. Katarina turned to look at Luke, who responded with a firm nod, a silent reassurance that everything would be all right. Luke offered a confident smile, his gaze unwavering before the mighty opponent. Katarina's gaze followed her combatant, realizing that behind the simple appearance was extraordinary skill. Inside the cockpit, Luke sat in the pilot's seat, a mischievous smile appearing as blue energy surged around his hand. Gigant Mir bravely entered the arena, facing Achilles to everyone's astonishment. The crowd in the stands looked at each other, murmurs and skeptical glances spreading throughout at the unbelievable match. Count Monak wore a contemptuous sneer. Mocking laughter echoed throughout the stands of the gigant arena, disbelieving the appearance of an underdog. On the arena floor, Gigant Mir stood there, its aged appearance becoming a target for ridicule, a silent defiance against the skepticism. Across from it, Gigant Achilles raised its golden mace, a gesture that both acknowledged its opponent's courage and showed absolute disdain. Achilles' armored hand tightened its grip on the weapon, blue energy flashing as a warning that no quarter would be given. Despite the threat, the eyes inside Gigantmare's helmet glowed steadily, a silent reply that strength would be proven by action. To challenge that confidence, Gigant Achilles charged with a terrifying force, determined to crush its opponent with the first blow. Inside the cockpit, Luke Dillican braced himself against the impact, acknowledging the opponent's astonishing power. However, Gigantmare stood firm, blocking Achilles' thunderous attack with its shield. Mare stood upright, its posture implying that brute force was not the decisive factor in the battle. Achilles looked defiant, seemingly disbelieving that such a foe could teach it about combat. Breaking the stalemate, Gigantmare suddenly counterattacked, swinging its weapon with incredible speed, leaving a golden streak in the air. The smug look on Gigant Achilles' helmet vanished, replaced by astonishment at its opponent's unbelievable speed. Achilles unleashed a powerful sweeping blow, but Mare easily ducked to evade, moving with the agility of a dancer rather than a war machine. Achilles stared at its weapon, stunned by the incredible agility of the opponent who had just dodged the attack. After a narrow dodge, Philip inside Gigantmare gasped, realizing the true danger he was facing. Meanwhile, inside Achilles' cockpit, the pilot sneered mockingly. Though a bead of sweat hinted at nascent tension, he quickly dismissed his doubts, silently acknowledging Philip's skill, but still believing in absolute victory. To assert dominance, Achilles unleashed a barrage of furious attacks, determined to crush its opponent with pure might. Yet, Mare moved with incredible agility, gliding through the storm of attacks like a phantom on the battlefield. From the stands, Count Manak's face contorted in anger, his fists clenched at the Golden Warrior's helplessness. Achilles swung its massive mace down, a devastating blow that only struck empty air as Mare dodged once more. Achilles' fury continued to pour onto the arena, its attacks meant to swiftly end the match. Contrary to all expectations, Mare turned the assault into a spectacular display of evasion, letting no blow touch it. On the royal balcony, Victor clung to the railing in panic, while Katerina looked down with a worried gaze. Katerina tried to reassure the butler, while Luke Dillican merely observed silently, his faith in Philip unwavering. Luke's gaze remained steady. He knew Philip's extensive battle experience was the key to overcoming this challenge. On the arena floor, Achilles pursued frantically, its pilot roaring out hopeless provocations. The arrogance on Achilles' pilot's face vanished, replaced by extreme skepticism at the opponent's endless endurance. Having endured enough, Philip focused his will, preparing to unleash a decisive counterattack from within Gigantmare. Seizing the opportunity, Philip maneuvered Mare to charge, swinging its sword in a surprise attack on Achilles. After the collision, Philip gazed intently at his opponent, a glimmer of hope appearing on his face. For a moment, a hooded shadow with glowing red eyes appeared, issuing a silent challenge that disconcerted Philip. Provoked, Achilles roared mechanically, channeling all its power into its gleaming golden mace, preparing for a destructive blow. In the commentary booth, the two announcers sprang from their seats, shouting in extreme excitement at the impending finishing blow. In the cockpit, Achilles' pilot sneered contemptuously, certain of victory. Achilles' mace struck down, creating a terrifying explosion that engulfed the entire arena floor. Amidst the smoke and dust, Achilles soared into the air, while Mare was thrown across the ground. However, as the smoke cleared, Achilles' pilot froze, the smug look on his face turning into extreme skepticism. Below, Mare still stood firm, its sword plunged into the ground for balance, facing a helmet-damaged Achilles. Determined to win for his young lord, Philip activated his latent power, causing golden energy lines to glow brightly across Mare's armor. At the same time, fury erupted on Achilles' pilot's face. He also unleashed his full power, causing golden energy to envelop the cockpit. In the arena, Mare stood upright, its entire body glowing, ready for a true confrontation. Elsewhere, a blonde-haired, red-eyed commander watched the match on a screen, a smile of amusement appearing as he acknowledged Mir's power. In the VIP area, Count Monarch lost his composure, yelling at a communication screen displaying the blonde-haired commander's face from his observation room. Count Monarch roared an angry command through the communication device, his face contorted with rage. At the command center, the blonde-haired commander flinched at the order, then quickly activated a command on his glowing console. In the arena, Gigant Achilles responded to the command by erupting with energy, promising a spectacular finishing move. In response, Gigant Meyer suddenly stomped the ground, a tactical move to abandon a fair duel. Ignoring the ploy, Achilles swung its massive mace in a destructive arc. Determined to end the match immediately, Mir raised its round shield high, preparing to withstand the overwhelming attack. Inside the cockpit, Achilles' pilot smirked smugly, certain of an inevitable victory. The mace collided with the shield, creating a terrifying explosion that shook the entire arena. As the smoke and dust cleared, Achilles' pilot's smug expression turned into utter shock upon realizing the target had vanished. In a flash, Mir appeared at Achilles' flank, its sword glowing brightly and aimed directly at the golden giant's head. The surprise attack struck its mark, causing sparks to fly from Achilles' damaged helmet. Mir, now enveloped in a golden aura, executed a sword technique with astonishing speed and precision. Memories of an undefeated legend who had vanished 3 years prior flashed through the minds of the spectators. The legendary Black Knight's phantom sword technique reappeared, completely overwhelming the champion Achilles. In the stands, a commentator's jaw dropped, utterly stunned by the incredible performance that had just unfolded. The two arena announcers shouted into their microphones, their faces a mix of astonishment and extreme excitement at the unprecedented event that had just occurred. Under the lights of the Gigant Arena, Mir stood proudly on the arena floor, while its invincible opponent, Achilles, lay defeated at its feet. In the stands, the crowd erupted, chanting the new champion's name in a collective frenzy. Amidst the sea of people, 2 young fans jumped up, raising their fists to celebrate Mir's incredible victory. On the arena floor, Achilles' pilot, still in shock, faced Mir and realized a truth even more horrifying than defeat. In the command center, the dark-haired commander froze, his red eyes wide as he recognized the legendary identity of the victor. From inside Mir's helmet, Philip acknowledged his identity as the Black Knight, explaining his actions were simply to help the underdog. Philip asked Achilles' pilot to keep his identity a secret, and the pilot bitterly agreed, knowing his career was over. In the VIP area, Butler Victor couldn't hold back tears of joy, while Katerina smiled at him, and Luc de Lacan merely observed coolly with his arms crossed. Luc de Lacan subtly smirked, a calculating glint in his eyes as he watched the emotional scene unfold before him. Katerina also couldn't help herself. She raised a hand to wipe away the happy tears streaming down her cheeks. While everyone was still celebrating, Luc de Lacan quietly turned, ascended the steps, and left the stands. His steps suddenly halted, his attention drawn to something else. He stood before a giant electronic board displaying betting odds, his gaze sweeping across the complex numbers. A smug and cunning smile spread across Luc de Lacan's lips, revealing that the recent victory was entirely part of his plan. Amidst the flashing numbers confirming an unexpected 21-1 volts victory, Luc de Lacan's eyes emitted a powerful blue light, a smug smile evident on his lips. The clear blue sky signaled that a new day had begun. At the harbor, Luc de Lacan signaled to Katerina, Victor, and Philip that it was time for them to depart. Katerina and Victor bowed in deep gratitude, while Philip stood beside them, holding a large, seemingly heavy bag. Luc de Lacan dismissed their thanks with a calm smile, downplaying his role in the matter. Katerina looked apologetic, feeling she couldn't adequately repay the immense help they had received. Luc de Lacan smiled to reassure her, while in the background, Philip cheerfully waved goodbye to his princess before running off. He explained that the attention they had drawn forced him to leave, to protect his secret identity. Katerina bowed her head, her face worried as she realized her actions might have caused trouble for their savior. Luke Delacan reassured her once more, but also warned that she should leave as soon as possible. At the same time, elsewhere, rage flared in the eyes of Count Manak, their defeated enemy. His anger was unleashed on a subordinate, Monakshu cruelly pressing down on the man's head, trembling with rage. Monak gnashed his teeth, plotting revenge while keeping his foot on the prostrate subordinate. Back at the harbor, Victor earnestly agreed with Luke's advice, emphasizing the need to leave before Count Monak had an excuse to detain them. With a sincere gesture, Luke Delacan explained a harsh truth to Katerina. She couldn't save everyone, even if she stayed. Luke Delacan offered serious advice, his eyes showing calculation for the future, suggesting Katerina should step back. Katerina smiled faintly, a knowing yet resolute smile, showing she understood the situation. She gently stroked her hair, her gaze soft yet unwavering, asserting that leaving now was difficult for her. Luke Delacan was slightly surprised by her resolve, listening as she expressed her responsibility to her people and her desire to help them. A subtle smile appeared on Luke Delacan's lips. He accepted her decision with quiet understanding. On the pier, Katerina and Luke Delacan held hands, a respectful farewell gesture promising a future reunion. Katerina's ship cut through the waves, beginning its journey out of the harbor. Her ship sailed out to the open sea, heading towards her homeland and the distant castle, leaving behind the promise of becoming a hero. Back on his ship's deck, Luke Delacan crossed his arms, his gaze coldly questioning the gigant engineer about his and his assistant's presence. Moments earlier, the gigant engineer and his assistant had argued fiercely over a reckless bet concerning the lack of mages to repair the gigant. The gigant engineer, with a bewildered expression, naively suggested that Luke Delacan repair the machine himself. Luke Delacan turned, his eyes sharp as knives, uttering a contemptuous remark about the engineer's foolishness and low status. Scolded, the gigant engineer could only shout in helplessness as Luke Delacan's ship continued its voyage. Meanwhile, at the Delacan estate, the atmosphere grew tense as uninvited guests arrived. Merchant Darren stood in the main hall, gloating, as the servants panicked while his guards began seizing assets to settle debts. With an angry expression, Merchant Darren leveled accusations of cowardice and desertion. Darren's rage peaked as he roared, but he was cut short by the appearance of a stranger. Darren startled and turned, facing a young man who confidently introduced himself as Philip, the young lord's escort knight. Darren narrowed his eyes, skepticism evident on his face as he assessed the young knight. Amidst the cluttered room, Darren crossed his arms, questioning Philip about his master's absence. Philip casually replied that he was there to deliver something, leaving Darren utterly bewildered. Philip opened a chest, revealing a glittering golden treasure within. Darren's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe the immense wealth that had just appeared before him, standing amidst the courtyard overflowing with golden chests. Darren was stunned as he realized his plan to seize the fiefdom had vanished into thin air. While the gigant engineer and his assistant watched with concern, Philip grandly ordered the engineer and assistant to load the gold onto the carriage for Darren. Asserting the authority of a representative, Darren's demeanor abruptly changed. He stammered, waving his hands in refusal, trying to show respect by saying he would wait for the young lord. A smug smile flickered on Philip's lips. He had seen through Darren's intentions. Philip slowly drew out a scroll, preparing for his next move. He held the scroll towards Darren, declaring it a direct message from the young lord. As the message was read, Darren's face turned pale with horror. He was enveloped by the image of flames, symbolizing the deadly warning that he was now a trespasser. Philip grandly quoted noble law from a document, declaring the right to execute trespassers. A hateful image of Luke Delacan appeared, conveying the merciless intent to kill behind the declaration. Philip concluded the message with a deadly warning, his cold gaze allowing no resistance before the final ultimatum. Merchant Darren was stunned, his face contorted with extreme horror. Without a moment's hesitation, the carriage wheels spun rapidly, kicking up dust in a panicked retreat. As Darren's convoy hastily retreated, Philip shouted a final taunt at them, turning back to Knight Commander Rogers and the others. Philip looked smug. Boasting about successfully instilling fear, he joyfully announced a great achievement he and Luke had just accomplished. Philip's elation abruptly died as he noticed the angry reactions from those around him. With rage flaring, Rogers lunged at Philip, roaring questions about the sale of Lacan's statue. Rogers and Dixon grabbed Philip, interrogating him fiercely. While Hans tried to intervene in vain, Rogers brushed aside all explanations, closing in and snarling, demanding a straightforward answer. Cornered, Philip blurted out a desperate confession. The scene abruptly shifted to black crows with glowing red eyes cawing in the darkness, signaling an ill omen. Amidst the gloomy night, the Demon King's tower loomed, a fortress of dark power. Luke DeLacan pushed open the heavy door. Stepping into a vast hall shrouded in darkness and dust, he stepped through the rubble, his frown showing dissatisfaction with the desolate state of the place. With a decisive snap of his fingers, Luke unleashed an invisible surge of energy. The ancient wall lamps along the corridor flared back to life, dispelling the darkness. The light revealed the full decay of the grand hall, with tattered banners and shattered furnishings before a large staircase. Luke gazed at the ruined scene with a sad smile, his eyes distant, reality blurred, taking him back to the past, where Samon and Katerina were happily sitting on these very steps. Back in the present, a gentle smile flickered on Luke's lips. Empowered by the memory, his expression hardened with resolve. He strode up the stairs with an unspoken purpose. Inside a cluttered office, Luke headed straight for a bookshelf, knowing exactly what he needed to find. He exhaled, placing his gloved hand on a wooden panel, concentrating his energy. An intricate matrix of purple light flared from his hand, enveloping him as ancient mechanisms activated. A section of the wall trembled and split apart, revealing a massive, intricately carved stone door. The vault door opened fully, Luke standing before the dark entrance with a look of relief and triumph. A confident smile appeared on Luke's face as he prepared to reclaim what was his. Luke DeLacan descended the stone stairs, holding a blue magical torch, his expression resolute with a clear objective. He paused before a large, ornate door, determined to enact the only solution he knew. Luke raised his hand, dark purple energy pouring forth to break the seal on the door. The heavy door slowly opened, revealing a dark, dusty space within. He stepped into the vast chamber, a place that had been forgotten for 5 centuries. With a satisfied smile, Luke raised the torch as if greeting an unseen guardian who had performed their duty well. His gaze focused on a large jar placed on an altar, inside which a red gemstone glowed faintly amidst a magic circle. A smug smile appeared on Luke's lips as he confronted the imprisoned entity. He called the name of the sealed guardian, Demon Haurith, and the gemstone inside the jar vibrated in response. The present scene dissolved, taking him back 5 centuries to a gloomy, moonlit tower in the demon territory. Here, Samon, with brown hair and round glasses, was single-handedly fending off attackers with 2 defensive magic circles. He coldly uttered the name of a deadly spell, his red eyes fixed on the target. A destructive surge of magical energy erupted from Samon's position, sweeping away everything around him. After the attack, Samon stood firm amidst the chaos, dark energy still swirling around him. He looked at the surviving enemies with a scrutinizing gaze, the power of a ruler emanating from him. In the throne room, High Demon Haurith sighed in boredom, revealing her sharp fangs. Haurith leaned back, her red eyes sweeping over the intruder, a raised eyebrow showing disappointment at the warrior she had heard of, standing alone before the throne. Samon faced Haurith and her armored guards, his silence a challenge. With a smug gesture, Haurith stroked her hair, condescendingly granting the mortal permission to ask questions. Samon remained motionless, his indifferent expression unshaken by the demon's arrogance. A cunning smile spread across Haurith's lips, her eyes gleaming as she believed herself to be in complete control. Samon tilted his head slightly, a fleeting sarcastic smirk appearing as he looked directly at Haurith. He pointed indifferently towards her, a silent provocative gesture implying that her rank was only commensurate with her bluster. Offended, rage flared across Horath's face, dark red energy radiating from her body. At Horath's silent command, her scythe-wielding guard immediately assumed an attack stance. Horath's entire guard force simultaneously raised their weapons, ready to tear apart the one who had offended their mistress, just as they were about to charge. The ground beneath Seimon's feet cracked open with a surge of purple energy. From within the earth, a colossal stone golem with glowing crystals emerged, ready for battle. A sinister smile appeared on Seimon's face as he revealed his trump card. Horath froze, her anger replaced by utter shock as she realized she had fatally underestimated her opponent. Amidst the chaotic hall, Seimon and his golem army faced Horath's guards, who were screaming in terror. Seimon unleashed a wave of dark purple energy, sweeping away all obstacles in its path. Horath retaliated furiously, shattering one of Seimon's stone golems with a powerful kick. After the sweep, only Seimon's golems remained standing amidst the fallen guards. While Horath watched silently from her throne, Seimon and Horath's eyes met. A silent, murderous confrontation began. Both charged at each other with terrifying speed. Seimon's purple energy and Horath's red energy colliding violently. A terrifying explosion engulfed the hall, marking the escalation of the battle. As the smoke and dust cleared, a scene of devastation was revealed with fallen guards and golem fragments scattered about. On top of the rubble, Seimon and Horath continued their fight, darkness enveloping them. To end the fight, Seimon seized Horath by the neck, but she only gritted her teeth in defiance instead of fear. With a powerful gesture, Seimon lifted Horath off the ground, completely dominating her. The memory stream reached its climax as Seimon cast a spell, transforming Horath's body into a glowing red gemstone. Reality returned. Luc de Lacan gazed thoughtfully at the glass vial containing the gemstone, which was Horath's sealed form. With a decisive resolve, Luc began to open the vial, preparing to absorb the powerful demonic energy within. He smiled confidently, while an illusion of a hideous monster appeared behind him, signaling the danger of his impending action. Luc de Lacan held the red gemstone, explaining that he couldn't absorb it before because it was too dangerous. He smirked confidently, expressing the irony of having to use it after 5 centuries. Now that he had a safe method, as soon as he began, an intense pain surged. Luc de Lacan's face contorted in agony as dark energy erupted around him. He staggered, his body nearly collapsing under the pressure of the demonic energy surging from the magic circle beneath his feet. The real world faded, his feet now standing on a desolate, unfamiliar land. Luc de Lacan's eyes widened in astonishment. Realizing he had been pulled into another dimension, the scene expanded, showing him standing alone amidst a desolate spiritual realm, an endless desert of consciousness. He quickly regained his composure, sighing in relief as he realized he hadn't been devoured by the demonic energy. Luc de Lacan's eyes suddenly narrowed, detecting another presence in this space. In the distance, Horath sat in a meditative pose, an aura of glowing red energy enveloping her. Sensing the intrusion, Horath opened her eyes, turning with a sharp and scrutinizing gaze. Luc de Lacan faced Horath, his figure towering in contrast to her small form in this spiritual realm. He gritted his teeth, struggling against the pressure of Horath's energy. Keenly aware of the current body's weakness, Horath stood up, her authoritative demeanor undiminished. Despite 500 years of imprisonment, her demonic energy still immensely powerful. With a confident smile, Luc de Lacan made a silent declaration, his eyes indicating he was here not to fight, but to negotiate. In the ethereal spiritual space, Horath's glowing red eyes opened, filled with surprise as she recognized the intruder. With a silent roar, Horath lunged, easily pinning Luc de Lacan to the ground and seizing his neck, her eyes radiating absolute contempt. Leaning in close, Horath smirked smugly, inquiring about Luc's purpose with undisguised condescension. Despite being choked, Luc de Lacan maintained a defiant calm, his eyes meeting hers without a hint of fear. Horath's smile grew more sinister, showing amusement at his stubbornness. A mocking question appearing in her eyes, her gaze swept over Luke's frail body. A silent taunt about his fragility. Harith's hand tightened, centuries of imprisoned rage flaring as she looked at her former foe lying helpless beneath her. She continued her silent monologue, contempt and sarcasm evident on her face. As she looked at the one who came to beg for her power, she tilted her head, a taunting gesture, forcing Luke to acknowledge the ridiculous irony of the situation. Luke grimaced in pain, air slowly depleting as he struggled against the deadly grip. Despite the pain, a flicker of determination appeared, and he used his free hand to grasp Harith's wrist, preventing her from tightening her grip further. Even in a disadvantaged position, Luke offered a confident smile, posing a silent, meaningful question. Harith's contemptuous smile vanished, replaced by confusion and surprise at Luke's sudden change in demeanor. Luke's smile grew more cunning. He looked directly into her eyes, conveying a message that he knew she needed his body to exist and wouldn't dare kill him. Harith's confusion turned into calculated curiosity. She narrowed her eyes, indicating her willingness to hear his offer. Harith's sharp-clawed hand reached out, radiating dark energy right before the astonished Luke Delacan. With a condescending gesture, Harith patted Luke's shoulder, acknowledging his courage with a contemptuous smile. Harith's face filled the frame, her glowing red eyes gleaming with cruel amusement as she prepared to strike. A circle of magical energy around Luke Delacan shattered into pieces, signifying that his power had been crushed. Despite the situation, Luke Delacan looked up with confidence, making a bold offer that made Harith pause in thought. In response to that arrogance, Harith snapped her fingers decisively, opting for a simpler and more brutal solution. Dark energy erupted from Harith, coiling around Luke Delacan and making him writhe in pain. Harith's towering figure stood behind, looking down at Luke writhing like a deity observing prey. Enjoying her amusement, Luke gritted his teeth, his body bound by tendrils of dark energy, struggling against the encroaching mind control. Harith rested her chin casually, observing Luke's struggle with a smug smile, as if watching an entertaining play. Under the magical pressure, Luke collapsed, his hair obscuring his expression as Harith mocked his vanished pride. Suddenly, Luke lifted his head with a defiant smirk, his eyes showing that the pain had not broken his will. Harith clenched her hand, increasing the pressure on Luke while questioning his lost power. But her face began to show confusion. Even when overwhelmed, Luke stood firm amidst the dark energy, his back exuding an unyielding resilience. The smug look on Harith's face completely vanished, replaced by astonishment and surprise at Luke's defiant attitude. Harith realized her target had escaped her mental control. Her hand clenched in surprise as the red energy dissipated. An imposing image of Saemon with glowing purple eyes appeared, demonstrating an iron will that could not be subdued by mind control magic. Overwhelmed by the sudden mental power, Harith staggered back, astonishment clearly visible on her face. Harith's eyes widened, a gasp of astonishment escaping as she realized the true caliber of her opponent. Harith's astonishment quickly turned into a smile of delight. Her hands clasped together as she realized she had found an interesting subject. In the fiery spiritual space, Luke Delacan knelt on one knee, his calm gaze fixed on Harith, who stood behind him with a smug expression. Harith winked mischievously, admitting she had underestimated Luke's power, but still maintaining an air of superiority. Luke looked up with a challenging smile, provoking Harith as she closed her eyes, annoyed by the fact that he had reached a level of power she could not shake. Luke stood up, his gestures exuding unwavering confidence, asserting that this battle was not yet over. With an ambitious smile, Luke declared his intention to change the world, a statement that caught Harith's attention. A cunning smile appeared on Harith's lips as she considered the offer and the potential of the man before her. Harith posed a challenging question, wanting to confirm if Luke was capable enough to reach the pinnacle of power with her help. Harith moved closer, placing her hands on Luke's shoulder and chest, a gesture both intimate and possessive. Assessing his confidence, convinced by Luke's audacity, Harith decided to bet on him, entrusting him with the task of destroying the world. A surge of dark energy flowed from Harith into Luke's body, marking the beginning of a fated pact between the two powerful beings. Luke Delaken, enveloped in dark energy, wore a smug smile, accepting the pact with a promise not to disappoint the other party. From the shadows, Harith responded with a calculating smile, confirming their agreement was set. Harith's voice echoed in the disintegrating spiritual space, a final warning issued before the pact took effect. Back in reality, Luke gasped for breath, leaning his hands on a magical altar. His body exhausted after the intense mental battle, he lifted his head, sweat trickling down his temples. His eyes still dazed as he regained his composure after absorbing the new power. To verify, Luke summoned a stream of purple dark flame from his hand. Aiming it at a small candlestick to test his newly acquired power, he stood amidst the vortex of demonic energy, his gaze intently analyzing the purple flame. Assessing the nature and level of his new power, an intricate magic circle flared on his palm, and Luke smiled confidently, realizing the immense potential he now held. With renewed determination, he stepped out from behind the curtain, his gaze fixed forward. Ready for the next action, Luke pulled the curtain aside, revealing a vast and more mysterious space beyond the room. He raised his hand towards a colossal stone gate, channeling dark energy into it to activate an ancient mechanism. The heavy stone gate slowly opened under the influence of magic, revealing a passage into darkness. Without hesitation, Luke stepped through the threshold. Entering the newly unlocked relic area, he advanced to the center of a colossal ritual stone platform, issuing a silent command to awaken something that had slumbered for centuries. Luke pressed his gloved hand onto the cold ground, channeling his energy deep into the relic's core to begin the ritual. Luke Delacan hovered in midair, the focal point of a massive, intricate magic circle, bursting with purple energy. With a smug smile, Luke issued a silent command, his eyes gleaming with power. In response to his summons, colossal shadow golems rose from the ground, their purple eyes glowing menacingly amidst the dark mist. Meanwhile, at Count Monac's magnificent mansion in Lamer, a tense atmosphere prevailed. Inside, a brutal punch landed squarely on Mylan's face, demonstrating unforgiving punishment. Count Monac sat on his chair, placing a hand on Mylan's kneeling head, his tone icy as he questioned his subordinate's failure. Held tightly by Monac's guards, Mylan could only bow his head in submission, not daring to look up at his enraged master. Monac narrowed his eyes, suspicion evident on his face as he analyzed Mylan's excuse. Sensing something was amiss with this defeat, desperate, Mylan placed his hand on his chest and swore absolute loyalty, trying to convince his master of his innocence. A sinister and cruel smile spread across Monac's lips, his eyes flashing with deadly red light as he dismissed Mylan's oath of honor. At his master's command, a guard unhesitatingly drew his sword, preparing to execute Mylan. To the victim's utter horror, facing the blade at his throat, Mylan screamed in panic, ready to reveal anything to cling to his life. Surrounded by guards, Mylan stammered out an account of a past confrontation with an undefeated knight to prove the value of his information. Under the cold blade, Mylan was forced to admit that the identity of the mysterious knight remained unknown. Monac listened thoughtfully, his sharp gaze indicating he was processing the new information and calculating his next move. With a cold verdict, Count Monac raised his sword high, ready to execute the terrified kneeling Mylan as his guards aimed their weapons menacingly. A desperate plea went unheard as the blade swung down with deadly speed. Outside, a red-haired aide informed Count Monac of Princess Reina's decision to stay in the Lamer fief. Upon learning the reason was due to refugees, Monac ordered his subordinates to closely monitor all of the princess's movements. Monac's eyes gleamed with calculation as he prepared to issue a more important command. Standing before his elite guards, Monac ordered them to investigate the identity of the person who controlled Gigant Mir. Rage flared in Monac's crimson eyes as he clenched his fist, ordering them to find the enemy's whereabouts at all costs. Manak decided to personally confront the one who dared to stand in his way, his elite guards standing behind him, ready to deploy. Elsewhere, an image of the Lacan family's golden past appeared, showing a prosperous town by the river. But reality was a scene of desolation, as the land was now nothing but ruins. Luc de Lacan stood on a rocky outcrop, silently looking down at his fiefdom on the verge of ruin. He turned, his sharp gaze directed at another person, questioning the dire situation before them. Tied up, Accountant Dixon watched in horror as Luc de Lacan held a sharp dagger to him. Luc brandished his sword, accusing Dixon of being responsible for the problem, with a confident yet threatening expression, tears streaming down his face. Dixon desperately cried out that he had tried his best. Pleading in fear, Luc de Lacan held his sword aloft, the cold blade stopping just above the head of the weeping. Pleading Dixon, he lowered his sword, a sinister smile fleetingly appearing as he revealed he had thoroughly investigated the accountant's past. Dixon, still tied up, looked back with a bewildered expression at the remark about his empire-recognized talent. Luc pointed out Dixon's puzzling choice to refuse other fiefdoms, causing the accountant to mistake it for a compliment and bow in gratitude. Luc continued to praise Dixon's ability to complete 10 years of ledgers in a single day without error. Hearing that he was useful, a smug and relieved smile appeared on Dixon's face, swelling with pride. Dixon puffed out his chest, boasting about his innate talent for mental arithmetic. As Dixon was engrossed in boasting, Luc coldly cut him off, his eyes darkening as he pointed out that was precisely the problem. Dixon's joy vanished, replaced by utter shock and confusion. Without explanation, Luc suddenly grabbed Dixon by the collar, lifting him up with a merciless swing. Luc threw Dixon's tied body straight down the cliff. As Dixon was still falling, Luc calmly threw 2 blue explosive orbs that rolled down the slope after it. The 2 orbs exploded violently at the foot of the cliff, creating a cloud of thick dust. Amidst the dissipating smoke, Dixon lay face down on the ground, charred rope fragments scattered around him. He lifted his head, his face contorted with horror and incomprehension as to why he was treated this way. Amidst a desolate slum, Dixon was stunned to realize the harsh truth about the fiefdom, the poverty of the people, exemplified by a gaunt boy holding a bowl of thin soup, was in stark contrast to the numbers in his report. Dixon couldn't believe his eyes, for according to his calculations, such a dilapidated place could not exist. Luc de Lacan coldly questioned the prostrate Dixon, forcing him to confront the reality he had overlooked. Luc pointed to the suffering people, emphasizing that human lives could not be summarized by soulless numbers. With a sharp gaze, Luc issued an ultimatum: find the cause of this decay, or be dismissed. Dixon was stunned by the threat, while Luc wore a knowing smile, offering an even worse alternative. Given a chance, Dixon immediately ran towards the people, proudly declaring his identity from the Lacan family. Luc de Lacan observed from a distance, his eyes revealing a plan greater than merely improving living conditions. He was determined to reform this place, a strategic move to consolidate his own power. Luc turned and left, leaving Dixon busy collecting information from the desperate residents. At the same time, in a luxurious mansion, an angry shout rang out, questioning Philip about Luc's behavior. Philip, bound and terrified, stammered confirmation that Luc had indeed paid off the debt by gambling. In the hall, the Lacan retainers whispered in panic, fearing the family's reputation would collapse. A blonde noble clenched his fists in rage, while butler Hans stood by, his face showing extreme distress. Rogers gritted his teeth in fury, growling his guard's name. Tightly bound, Philip flinched in fear, stammering a reply to the command. Standing with the angry blonde noble and a retainer, Rogers crossed his arms, sternly questioning whether the young lord's identity had been revealed. Philip hastily denied it, trying to assert that he wouldn't act so thoughtlessly. An accusation rang out, questioning Philip's audacity to use a weapon against the Lacan family's sole heir. Realizing his fatal mistake, Philip's face turned pale with extreme horror, losing all patience. Rogers swung his sword towards Philip, under the contemptuous gaze of the angry blonde noble. The Lacan retainer tremblingly explained that even if the identity wasn't revealed, the trouble wasn't over. In a fleeting thought, the image of Count Monac appeared, sinister and malicious, a lurking threat in the shadows. The retainer's fear peaked as he envisioned Monac's elite guards, a force they couldn't possibly contend with. Rogers mused, realizing they had handed a warmonger like Monac a perfect excuse for war on a silver platter. Amidst the tense discussion, a pair of decisive leather boots entered the room, drawing everyone's attention. Rogers, the angry blonde noble, and the retainer were all stunned, disbelieving their eyes at this sudden appearance. Luc de Lacan stood there, calmly facing his accusers, questioning them in turn about the commotion they were causing. With a cold gaze, Luc de Lacan posed a sharp question, forcing them to confront their own cowardice. Rogers tried to justify his fear, emphasizing that they were merely being realistic. He crossed his arms, asserting that their military strength was no match for Count Monac, and that Luc's actions had put the family in danger. Luc de Lacan turned, his cold gaze sweeping over the accusing crowd. He questioned them with contempt, asking if they had earned their heroic titles by flattering the powerful. Rogers froze, shocked by the reminder of their glorious past, when they fought for justice against all odds. A bald retainer stepped forward, attempting to defend their loyalty, but his words were cut short. Luc coldly asked a single question that silenced the retainer whether those issues had been resolved. Luc sighed in exasperation, mocking their short-sightedness for focusing solely on his gambling. The bald retainer frantically explained that the family's reputation would collapse if people knew they paid debts with gambling winning. His rage erupted. Luc roared, pointing directly at the retainer's face and asking if reputation could feed the people. He declared their duty was to protect the people, who were starving and leaving due to unbearable living conditions. Luc's words struck like a hammer, making the retainer bow his head in shame, a tear rolling down his cheek. Luc turned his back, his voice icy, as he declared that everything would change from now on. He issued a stern ultimatum, stating that anyone unable to follow his orders could leave. The bald retainer turned back to Luc, his face pale with horror at the ruthless declaration of dismissal. A bald retainer hastily ran after Luc de Lacan, urgently raising his hand to justify the family's loyalty. Luc de Lacan exhaled contemptuously, his gaze turning sharp with unshakable resolve. Luc's gaze shifted to Philip, who was kneeling in the hall, tightly bound with ropes, his face utterly bewildered. Philip stared back blankly, confusion evident on his face, not understanding why he was being praised in this situation. Luc de Lacan then turned to face Rogers, making an offer that stunned the Knight Commander. Rogers stammered, trying to find words to ask about the young lord's true intentions, but unable to utter a sound. A smug and calculating smile spread across Luc de Lacan's lips as he revealed his plan. Both Rogers and Philip were stunned when Luc declared the Knight Captain position would be decided by a duel. Philip cried out in despair, tears streaming down his face as he vehemently protested having to fight the very uncle who taught him swordsmanship. Rogers gestured for Philip to be silent, his gaze hardening as he turned to Luc with a nod, accepting the challenge. With a confident smile, Rogers asserted that this was his chance to prove his strength. Luc de Lacan smirked in response, his eyes filled with challenge and anticipation. The scene shifted to a vast training ground, where Philip and Rogers stood facing each other, preparing for the decisive duel. Philip, now untied, gripped his sword hilt tightly, his gaze shifting from despair to steely determination. Rogers responded with a confident smile, drawing his sword from its scabbard, ready for battle. Philip and Rogers faced each other, eyes sparking, the air as taut as a bowstring before the life or death duel. With a smug smile, Rogers took his stance, the confidence of a seasoned warrior evident as he prepared to face his nephew. Beneath the stone walls of the training ground, Luc de Lacan sat with crossed arms, his cold gaze observing the two combatants. Philip gripped his sword tightly, anxiety evident on his face as he gathered his courage to prepare for the first strike. From a distance, Luc de Lacan subtly furrowed his brow, analyzing Philip's hesitation and assessing Roger's strength. Suddenly, Philip's anxiety vanished, replaced by a surge of fiery red energy enveloping his body. His eyes becoming sharp, Luc de Lacan's eyes flashed blue as he recognized a hidden potential just awakened within Philip. Rogers charged, unleashing an illusory sword strike, leaving a deadly red streak in the air. No longer afraid, Philip's eyes also glowed blue. He calmly observed his opponent's attack and prepared to counter. Philip flinched slightly, quickly processing the speed and power in his uncle's attack. Rogers offered a smile of approval, silently acknowledging that Philip's skills had far exceeded his expectations. In response, Philip roared with determination, asserting his new power as the red energy around him intensified. An explosion of energy shook the ground as Philip unleashed his counterattack, its force shattering the stone floor. The confidence on Roger's face shattered, replaced by extreme astonishment. Trapped within Philip's sword trails, Rogers stood stunned, completely overwhelmed by his nephew's incredible power. With a smug smile, Rogers unleashed a series of blue sword illusions surrounding Philip. Philip retaliated, his body flaring with fiery red energy as he lunged into the air to attack. Rogers smirked, a fleeting acknowledgement appearing on his face as he recognized his nephew's potential. Suddenly, Rogers grabbed Philip by the collar, his gaze shifting from approval to the sternness of a teacher. To prove that potential alone wasn't enough, Rogers delivered a powerful blow, sending Philip sprawling to the ground in an explosion of energy. Philip lay sprawled on the ground, his mouth agape in a silent scream of pain. Rogers calmly stepped forward, giving Philip no time to recover. With a ruthless kick, Rogers sent Philip's helpless body flying into the air. Philip fell heavily to the ground, sliding across the stone floor in an uncontrolled posture. Despite being overwhelmed, Philip gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with an unyielding determination. Struggling to his feet, Philip let out a silent roar of defiance, asserting that he hadn't given up yet. The next moment, his defiance was extinguished by a cold blade pressed against his throat. Rogers stood towering over the kneeling Philip, decisively ending the match. Under Luc de Lacan's observing gaze, Philip stared at his reflection on the blade, sweat beading as he was forced to accept defeat. Rogers turned towards Luc de Lacan, his eyes seeking approval, as if asking if the performance was enough to satisfy the young lord. Rogers, with an overwhelming aura, asserted his position as Knight Commander. Luc de Lacan observed, a delighted and mischievous smile appearing as his eyes glowed strangely. On the vast training ground, the Lacan Knights began their endurance run under Luc's supervision. Rogers, now having shed his cloak, ran alongside the knights, roaring harsh encouragements for them not to give up. To remind the knights, Rogers pointed towards the observing Luc, shouting an order that forced them to exert all their strength. Luc rested his chin on his hand, his gaze pensive as he assessed someone's failure, a fleeting disappointment on his face. Meanwhile, Philip was performing a handstand as punishment, bitterly acknowledging the superior strength of his uncle. Roger, still upside down, Philip desperately realized his own weakness. While Luc quietly observed from a distance, Luc de Lacan broke the silence, his voice ringing out, calling Philip's name decisively. Hearing his name, Philip looked up from his inverted position, surprise and a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. A tear of emotion and determination began to roll down the young knight's eye. Philip gripped Luc's gloved hand with all his might, an unspoken pledge made, with tears streaming down his cheeks. Philip braced himself, vowing to become a protective sword worthy of his master's trust. Luc ordered Philip to join the training, and the young knight immediately sprang up, rushing into the ranks, standing alone. Luc crossed his arms, his gaze becoming contemplative as he pondered the latent power within his family's warrior lineage. The gigant engineer enthusiastically patted Rogers on the shoulder, praising the talent of the young knights in the family. However, A glance at the majestic yet desolate Lacan mansion under the sunset revealed a less than bright future. Inside, Hans was stunned, cold sweat breaking out as he realized his master's unimaginable actions. The room containing the family's treasures was now empty and chaotic. Evidence that they had been sold off, the retainers quietly carried out the remaining items, their faces showing clear confusion and worry. Hans rushed into the office, confronting Luc de Lacan and the retainers carrying items. Demanding an explanation for the family's dishonor, Luc de Lacan, completely unshaken, coldly looked at a piece of paper, declaring that he would do anything as long as it generated money. In a fit of rage, Hans slammed his hands onto the table. Unable to believe this insult, he roared, questioning Luc, despair and anger evident on his face. Trembling with fury, Hans glared at the young lord, his loyalty being tested to its limits. Luc remained silent for a moment, his calm gaze unwavering in the face of the butler's rage. His gaze swept past the portrait of Hero Lacan, the ancestral warrior who had died 500 years ago. Hans was speechless at the declaration that the hero's glory was now utterly useless. The loyal butler could not accept such blasphemy. Trembling as he pointed at Luc, Luc ended the conversation with a knife-sharp gaze, asserting that clinging to those old principles had driven the family to the brink of collapse. Luc de Lacan turned his back, his cold tone blaming the family's decline on loyal retainers like Hans. Hans, pale with shock, roared in protest, claiming that the Demon King's curse was the true cause. Luc dismissed the excuse, his gaze sharp, forcing Hans to face the truth that they were blaming the past instead of taking responsibility. To emphasize his declaration, Luc drew a dagger. Leaving Hans stunned by the threatening action, Luc raised the dagger high, boldly proclaiming that he would become greater than any hero in the de Lacan family's past. With an angry roar, his eyes flashing with powerful blue light, Luc swung the dagger down forcefully. The blade plunged into the wooden tabletop, a violent and decisive act meant to crush all resistance and old tradition. Shocked by his master's actions, Hans collapsed in despair, and the other retainers rushed to support him. Hans covered his face, his anguish evident as he recalled the days when the young master sat in his lap, unable to believe this cruel change. The other retainers looked at Hans with sorrowful and helpless expressions, sharing his disappointment. Hans, turning his back, came to a horrifying conclusion in his mind about Luc's behavior. Hans's indignation was reflected on the cold dagger blade. Convinced that this was the effect of the Demon King's curse, Luc de Lacan stood with his arms crossed, completely unmoved by the loyal butler's suffering. The gigant engineer approached, trying to dissuade Luc, begging him to listen to Hans's advice just this once. Luc merely smirked cunningly, his hand on his chin in a thoughtful pose, indicating he had a completely different plan. Milan clenched his fists, his face clearly tense, as he presented a secret plan. Luc de Lacan's cold gaze pierced Milan, an unspoken question about the mission's progress. In a luxurious hall, Milan frantically gestured for Luc de Lacan to lower his voice, fearing that the walls had ears. Ignoring the warning, Luc de Lacan leaned forward with a smug smile, demanding an answer in a low voice. Milan raised a hand to his mouth, preparing to whisper top secret information. The scene shifted to a cold, damp dungeon corridor, barred by heavy iron gates. Someone's footsteps stopped right before an iron cell gate. Through the bars, Luc de Lacan and Milan watched in horror as someone hung by chains. In a far more miserable state than reported, the prisoner's body was motionless, long hair obscuring the face, looking no different from a corpse. Milan trembled as he pointed, trying to explain that the prisoner's condition had only recently deteriorated to this extent. From the prisoner's perspective, the figures of Luc de Lacan and Milan appeared before the bars, a menacing question echoing in the silent space. Luc de Lacan narrowed his eyes, sensing a terrifying surge of magical pressure beginning to form from within the cell. A fierce blue energy burst from the prisoner, causing the chains to rattle violently. The prisoner slowly raised his head, his fiery red eyes flashing in the darkness. Locking onto the two newcomers with an authoritative voice, the white-haired man repeated the question, demanding to know the identities of those who had intruded upon his confinement. Luc de Lacan looked down at the prisoner with a condescending smile, offering a sarcastic remark about his condition. The gray-haired prisoner flinched. Recognizing the young lord's familiar voice, Luc de Lacan questioned why an important iron mage would allow himself to rot in a dungeon. The prisoner reached out towards Luc and Philip, his voice pleading why they had come to such a place for him. Luc coldly asserted that he could not ignore a slacker in his fiefdom, standing before the chained prisoner. Luc continued to question, suggesting that Hans had locked him up for self-inflicted torment. The prisoner explained that he only wanted to use his life to atone for the gigant accident he had caused Luc. Luc flatly rejected this, stating that the prisoner's life was worthless and that the accident had been confirmed not to be his fault. Despite the explanation, the prisoner coughed violently, still insisting it was due to his carelessness. The prisoner collapsed to his knees, desperately begging for punishment. While Luc showed annoyance at the stubbornness, Philip forced a smile. Trying to defuse the situation, Luc lost all patience. Deciding to indulge the prisoner's wish, Luc coldly ordered Philip to bring the sword, leaving Philip frozen in horror. The prisoner closed his eyes, a tear rolling down, seemingly accepting his fate. Luc swung the sword towards the kneeling prisoner, declaring he would grant him the fitting punishment he had begged for. With an unspoken warning, Luc de Lacan raised his sword high, a decisive action about to unfold. A clank echoed as the chains shattered into pieces on the cold dungeon floor. The fiefdom's iron mage flinched in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes as he found himself free. Still bewildered, the prisoner looked up at Luc de Lacan, his eyes full of confusion and questioning. Luc de Lacan sheathed his sword, his sharp gaze assessing the prisoner like an item. A cold, unspoken declaration of utility. Mute's face sank into despair as he realized Luc's offer was not salvation, but a sentence to forced labor, worse than death. Philip emerged from the shadows with a smug smile, a heavy bag slung over his shoulder, as if presenting a tool to bind absolute loyalty. Luc de Lacan suddenly gave an order, startling Philip, who hastily complied with a panicked expression. Glistening gold coins spilled out, their metallic gleam reflecting in Mute's astonished eyes. A colossal bag of money lay on the floor, its unimaginable wealth making the prisoner tremble. Unable to believe what was happening, Luc de Lacan's sword flashed with a cold light, symbolizing his power and resolve. Luc de Lacan pointed the sword towards the prisoner, not as a threat, but as a mandate, entrusting him with both wealth and the task of rebuilding the fiefdom's magical power. Mute trembled before Luc's audacious declaration, a promise to break tradition and invest in what his predecessors had abandoned. Tormented by guilt, Mute tried to refuse, tears of remorse streaming down his gaunt face. Luc de Lacan's patience wore thin, a flicker of anger in his eyes at the prisoner's futile self-reproach. Mute's fiery red eyes gleamed with indignation as he faced what he perceived as a punishment. Luc de Lacan extended his hand, a smug smile asserting that this was not an offer, but an undeniable command. Mute cried out in silence, his face contorted with agony and despair. A surge of blue magical energy erupted as Mute knelt, accepting his fate and swearing to serve the Lacan family until death. With unwavering resolve evident in his eyes, Mute raised his head, ready to dedicate the rest of his life to atonement. Philip recoiled in surprise at the terrifying magical power, while Luc de Lacan merely smiled with satisfaction. A fleeting smirk played on Luc de Lacan's lips. He realized Mute's stubbornness would be a formidable weapon in times of crisis. From the dark corridor, Hans silently watched Luc de Lacan and Philip depart, his face pensive. Hans subtly adjusted his monocle, admiring his master's ability to persuade someone as stubborn as Mute. But soon after, admiration gave way to a vague anxiety, a sense of unease about the young lord's true nature. A month later, at the Lacan Estate's training grounds, the shouts of training commands echoed, signaling a new discipline being established. From the balcony, Hans and the other retainers witnessed the ongoing changes, realizing a new era for the family had begun. Down in the yard, Philip, once negligent, was now swinging his sword with unprecedented focus and effort. Mute, once imprisoned by his past, now stood firm, actively instructing the new recruits, including the gigant engineer and his assistant. As Hans and the retainers observed, a familiar voice rang out, making them turn in surprise. Realizing Dixon had just arrived, Dixon unexpectedly reappeared, raising a hand in greeting with a relieved and confident expression. Hans, both delighted and reproachful, rushed forward to question Dixon about his disappearance, which had caused chaos throughout the fiefdom. Dixon feigned remorse, but quickly regained his confidence, gesturing for Hans and the retainers to follow him to see for themselves. With an inviting gesture, Dixon offered to show them instead of just explaining, causing Hans and the retainers to exchange confused glances. Hans froze, the eye behind his monocle wide with astonishment at the unbelievable sight before him. He stared in awe at a bustling, prosperous market, a complete transformation from the former slum. Dixon proudly pointed towards the happily trading residents, explaining that everyone now had the freedom to conduct business. The residents, with radiant smiles, exchanged goods, a vivid testament to the community's consensus and progress. Dixon turned to Hans, his eyes full of expectation, asking if this was how a fiefdom should look. Hans stood silently amidst the bustling market, the cheerful laughter and chatter of the people echoing around him. He reluctantly admitted the clear improvement, but his expression remained stern with worry. His hands were clasped tightly behind his back, a gesture revealing deep internal conflict. His gaze was fixed on the distant Lacan estate, a symbol of 500 years of tradition being challenged. In a room, Hans gazed out pensively, still haunted by what he had seen. Another retainer calmly set down his teacup, asserting that the results spoke for themselves, and all previous concerns had vanished. Hans sat quietly, listening as a retainer, standing opposite him, offered final advice before departing. The retainer smiled confidently, placed a hand on the door, and affirmed that their duty was to place their full trust in the young lord. The retainer left, leaving Hans alone in the vast hall, enveloped in silence. Hans narrowed his eyes slightly, his monocle glinting as he pondered the rapid shift in everyone's attitudes. Hans's pensive reflection appeared in the cold teacup, signifying his isolation within the family's new direction. A week later, outside the office window, rain fell incessantly, while inside, Luc de Lacan and Hans were working. Hans reported that he had finished organizing the massive pile of documents, while Luc de Lacan, without looking up, expressed his appreciation and trust in him. Hans pointed to a leak in the ceiling, offering to personally resolve the office's problem tomorrow. Luc de Lacan looked up, his stern gaze cutting off Hans's offer, reprimanding him for misplacing his priorities. Luc's gloved hand continued to write ancient script, emphasizing that countless residents in the fiefdom had no shelter from the rain. Luc's words were like a cold splash of water on Hans. His hands clenched, and rainwater from his soaked sleeve dripped onto the floor. A bead of sweat rolled down Hans's temple as he realized the depth of the young lord's thoughts, an enlightenment beginning to sprout. The night sky flashed with a mysterious blue light, signaling that something was about to happen. Though convinced, Hans's eyes still gleamed with a final determination. He had to ascertain the young lord's true intentions for himself. The scene zoomed out, revealing the quiet hills under the moonlight, concealing secrets and grand plans being executed. Hans moved with astonishing agility through the night forest, leaping from branch to branch to silently follow. Ahead, Luc de Lacan glanced back fleetingly, his expression unreadable, before continuing his journey with a heavy sack slung over his shoulder. Hans pressed on, his face etched with extreme anxiety, fueled by a terrible suspicion about his master's nocturnal excursions. Luc accelerated, his cloaked figure disappearing deeper into the forest. inadvertently leading his follower to a dark destination. Hiding. Hans grappled with the horrifying thought that his young lord might be possessed by a dark curse, peeking from behind a tree. Hans's breath hitched as he saw Luke suddenly stop in a clearing ahead. His purpose unclear. Luke stood at the edge of a hidden village, and a flash of panic crossed Hans's face as he feared he had been discovered. A group of fearsome-looking individuals emerged from the shadows to greet Luke, their subservience completely at odds with their brutish appearance. Overhearing their exchange, Hans's face paled with disbelief and horror. This meeting had been prearranged. A gang of thugs, armed with sticks and axes, stepped forward, their leader boasting that they had easily fulfilled Luke's request. A chilling realization dawned on Hans. These were the very bandits he thought had been permanently expelled from the fiefdom for their crimes. His gaze swept across the small, secluded settlement. Now, understanding that this dilapidated village was the bandits' secret lair, Luke nodded approvingly at the bandits, acknowledging their efficiency as he held the mysterious sack before them. A sinister smile spread across Luke's lips as he tightened his grip on the sack, his eyes glinting with dark intent as he prepared to reveal its contents. Facing the expectant bandits, Luke presented his gift, his calm demeanor, a chilling promise of what was to come. The bandit leader held up a red-bound book, nodding with a smug smile, confirming they had understood its contents. From the shadows, Hans narrowed his eyes suspiciously as he witnessed the encounter between Luke de Laeken and the criminal. Powerless due to the great distance, Hans strained to decipher the conspiracy he believed his young lord was orchestrating. Contrary to Hans's expectations, the entire bandit group erupted in genuine joy and gratitude. Hidden behind a tree, Hans was utterly stunned, unable to comprehend the bandits' strange reaction. A woman and her young son, now literate thanks to the gifted books, looked at Luke with reverent eyes. Another man joyfully pointed to his now standing wife, expressing gratitude that the medicine Luke brought had cured her illness. The entire community, from old to young, unanimously hailed Luke de Laeken as a savior. Luke responded to their adoration with a benevolent smile, appearing pleased to have been able to help. Instantly, his smile vanished, replaced by a cold gaze and a calculating smirk. As he mentioned the price to be paid, the bandit leader did not flinch. He firmly asserted that they were not ungrateful. With fervent loyalty, the leader roared, pledging to carry out any command Luke gave. A completely satisfied smile appeared on Luke's lips. His plan had succeeded perfectly. Luke inverted a large sack, spilling out a treasure of countless gold coins and precious books before the bandits. Witnessing the enormous payment, Hans's jaw dropped in horror, realizing the young lord's plan was far more complex and grander than he had imagined. The bandit leader stared at the pile of gold and books Luke de Laeken brought, his face clearly bewildered by this inexplicable generosity. Luke de Laeken gave a confident smile, his eyes signaling that the answers to all their questions lay within those books. The bandit leader opened a book, and astonishment was clear on his face as he read lines about residency, registration, and land transfer. A future vision appeared. Luke de Laeken, as a lord, sat with an official to plan the land, promising a new town for the outcasts. The bandit leader trembled, unable to believe what he was reading, while another bandit looked at him with equally bewildered eyes. Tears welled up from the bandit leader's eyes, an expression of extreme gratitude and guilt as he tried to refuse the overwhelming gift. The other bandits also agreed in tears, feeling guilty about their past of banditry and believing they had no right to accept this favor. The entire bandit group bowed low before Luke de Laeken, an act that was both an expression of gratitude and a refusal, fearing that the community would never accept them. Luke's expression turned stern. He affirmed that he was well aware of the issue and that his acceptance was also conditional. Luke de Laken's gaze turned cold. He declared that the de Laeken family's crime of driving them to desperation was even greater than their own sin. The bandits looked up, astonished to hear Luke grant them an opportunity for atonement, a path to life they had never dared to dream of. Luke pointed to the glittering pile of gold, declaring it an advance payment for a new job, a binding contract. With the gaze of a commander, Luke de Laeken issued an undeniable order, sealing their fate to become mercenaries under his command. A metaphorical image appeared, a fierce snake, symbolizing the bandits' past, threatening a weak nestling in its nest. The snake's fangs broke off and fell, a declaration that they must abandon their predatory nature to become protectors, ready to die for those they once instilled fear in. A brilliant golden eagle swooped down on a red snake, symbolizing the path to atonement just granted. The bandit leader and his companions were stunned, skepticism and astonishment clearly visible on their faces at an unimaginable future. Luke de Lacan extended his gloved hand, a green leaf resting on it, symbolizing a choice and a new path he offered them. With a confident smile, Luke affirmed his belief in the people he had just saved, his eyes gleaming with certainty. The leader's mouth was tightly shut in silence, a powerful surge of emotion rendering him speechless. A bandit clutched his battle axe, the weapon of crime, now about to become a tool for protection. The entire bandit group, led by their leader, unanimously raised their weapons to the sky, a silent oath of loyalty uttered with fervent determination. Green leaves fluttered in the sky, signaling a change and a new beginning for the land. The scene shifted to Hans, the butler, who sternly reiterated the de Lacan family's ruthless rule. Every bandit was a target for extermination. The scene moved to Luke's office, where towering stacks of papers and ledgers on his desk indicated the burden of managing the fiefdom. Philip stood before the desk and began reporting on the alarming financial situation, but Luke gestured for him to be silent and move on to the mining issue. Philip flipped open a thick ledger, explaining that it only contained records of failed mining attempts from decades ago. Luke rested his fingers on his temple, his face clearly showing bewilderment and annoyance that the family had incurred debt for such a fragile plan. Philip stammered, trying to explain that it was their only option during that difficult time. Philip continued his presentation, pacing the room as he explained the dire state of the fiefdom and how Luke had been unconscious throughout that period. Luke de Lacan sighed, acknowledging the fiefdom's desperate financial situation. After hearing the report, his eyes narrowed, a flicker of doubt appearing as he noticed a contradictory detail in the records. He pointed to a blank area on the map, questioning the lack of information in a crucial region. Philip flinched, stammering that it was the Rokia Mountains, a place too dangerous to scout. An illustration appeared, showing a dark forest where countless pairs of glowing red monster eyes lurked. Luke merely nodded in understanding, which only made Philip more panicked, begging him not to plan anything risky. Ignoring the plea, Luke gave a determined smile, asserting that it was precisely where they needed to go. The scene shifted to the majestic yet perilous Rokia Mountains, where flocks of birds flew in panic. Philip, now present there, looked up wearily, admitting that his worries were well-founded. From the shadows, a giant orc with a scarred face growled, its red eyes full of murderous intent. On the branches, nimble goblins bared their sharp teeth, ready to pounce and attack. In a moment of transformation, Luke, with fiery red hair, charged into the midst of the monsters, swinging his sword to cut a bloody path. Back in his normal form, he paused, his eyes focused as he noticed something unusual on the battlefield. He observed different species of monsters fighting in an organized manner, coordinating like an army. A smile of amusement and challenge appeared on Luke's lips as he realized he was facing an evolved enemy. One of the Rokia monsters let out a savage roar, swinging its weapon and charging to attack. Luke de Lacan dodged a giant orc's crushing blow, its blade tearing up the ground right beside him. The force of the attack sent Luke flying backward, forcing him to struggle to maintain balance in midair. Surrounded by a swarm of various monsters, Luke realized he was at a disadvantage. A sinister smile appeared on Luke's lips as dark purple energy began to gather in his hand. A silent challenge to the monsters. To end the battle, Luke unleashed his full power, a complex magic circle erupting beneath his feet. The Rokia monsters shrieked in terror at the overwhelming magical force they had never seen before. From the cracked ground, giant shadow golems emerged, enveloped in dark aura at Luke's command. The ferocious orcs now stood frozen, staring up at the colossal stone entities that had just appeared. Under Luke's command, 2 shadow golems, with glowing magical symbols on their chests, advanced to sweep away the enemies. A monster was sent flying by a devastating energy attack. The purple trident symbol on the golem's face glowed brightly, signaling its destructive power. A shadow golem easily blocked an orc's attack with an iron fist. With a powerful swing of its arm, the golem swept away all obstacles in its path. Amidst the cleared battlefield, Luke Delacan gave a smug smile, satisfied with his display of power. Surrounded by the Rokia monsters, Luke Delacan stood confidently in the middle of the battlefield, knowing his power was enough to handle them. The goblins charged to attack, their savage screams echoing throughout the forest. A shadow golem summoned by Luke easily crushed a monster. Demonstrating its overwhelming power, the shadow golem swept across the battlefield, mercilessly eliminating the monsters to clear a path for their master. Luke Delacan gave a relieved smile, satisfied that his plan was proceeding smoothly. Viewed from above, the swarm of monsters was still as numerous as ants, revealing the true scale of the threat. Amidst the desolate path, Luke stood alone, aware that eliminating all of them would not be simple. He smirked, his blue eyes glowing with cold determination, ready to face the challenge. A colossal leader orc, emanating a dark aura, stepped out from the monster ranks. Its glowing red eyes locked onto Luke. The leader's scarred face and murderous gaze indicated it was a completely different opponent. Without hesitation, Luke charged forward, accepting the challenge with an excited smile. He channeled dark energy into his legs, preparing for a burst of speed to close in on the enemy. The monsters watched in astonishment as a small explosion occurred ahead, caused by Luke's stomp. In a flash, Luke appeared right behind the orc leader, his body enveloped in a blue energy aura. Luke placed his hand on the leader's head, unleashing a powerful subjugation magic, forcing the colossal monster to roar in pain. The orc leader roared in pain and fury as dark energy invaded his mind. With a smug smile, Luke Delacan activated the mind control spell, his blue eyes flashing with power. A glowing purple magical symbol flared on the orc leader's forehead, extinguishing his will while the other orc stood frozen in astonishment. A satisfied smile spread across Luke Delacan's lips as he felt the magic's success. To assert absolute control, Luke casually sat on the shoulder of the orc leader, now a lifeless puppet. The entire Rokia monsters horde stood still, their weapons rendered meaningless as they witnessed the unbelievable sight. Luke gently landed on the ground, facing the horde of monsters paralyzed by fear. The goblins trembled and backed away, their weapons clanking against each other in the eerie silence. Even the fierce red-scaled creatures cowered, panic evident in their eyes. Luke adjusted his collar, offering a silent proposition to the horde: bring their leader or share its fate. A bolt of purple magical lightning struck down from the distant gloomy sky, as a harbinger of impending retribution. Another goblin leader shrieked miserably as a similar magical symbol flared on its forehead, pain tearing through its mind. Luke grabbed the goblin by the neck, dark energy flowing directly into its body as a torture display to intimidate the rest. The goblin gnashed its teeth, its body convulsing in extreme pain, but unable to escape Luke's grip. After completely breaking its will, Luke tossed the goblin to the ground like a discarded item before the horrified gaze of the entire monster horde. Luke Delacan raised his hand, his sharp gaze demanding attention from the subdued monster. The goblins recoiled, emitting whimpers of fear. With the demeanor of a superior being, he interrogated the orcs and goblins about a secret dwarf location, his gaze flicking to the corpses of their kin as a silent warning. The monsters could only respond with terrified screams, their ignorance evident. Luke Delacan crossed his arms, his patience wearing thin as he awaited a useful answer. Disappointment was evident on his face, realizing these creatures were useless to him in their current state. Turning to a goblin, he offered a chilling reassurance, his hand resting lightly on his sword hilt. A surge of dark energy emanated from him, striking the ground directly beneath the goblin's feet, with a glowing purple magical sigil on its forehead. The goblin's eyes flared with unnatural loyalty as it bowed low, pledging subservience. A wicked and satisfied smile spread across Luc de Lacan's lips as he accepted the goblin's fealty and issued a command, led by the newly enchanted guide. The entire monster army followed Luc de Lacan down a narrow path leading to a blocked passage. The group stopped before a massive pile of rocks, the monsters nervously confirming it was the entrance he sought. He examined the rockfall closely, sensing that this obstruction was not the result of a simple landslide. A palpable wave of fear emanated from the cave, causing the monsters to clutch their heads and shriek in pure terror, witnessing the extreme dread of his new minions. Luc de Lacan felt a bead of sweat trickle down as he confronted the terrifying, unknown presence lurking in the shadows. With a confident smile, Luc de Lacan decided to explore the mystery ahead himself. He roared a silent command, unleashing a sphere of dark energy from his hand. A terrifying explosion of shadow flame blew away the earth and rocks, shaking the entire area. A satisfied smile appeared on Luc's face, confirming his suspicions were correct. As the dust settled, a dark, long-hidden mine entrance was revealed. Luc frowned in confusion as he noticed his monster army trembling in terror before the entrance. A large orc flinched in surprise as Luc signaled them to retreat. Luc turned his back, issuing a silent command that was both lenient and deterrent, allowing them to leave. With a roar of obedience, the entire Rokia monsters horde simultaneously turned and fled. Luc watched his army disappear into the forest. A calculated move for the future. He glanced back, a calculating smile on his lips, before turning back towards his objective. Without hesitation, Luc de Lacan resolutely advanced towards the darkness of the mine. The scene blurred, transporting the viewer to the past, where Artenia army soldiers were escorting a long line of chained red-scaled prisoners. A female soldier pointed at the prisoners, a chilling testament to humanity's history of oppression against other races. A humanoid creature with red scales cowered in extreme terror, its hands clasped to its chest in a desperate plea for mercy. The scene shifted to the past, where Artenia army soldiers with cruel smiles wielded whips, demonstrating their intent to purge all non-human races. In response to that brutality, a power rose, Samon, known as the Demon King, beginning a war that scorched human kingdoms. For the demi-humans weeping in despair, his rise held an entirely different meaning. Amidst the ruins, Samon's figure stood firm, shielding them from their enemies, with his mighty golem army behind him. With glowing red eyes and a calm expression, he was their savior. The scene shifted to the Demon King's tower, a towering Gothic fortress under the night sky, a symbol of Samon's power. Inside the throne room, a gray-skinned orc leader knelt before Samon, while a demonade stood solemnly beside him. Samon rested his chin on his hand, his eyes showing weariness as he confirmed that the orc tribe had fewer than 10 survivors left. The orc leader bowed his head in silence, pain and resignation etched onto his face. Without hesitation, Samon ordered his aide to grant the survivors a new territory and assign them reconstruction work. Upon hearing the command, the orc leader snapped his head up, tears of boundless gratitude streaming from his bloodshot eyes. Samon scanned the room, preparing to conclude the audience when another voice rang out, declaring itself the last. A tall figure in leather boots stepped forward, stopping before the throne, whose arrival plunged the entire room into silence. In the throne room, a short, stout dwarf stroked his thick beard, appearing smug and impatient. Samon's demonade roared in anger at the guest's demeanor, but Samon calmly raised a hand to stop his subordinate. With an amused smile, Samon realized the uninvited guest was a dwarf, a race renowned for their master craftsmanship. He noticed a special energy emanating from the guest, confirming this was no ordinary dwarf, but an ancient dwarf. The dwarf laughed heartily, haughtily acknowledging Samon's perceptiveness. Samon's gaze sharpened. He cut straight to the point, inquiring why such a powerful race would seek him out. Standing before the throne, the dwarf expressed profound contempt for humanity, destroyers of nature and possessors of weak technology. Samon leaned forward, a dangerous and probing smile on his lips as he asked if the dwarf wished to cooperate in wiping out humanity. The dwarf affirmed decisively, promising to use his technology to upgrade Seimon's base if he eliminated their common enemy. Leaning back in his throne, Seimon casually revealed a shocking truth with a mischievous look: that he himself was human. Seimon's eyes gleamed with challenge, awaiting the guest's reaction. After a moment of stunned silence, the dwarf burst into hearty and unexpected laughter. Still laughing, the dwarf pointed at Seimon, his initial confusion giving way to a newly realized truth. Seimon responded with a confident smile, the scepter in his hand flashing with light, implicitly confirming his true identity, the Demon King. The magical torch flared, illuminating the profound darkness of the mine. Luc de Lacan entered, his gaze sweeping over the abandoned tracks and minecarts, confirming the dwarf's words were true. His footsteps were steady on the stone floor as he ventured deeper inside. He paused, a fleeting moment of surprise at the sturdiness of the construction. It was much better preserved than expected. Luc de Lacan's gaze followed a massive wooden elevator structure, secretly admiring the dwarves' unparalleled skill. Precious ore crystals sparkled on the rock walls, promising a prosperous future for his domain. Suddenly, he stopped short, a fleeting expression of confusion on his face. The path ahead was abruptly blocked by carelessly nailed wooden planks, a sudden and strange end to the construction. His eyes narrowed. A bead of sweat rolled down as he noticed the contradiction in the scene. He discovered a makeshift campsite, evidence of the human occupation he had heard about. Valuable tools and resources were carelessly discarded, a negligence no dwarf would commit. A strong sense of unease surged, his intuition screaming that something was terribly wrong. Without warning, a nearby wooden structure exploded into splinters. Luc de Lacan spun around, a streak of crimson energy slashing past where he had just stood. The rocky shell of a colossal red monster shattered under a powerful blow, fragments scattering. A heavy wooden staff, the source of the impact, lay broken on the cave floor. A flash of understanding dawned on Luc de Lacan's face, transforming into a smug smile. He now understood the source of the fear haunting this mine. As a monstrous shadow enveloped him, the ground trembled, revealing the master of the mine, a great worm, roaring a deafening sound towards Luc. Undaunted, Luc regarded the monster not as a threat, but merely a nuisance to be dealt with. With a defiant smirk, he raised his hand, crackling purple energy accumulating as a silent command for the monster to vanish. A torrent of raw, violent purple energy erupted from his palm. As the great worm recoiled, a glowing purple sigil flared on the ground, summoning two colossal figures from its depths. Two shadow golems, bearing glowing trident sigils, rose to their full imposing stature. The great worm hissed, its rage and ferocity now directed at the newly emerged constructs, roaring defiance. The colossal worm faced the two silent stone sentinels summoned to destroy it. From a safe distance, Luc made a decisive gesture, issuing the final silent command to attack. Obeying, the shadow golems advanced, engaging the enraged master of the mine in a battle for dominance. The great worm emerged from the ground, its rocky armor shaking violently. Two summoned shadow golems lunged to block the monster's path. Facing the colossal creature, Seimon showed no fear. At Seimon's command, two shadow golems pinned the great worm to the ground. With a silent command, Seimon gestured for the golems to hold the monster, dark energy beginning to surge from his body. Seimon swung his arm, channeling all his dark magic into a decisive strike. A sphere of dark energy formed in his hand, ready to be unleashed. The magical sphere shot forth and exploded violently upon impact. Seimon landed lightly, a fleeting smug smile on his lips, believing the battle was over. Seimon's confidence abruptly vanished as he realized the impossible. Through the smoke, the great worm's armor emerged, completely unscathed. The colossal monster looked down at the golems, pinning it with confusion, seemingly not understanding why they were attacking it. Rage erupting, the great worm let out an earth-shattering roar, easily flinging the two shadow golems away. Without hesitation, Samon charged directly towards the great worm's gaping maw. A shadow golem roared, swinging its stone fist, enveloped in dark energy forward. However, the great worm easily used its massive body to swat the golem away, sending it flying uncontrollably. From a distance, Samon gestured his approval to his golem, a smug smile on his lips. Believing victory was within reach, the great worm emerged from the ground, the rocky armor on its head completely unharmed by the attack. The smug look on Samon's face vanished, replaced by incredible shock. Another shadow golem struggled to stand, but its body had already begun to crack under the pressure. The great worm delivered a devastating blow, smashing the golem into fragments. The golem's head shattered, the magical symbol on it fading as it disintegrated. From the cave ceiling, glowing blue mineral fragments began to fall due to the tremors from the battle. Samon watched the falling mineral fragments with a bewildered expression, not understanding what was happening. The mineral fragments flew towards the great worm as if drawn by an invisible force. They embedded themselves in and merged with the rocky armor on the monster's head. Samon gasped, horrified, as he realized an undeniable truth. The great worm raised its head, its armor now covered in glowing blue crystals, signaling a terrifying evolution. Luc de Lacan recoiled, his face aghast at the great worm's terrifying roar. He desperately dodged the shadow golems, realizing all their attacks were ineffective against the monster. He spun around, his gaze fixed on the mine's exit, a daring plan forming to lure the monster out. His plan was cut short by a colossal rock hurtling towards him, forcing him to dodge by a hair's breadth. Luc gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, helplessness and rage flaring on his face. He realized with horror that the only exit was sealed by a massive rock wall, turning the mine into a deadly trap. The great worm rose, the rocky armor on its back now shimmering with blue crystals, letting out a defiant hiss. A wry smile flickered across Luc's lips as he reevaluated his opponent, acknowledging its terrifying power. He paused, a cold bead of sweat trickling down his temple as a question flashed in his mind. He glanced at the blocked entrance, then put a hand to his chin in thought, trying to recall if there were any traces of such a colossal monster in the forest outside. Before his eyes, the great worm opened its mouth wide and swallowed a shadow golem, and he suddenly realized a terrifying truth. This monster only existed within the mine. He turned back to look at the narrow entrance, his plan to use the gigant completely collapsing as he realized the colossal war machine could never fit in here. A bitter smile appeared. He knew he was in a bind, and the only way to survive was to find its weakness. All confusion vanished, replaced by a sharp, highly focused gaze as he prepared for the fight for survival. Overwhelmed, the great worm crushed a shadow golem while hissing savagely. Luc de Lacan's gaze focused on the monster's glowing crystal shell, a glimmer of hope appearing as he realized it was the weakness. To buy time, he ordered the remaining golem to attack the monster while he rushed along the minecart tracks in search of a solution. With a determined expression, Luc de Lacan sprinted through the mine, believing something nearby could turn the tide. He frantically scanned the darkness, despair beginning to creep into his gaze as he still hadn't found what he needed. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment as he discovered a forgotten object, an ancient dwarf's pickaxe, radiating a brilliant golden light, appeared like a faded weapon. A confident smile spread across Luc de Lacan's lips as he channeled purple energy into his body, enhancing his strength in preparation for the attack. With eyes blazing with power, he focused his entire will on his sole objective. Empowered, Luc de Lacan charged, running along the great worm's massive back to reach its weakness. With a fanatical smile, he raised the pickaxe high, convinced it could break anything. He put all his strength into a heaven-shattering blow, the glowing pickaxe striking directly at the monster's crystal shell. Luc de Lacan's confident smile froze, replaced by extreme disbelief and shock. The ancient pickaxe shattered upon impact, leaving the great worm completely unharmed and Luc de Lacan in despair. Thrown back by an invisible force, Samon lost his balance, his face showing extreme panic at the unbelievable defeat. His hand reached out in desperation as the sparkling fragments of the weapon vanished into thin air. The colossal great worm emerged, letting out an earth-shaking roar. Seimon's small figure, dwarfed by its overwhelming power. Meanwhile, at the Lacan mansion, under the silent night, a tense meeting was underway. Rogers pointed at Philip, his rage flaring as he questioned the escort knight about the young lord's disappearance. Witnessed by Hans and another retainer, Philip desperately tried to explain. His hands clenched, fearfully stating that he couldn't track the young lord. The gray-haired retainer reported disturbing rumors that the people had seen the young lord frequently visiting the Demon King's castle. Rogers ran his hands through his hair, anxiety and helplessness clearly visible on his face as the situation spiraled out of control. Amidst the chaos, Hans unexpectedly spoke up, drawing the attention of a startled Rogers. With unusual composure, Hans placed a hand on his chest, his unspoken words conveying absolute faith in the young lord. The old butler's gaze sharpened, resolute and unyielding, like a silent pledge. Back in the life-or-death battle, Seimon's eyes glowed with a determined blue amidst a swirling vortex of dark purple energy. Ignoring all previous setbacks, he concentrated all his power into his palm, creating a destructive orb of dark magic. Seimon unleashed a furious torrent of dark fire, sending it straight into the great worm's gaping maw in a final attack. Seimon sighed in exhaustion, allowing his two shadow golems to carry him amidst the rubble. A fleeting smile of self-satisfaction crossed his face, dispelling his weariness. Memories of the terrifying, ground-shaking explosion flashed, reminding him of the immense power just unleashed. Back in reality, Seimon stood amidst the mine's ruins, his gaze sweeping over the glittering precious crystals. An idea beginning to form. The two shadow golems, now acting as miners, diligently used pickaxes to extract crystals from the great worm's corpse under Seimon's supervision. His gaze suddenly halted, discovering something deeper in the cave's shadow. Holding a torch, Seimon cautiously advanced into a hidden corner of the mine. The firelight illuminating a motionless skeleton, he recognized it as the remains of a dwarf warrior, still sitting upright in its final posture. Surrounded by weapons and armor, Seimon's gaze focused on an exquisite ancient bracelet on the skeleton's wrist, its gemstone seemingly still flickering with life. Seimon looked at the skeleton with solemnity, realizing this was the last guardian of the place, who had fought to his last breath to protect his achievements. Using his power, he manipulated the surrounding earth and stone, forming a sturdy tomb to bury the fallen warrior. He knelt, placing his hand on the completed tomb with the dwarf's helmet on top, a gesture of final respect. Immediately after, a cunning and calculating smile reappeared on Seimon's lips. He held up the newly acquired dwarf's bracelet, its gemstone now glowing brightly in the hand of its new owner. Outside the Lacan mansion, a sense of astonishment enveloped everyone as important news was announced. Dixon, holding a report, was stunned by shock upon realizing the fiefdom had just discovered a mineral mine. In the meeting room, Rogers enthusiastically confirmed that the mineral mine was not only rich but also free of any monster traces, bringing a sigh of relief to Mylan, Elder, and Dixon. Dixon and Elder joyfully declared that the fiefdom's financial problems were finally resolved. As Hans carefully read the report, a fleeting image of Luke, with glowing red eyes and a sinister smile, appeared, indicating his suspicion of a larger scheme at play. Hans presented to the room that the mine was in perfect condition, as if someone had already cleared it, requiring only manpower to begin excavation. Hans concluded his presentation with confusion, leaving the others in the room equally surprised by this strange information. At the head of the table, Luc de Lacan rested his chin on his hand, a subtle, self-satisfied smile on his lips as he observed his subordinates' reactions. His thoughts returned to the forest, where villagers were forced to relocate deeper into the mountains to clear the way for his plan. In the darkness of the forest, countless pairs of glowing red monster eyes lit up, a reserve army that Luke had deliberately cornered. Returning to reality, Hans turned to Luke, his gaze seeking confirmation from his young lord, realizing it was all thanks to Luke's efforts. Hans placed his hand on his chest, his voice choked with gratitude and respect. Luke humbly dismissed the praise, asserting that this success was due to everyone's hard work. Moved by Luke's humility, Hans, Dixon, Elder, Rogers, and Mylan all teared up as his retainers were immersed in emotion. Luke flashed a sharp smile, warning them that any negligence would cause everything to collapse, thereby subtly asserting his absolute control. In the office, Hans formally presented a proposal to Luke, who sat opposite him and calmly accepted. Luke announced his intention to temporarily leave the fiefdom, stunning his advisors Rogers, Mylan, Dixon, and a gray-haired noble. Mylan smiled smugly, signaling to the others that Philip would provide details about the trip. With bright eyes and excited gestures, Mylan revealed that Luke had decided to go buy a gigant. Rogers placed his hand on his chest, solemnly declaring that he would take responsibility for escorting Luke on this journey. An argument erupted as Dixon and Rogers brushed aside Philip's objections, each asserting that their own expertise was more necessary. The scene shifted to a vast, windy canyon, signaling that a journey had begun. A carriage driven by Philip was moving along the rough trail through the canyon. Inside the carriage, Mylan could not hide his extreme excitement. His hands clenched as he spoke of acquiring his dream gigant. Luke calmly questioned, reminding Mylan that they already had gigants in the fiefdom. Mylan scoffed, passionately lecturing on the superiority of new gigant models, dismissing the old machines as mere junk. From outside, Philip's annoyed face appeared, his eyes sharpening at Mylan's bluster. Philip shouted, cutting off Mylan's philosophical rambling and ordering him to be silent, leaving Mylan stunned in shock. Philip turned away in annoyance, while Mylan grumbled complaints about his uncle Rogers's harshness. Luke subtly smirked, satisfied that his plan to use Rogers to restrain Philip had unfolded as intended. A gigantic magic-tech transport vehicle sped at a terrifying pace along the dirt road. Inside the carriage, Rogers was startled by the sudden jolt, his face revealing unease. The transport vehicle sped directly towards their carriage, a collision seemingly unavoidable. Luke held on to a dazed Mylan. While Philip hastily reported the appearance of the obstacle, Luke stepped out of the carriage, his eyes calmly observing the strange machine before him. The group stood before the transport vehicle, and Mylan began explaining the magic-tech machine he recognized. Luke listened, his eyes gleaming with interest as Mylan described the vehicle's power and utility. A stranger in merchant attire approached, politely speaking to inquire. Breaking the silence, the stranger smiled meaningfully, noticing the surprise of the group opposite him, standing with two large, bald bodyguards. He confidently stroked his chin, exuding an air of authority. Rogers stepped forward, his hand on his sword hilt, his eyes vigilantly questioning the identity of the stranger. The leader of the merchant group placed a hand on a bodyguard's shoulder, beginning his introduction with a self-satisfied smile. Carried on a bodyguard's shoulder, the flamboyant man spread his arms wide, proudly declaring them to be merchants of the Shade Company. Luke looked skeptical, while the leader of the Shade Company admitted they were just starting but asserted the company's great future. The stranger smiled again, his eyes sharper, changing the subject by remarking that Luke looked very familiar to him. Tizel bowed, his tone intimate, but his gaze scrutinizing, probing into Luke's background. Luke's eyes narrowed warily, and he questioned the stranger's sudden curiosity. Tizel chuckled, raising his hands as if to reassure, trying to project the image of a merchant simply seeking to establish business relations. As Tizel continued to press with questions about his family, Luke decisively cut him off. With his arms crossed and a cold gaze, Luke asserted that his family was not renowned enough to attract attention, shutting down the inquiry. After a moment of silent assessment, Tizel narrowed his eye. Tizel let out a forced laugh, admitting he had overstepped as a way to diffuse the situation. Without giving Tizel a chance to speak further, Luke decisively turned and left, while the merchant waved goodbye with a smile still on his lips. Tizel stood watching Luke's carriage disappear behind the cliff, standing with two burly bodyguards. Tizel confirmed with a serious expression that the person was indeed the young master of the Lacan family. A smug and cunning smile appeared on Tizel's face. He was secretly pleased that the fortunate encounter had helped him achieve his goal. He looked down at a target list, where Luke's portrait was the only one not crossed out, confirming that his work would become easier. As night fell, Luke, Mylan, Philip, and Rogers gathered around a warm campfire. The flickering fire illuminated their pensive faces. Mylan looked into his bowl of soup, thoughtfully bringing up the daytime encounter, expressing suspicion that those people resembled mercenaries more than merchants. By the campfire, Rogers nodded in agreement, confirming his suspicion about Tizel's unusual wealth. Rogers narrowed his eyes, emphasizing that not only Tizel but also his subordinates did not look like merchants. Amidst the lively discussion between Rogers and Mylan, Luke remained silent, lost in his own thoughts. Luke spoke up, his eyes sharpening, revealing that he had sensed a faint magical energy emanating from Tizel's vehicle. Luke's eyes flashed with an ominous realization as he deduced the nature of that energy, something that could not be concealed. Suddenly, the sound of dry leaves crunching under a heel echoed in the darkness, signaling someone approaching. Immediately, Philip drew his sword and, along with Mylan, took a defensive stance, facing the figure that had just appeared and questioning the stranger's identity. The figure stepped out of the shadows, revealing Tizel's self-satisfied smile as he casually offered a greeting. Tizel spread his arms wide in an exaggerated welcoming gesture. As if this encounter was an amusing coincidence, he continued his act with a radiant smile, deliberately emphasizing this fated coincidence. Luke stood up, his cold gaze piercing through Tizel's feigned demeanor, questioning his absurd presence here. Facing the group's vigilance, Tizel offered a vague explanation about unfinished business and coincidentally seeing their campfire light. Tizel concluded his explanation with a request to join them, his smile hiding an unpredictable calculation. Luke responded with a polite smile, appearing to agree easily, but leaving his sentence unfinished. Sowing a seed of doubt, his gaze swept across his companions, an unspoken question posed to gauge their reactions and also to assess Tizel. Tizel appeared startled by an unexpected presence in the shadows. From within the mist, hooded figures emerged, their glowing red eyes flashing menacingly. The assassins stealthily moved among the trees, weapons already in hand. Assessing the number of people in the campsite, Tizel flashed a self-satisfied smile, his contemptuous gaze revealing that his initial surprise was merely an act. Realizing he had been deceived, Luke saw an illusion of assassins rushing towards him, a trap that had been set. Tizel shed his friendly facade, his eyes turning fiery red as he delivered a silent death sentence. Tizel pointed, giving a command, and immediately, his bodyguards and assassins charged, attacking Luke's group with the clear objective of eliminating the blonde young master. Mylan shouted an urgent command, and Philip immediately obeyed, drawing his sword to form a living shield. Philip bravely blocked an assassin's blade, determined to protect Luke with his life. Behind his guard, Luke remained calm, his sharp eyes analyzing the scale and intent of the ambush. The battle intensified as an assassin fought evenly with one of Luke's guards, demonstrating their formidable skill. Suddenly, another assassin broke through the defense, swinging their sword directly at Luke, causing him a momentary surprise. Tizel roared in anger, refusing to accept that his target dared to resist. Philip spun around, his blade flashing as he blocked another powerful attack. Determined not to let the enemy advance another step, an assassin with icy eyes pointed their sword forward, ready to finish off the target. Philip stood in front of Luke, cautiously asking about his young master's condition after the attack. Facing the hooded assassins, Philip realized they were no ordinary foes. Having bypassed Roger's defenses, Luke, with cold eyes, concluded that at least one of the attackers was a well-trained knight. Tizel appeared with two large bodyguards, a smile of smugness and disdain on his lips. With a dramatic gesture, Tizel signaled, seemingly relishing his opponent's moment of despair. A colossal shadow, in the shape of an armored warrior, suddenly loomed over Philip and Rogers, signaling a new threat. From the shadows, Gigant Mer majestically emerged, its blue armor exuding a terrifying pressure, extending its hand towards Luke's group like a pronouncement of doom. Luke realized the overwhelming energy he had felt earlier was from a gigant, his face showing clear horror. In despair, Luke roared an urgent command, ordering Rogers and Philip to close their eyes immediately. Without hesitation, Philip and Rogers immediately obeyed, closing their eyes tightly in preparation for what was to come. Luke began to chant, his body erupting with a fierce purple energy, directly confronting Gigant Mer hovering above, gathering all his strength. Luke unleashed his power, his eyes glowing brilliantly white, and a dazzling orb of light burst from his body, overwhelmed by the explosion of light. The colossal Gigant Mer was pushed back, even with his eyes closed. Philip couldn't withstand the intensity of the light, raising his hand to cover his face in pain. The assassins were completely incapacitated, staggering and falling to their knees, screaming as their eyes were temporarily blinded. Luke signaled, urging Philip and Rogers to seize the opportunity to escape. Philip nodded decisively. At the same time, one of the assassins roared a silent command, urging their comrades to pursue relentlessly. Left behind, Tizel unleashed his fury on his two bodyguards, who were still writhing in pain from their injured eyes. The bodyguards desperately tried to explain their target's unexpected power, but Tizel roared, cutting them off. Tizel's face contorted with hatred, and he gnashed his teeth, swearing a venomous oath to personally finish off Luke. Under the cover of night, Luke led Philip and Rogers along a trail in the dense forest, running and panting. Philip and Rogers couldn't hide their admiration for Luke's ingenious escape plan. Rogers looked at Luke with eyes full of admiration, a proud smile on his lips. Philip also looked at Luke with an excited expression, convinced of a great future awaiting the young master. Luke cut short their excitement with a sharp glare, urging them to focus on escaping the unending danger. Philip flinched, his face showing remorse as he realized his carelessness. While leading, Luke glanced around, reaffirming that hiding in the forest was their only viable option for survival. They continued to rush through the darkness, trying to create a safe distance before dawn. Suddenly, Luke's eyes narrowed. He detected a new threat ahead. From the shadows, another group of assassins rushed out, blocking their escape route. Surrounded in a forest, Luke, Philip, and Rogers faced a group of cloaked assassins. Luke gritted his teeth, his face showing confusion and anger as his plan was thwarted by the enemy's swift appearance. Rogers urged Luke to keep running, while Philip smiled confidently. Noticing the reduced number of enemies, Luke looked at Philip and Rogers, worry evident on his face as he assessed the opponent's strength. Philip turned back to look at Luke, his eyes full of challenge and confidence, as if asserting that they hadn't yet had the chance to fully demonstrate their abilities. Rogers explained decisively that Luke's presence would be a burden, hindering them from fighting at their best. Luke offered an understanding smile, accepting their reasoning and trusting them to handle the rear. After Luke left, Philip and Rogers turned back, together, facing the waiting army of assassins. Philip charged forward, his sword flaring with red energy, ready for an all-out attack. An assassin flinched in horror, realizing the terrifying surge of power rushing towards them. With glowing eyes, Philip unleashed a lightning-fast phantom slash, piercing through the enemy's defenses. Philip looked at his opponent with a smug expression, a silent declaration that the real battle had only just begun. Rogers roared a warning, his sharp eyes showing extreme indignation towards anyone who dared to harm his master. A brilliant golden energy swept through, sending two assassins flying into the air helplessly. Rogers swung his flaming sword, his eyes cold and unforgiving, signaling that no mercy would be granted to the enemy. Tizel's assassins drew their swords, blocking the path with a silent warning. Philip gave a confident smile, his eyes challenging, implying that the attackers had made a fatal mistake by daring to provoke the Lacan family. Rogers and Philip stood side by side, their swords glowing with energy, ready to engage in battle to punish those who dared to stand in their way. At the same time, elsewhere, ferocious flames erupted, engulfing a peaceful town in the night. Katerina stood frozen, watching the desperate townspeople throw buckets of water into the endless inferno, consuming the city gates. Victor rushed over, his tone urgent as he pointed out how quickly the fire was spreading, as if fueled by oil, and urged her to leave immediately. With tears welling up, Katerina shook her head, anguish clear on her face, as she asserted that she could not abandon her people and flee. The villagers, amidst the panic, unanimously pleaded with her to go to safety, affirming that her life was their hope. Victor's face was extremely tense, sweat beading, as he realized her stubbornness. Having no other choice, Victor took Katerina's hand, pulling her away with force, a desperate act to save her life for the sake of everyone. Katerina was stunned, being pulled against her will, her gaze still fixed on the town, engulfed in flames. The fire spread further, turning the entire night sky into a deadly crimson. A large building collapsed amidst the roar of the flames, ashes flying into the sky. Katerina suddenly stopped, her feet rooted to the ground. Refusing to take another step, she stood firm amidst the panicking townspeople, her gaze resolute, accepting to stay and share their fate, while Victor stood beside her, helpless but remaining to protect her. Amidst the ashes, a little girl collapsed, desperately shaking a charred body, while her cries were lost in the air. Another woman pointed towards the flames, consuming a house, her eyes pleading for help in vain. Witnessing the tragedy, Katerina's hands clenched, helplessness etched deep into her knuckles. Tears streamed down her cheeks, anguish and guilt overwhelming her. A tall, imposing figure approached, making Katerina and Victor startle and look up. Count Monac appeared with his subordinates, wearing a smug smile and offering a casual explanation for his presence. Katerina looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze, not hiding her suspicion at the implausible reason. To reinforce his lie, Monac pointed towards his torch-bearing soldiers, claiming that this night training was for the safety of the people. Rage flared in Victor's eyes as he recognized the audacity in Monac's words. Unable to bear it any longer, Victor drew his sword to expose the liar, but was immediately blocked by the two cold blades of the guards. His smile vanished. Monac turned to Katerina with icy eyes, his tone turning threatening. He grabbed her chin, forcing her to face him as he snarled cruel accusations. Placing all the blame on her, Monac burst into a delighted laugh at her misery, while Katerina turned away, completely devastated. But then, her despair gave way to a simmering rage, her hands clenching into trembling fists. Katerina turned back, her eyes no longer fearful but burning with hatred, gritting her enemy's name through clenched teeth. Amidst the desolate scene, Katerina clenched her hands, tears of hatred streaming down her cheeks as she vowed never to forgive her enemy. Elsewhere, Luc de Lacan was dashing through a dense forest at night. He breathed a sigh of relief, believing that Rogers and Philip had successfully held back their pursuers. In his mind, an image flashed of a colossal gigant warrior, a massive threat held by the mysterious enemy. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he decided he must return to his domain to prepare for war. With unwavering determination, he dashed at breakneck speed through the darkness of the forest. Suddenly, he halted, his eyes growing wary at an unexpected presence ahead. Two gigantic mere warriors stood towering, blocking the path. Alongside Tizzle and his assassin squad, standing on a rocky outcrop, Luke looked down at the opposing force with a calm demeanor, showing no signs of wavering. Tizzle scratched his head with feigned confusion, admitting he had underestimated the young lord before offering a sarcastic proposal for reconciliation. His expression quickly shifted to mockery, openly sneering at a hero's descendant, resorting to petty tricks. A smug smile played on Luke's lips as he responded to the taunt with a challenging question. His smile vanished, replaced by a sharp, cold gaze, signaling his patience had run out. Tizzle looked at the two colossal gigant warriors beside him, expressing disbelief that such a large force was needed just to capture a child. His assassin squad stood behind him, swords and spears at the ready, but their eyes also showed doubt about the seriousness of the mission. Night fell on a deserted road, the air eerily silent. Tizel's face was shrouded in darkness, revealing only a smug, knowing smile. He boasted about the overwhelming force he had brought. 2 gigantmire warriors towering like steel mountains, an unnecessary display of power for an ambush. Tizel let out a contemptuous laugh, his eyes fixed on his opponent with skepticism. Isolated and outnumbered, Luc de Lacan smirked, his demeanor challenging his enemy's confidence. Luc de Lacan's composure was illogical, his eyes devoid of any fear, making his opponents question his sanity. Surrounded by 2 gigantmire and an assassin squad, Tizel gestured an ultimatum, implying that any resistance from Luc de Lacan was futile. Luc de Lacan held up a small object, which emitted an ethereal blue light as he gave a silent warning of power about to be unleashed. Dark purple energy erupted from Luc de Lacan's body, his eyes turning a vibrant purple, a death sentence etched into the air. He swept his hand, drawing a colossal and intricate magic circle on the ground, purple energy lines intertwining, distorting space itself. From the center of the magic circle, a colossal hand of dark stone slowly emerged, clinching as if to crush the enemy's hopes. The smugness on Tizel's face shattered, replaced by utter horror as he realized he had made a catastrophic misjudgment. Luc de Lacan stood amidst the rising stone entities, spreading his arms like a conductor, orchestrating a symphony of destruction, revealing that he was the one who had been holding back. A colossal dark golem completed its formation, slamming its fist onto the ground, creating a violent tremor. An army of dark golems stood towering behind Luc de Lacan, their purple eyes glowing in unison, ready to crush anything in their path. 2 of Tizel's assassins were stunned, unable to believe the sight of a golem army suddenly appearing from thin air. Tizel signaled his subordinates to remain calm, an unpleasant smirk on his lips as he assessed his opponent. He shrugged dismissively, downplaying the immediate threat as if they were merely harmless piles of rock. Confidence restored, Tizel looked up at the colossal form of Gigantmere towering behind him, a reminder of his trump card. Tizel's eyes gleamed with arrogance, certain that no golem army could match the power of his ultimate weapon. To boost morale, Tizel offered a tempting reward for Luc's life, igniting greed in the assassin's eye. One assassin turned back, his sharp eyes demanding confirmation from Tizel to ensure the promise would be fulfilled. Incited by the reward, an assassin roared, charging towards Luc de Lacan, determined to claim the victory for himself. Luc de Lacan merely smirked, showing disdain for his enemy's foolishness and narrow-mindedness. The dark golems began to move, the magical symbols on their bodies glowing as if preparing to teach the naive ones a lesson. Darkness enveloped Luc de Lacan as he raised his hand, eerie purple energy threads connecting to the golems, turning them into puppets under his absolute control. Under Luc's command, the dark golem army charged at the Gigantmere with unstoppable force and speed. The assassins realized in horror they were surrounded in the blink of an eye, the golem's speed far exceeding their expectations. Tizel roared in rage and panic, unable to accept his forces faltering before what he considered harmless. With a smug smile and eyes gleaming with an eerie light, Luc de Lacan gave a silent warning of the consequences of underestimating his power. Tizel's assassin squad flinched at their opponent's menacing warning. Luc de Lacan smirked, a surge of dark purple energy erupting around him. From the ground, a colossal dark golem emerged, its stone fist raised menacingly. The golem delivered a devastating punch to the ground, the impact's tremor throwing the charging assassins backward. The remaining assassins froze, horrified at the sight of power beyond their comprehension. The golem's fist rested on the cracked ground, leaving Tizel's forces bewildered by the inexplicably missed target. Luc smiled smugly, his eyes seemingly granting his enemies a final lesson in warfare. One Gigantmere was surrounded by countless dark golems, completely helpless against the overwhelming force. Another gigant mirror was also overwhelmed by the ant-like numbers of golems. Unable to resist, Tizel's expression shifted from smugness to horror as he realized Luke's true target was not the soldiers, but the ground. The ground beneath Tizel's forces violently cracked open, fractures spreading like a spiderweb. The assassins lost their balance, screaming silently as they were flung into the air by the collapsing ground, with glowing purple eyes. Luke coldly watched his opponents fall into the trap created by their own arrogance. A dark golem raised its fist, ready to deliver a finishing blow to the falling figures. The assassin squad was buried under tons of earth and rock, free-falling into the abyss created right beneath their feet. One of Tizel's assassins realized the ground beneath his feet was crumbling in horror, losing balance. Tizel and his gigant mirror were flung into the air amidst the seismic upheaval. Both helplessly fell into the newly created chasm, Tizel's desperate screams echoing from above. Luke de Lacan observed his handiwork with a smug smile. The dark energy dissipating from his hands, he stood between two guardian dark golems, a fleeting regret crossing his mind for not capturing any survivors to interrogate about the mastermind. Suddenly, a searing red streak tore through the air, grazing Luke de Lacan's shoulder in an unguarded moment. He knelt, blood gushing from the wound. A cry of pain caught in his throat, gritting his teeth. Luke de Lacan realized the attacker was still alive and nearby, on the shoulder of another colossal gigant warrior. Tizel had miraculously survived. Looking down at Luke with hateful eyes, rage flared on Tizel's face. He roared a curse, vowing never to forgive the one who had destroyed his army, despite his bleeding wound. A sinister smile appeared on Luke de Lacan's lips. He decided he would capture Tizel alive for interrogation. Tizel responded with a defiant gnash of teeth, declaring he would not be captured so easily. Standing on the gigant's shoulder like a judge, Tizel raised his glowing dagger, promising to torture Luke until he begged for death. He plunged down from above, targeting the wounded Luke. But a dark golem promptly raised its hand to block the fatal attack. Annoyance was evident on Luke de Lacan's face. He snarled in frustration as dark flames flared in his palm once more. Luke de Lacan's blue eyes flashed with a cold light. His energy suddenly became chaotic, causing the dark golems nearby to begin cracking. Luke clutched his chest, gritting his teeth to endure the intense pain from a curse tormenting his body. Sensing an opportunity, Tizel roared triumphantly, lunging forward with a raised dagger to finish off his opponent. Tizel's crushing threat echoed as Luke collapsed to the ground, seemingly utterly helpless. Despite the situation, Luke smirked, showing clear disdain for the noisy threats. Dark purple energy began to surge from his clenched hand, with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Luke raised his head, dark lightning bolts defiantly enveloping his body. His eyes now glowed a vibrant purple, a testament to his complete mastery over the chaotic power. A dark magic circle erupted beneath Tizel's feet, halting him mid-attack. Tizel's face contorted, his confidence shattering into utter horror as he realized the nature of this magic. Dark tendrils from the magic circle reached out, coiling tightly around Tizel, completely incapacitating him. Luke gasped, exhausted, but his gaze remained sharp. Fully in control of the situation, he stood tall, issuing a silent command for the bound Tizel to reveal the mastermind. The dark tendrils tightened further around Tizel's neck, forcing his compliance. Tizel screamed in agony as the dark energy tormented him, breaking his will. With his last ounce of strength, Tizel desperately revealed Count Manak's name, begging Luke for his life. Luke's eyes narrowed, his cold silence his only reply to the plea. A pure shadow tendril wrapped around Tizel's face, silencing his final desperate cry. Luke clenched his fist, and Tizel was obliterated in a violent burst of dark energy. A clear statement that forgiveness was not an option. Standing amidst a glowing magic circle, Luke began to absorb the residual dark energy from his vanquished foe. A dark shadow crept over his shoulder as he reaffirmed his vow of no quarter. Whether for demon or man, raw energy surged into Luke, coalescing in his hand as he subtly winced at the unpleasant sensation of absorbing another's essence. his eyes, now sharp with calculation, focused on the name he had just learned, comprehending the depth of the conspiracy against him. In his mind, Luke envisioned the full extent of the enemy's forces. Count Monac commanded not only assassins, but also knights and a colossal gigant. He pondered the true motive, realizing the attack was too sophisticated for a simple feud and must have a deeper purpose aimed at the Lacan family. Turning his back on the scene of destruction, his hair now stark white from absorbing the power, Luke silently vowed to make Count Monac regret daring to oppose him. A sudden rustle in the nearby bushes broke his concentration, putting him on alert. A panicked Philip burst from the thicket, his voice filled with alarm as he searched for his young lord. Rogers and Philip finally found Luke, the commander expressing relief at his unexpectedly swift return, while Philip stared in astonishment. Luke reassured Philip and Rogers with a confident smile, demonstrating his absolute control to their relief. He gestured for them to depart immediately, unwilling to waste any more time as dawn broke. As they walked, Luke confirmed to his escorts that Count Monac was the mastermind and decided they must stay away from the lamer fiefdom. Rogers, with a worried expression, suggested Luke should return to the fiefdom to bolster defenses, which briefly surprised Luke. Rogers' face showed urgency as he emphasized that a similar attack could occur at any moment. Luke dismissed the concern with a smug smile, asserting that this was a golden opportunity to seize a gigant after the enemy had suffered losses. Rogers confusedly pointed out that they had no means, but Luke merely smirked mysteriously, his gaze as if seeing an obvious solution. He gestured with his chin towards the colossal magic tech transport vehicle the attackers had left behind. An unexpected prize. Inside the vehicle, Philip and Rogers rested comfortably, while Luke stood with his arms crossed. Deep in thought, Rogers suddenly turned to scold Philip, demanding he train more rigorously to protect their young lord, to which Philip could only offer a placating smile. Philip tried to reassure his uncle with an optimistic wink, suggesting that the ground collapsing at the right moment was a miraculous stroke of luck. As Philip cheerfully attributed it to ancestral blessings, an expression of annoyance and disdain appeared on Luke's face. Luke turned to Philip with a stern expression, dismissing the idea of blessings and bitterly implying he had nearly died from a curse. His thoughts led Luke into an internal space, where he felt his dark power being blocked by a purple energy sphere. He realized he had regained the power to resist the curse, but an energy burst showed it was still insufficient, making him wonder about its creator. Under the full moon, the capital's main headquarters appeared imposing and intimidating. Inside, Darren trembled, cowering on the cold floor, sweating profusely from fear. His terrified gaze was fixed on a throne at the end of the grand hall, where a hooded figure sat waiting. The mysterious masked figure leaned forward, their glowing green eyes boring into Darren like a silent interrogation. Darren stammered out his identity, confusion and fear evident on his face as he tried to ask why he had been summoned. With a slight tilt of their head, the hooded figure reminded Darren of an old mission concerning Demon King Saemon's stronghold. Darren gestured urgently, recounting how their plan had been almost successful until a stranger intervened. The hooded figure raised a hand to touch their mask, the gem on their forehead flashing red as they showed amusement at this unexpected disruption. Horror welled in Darren's eyes as he recognized the danger in his superior's tone, hastily asking if the disruptor's identity had been revealed. Completely broken, Darren clasped his hands, begging for his life, desperately promising that this time he would surely succeed. The figure rose from the throne, revealing the form of a skeletal being in robes, its cold voice echoing through the hall, chillingly assuring Darren it had no intention of killing him. The skeleton's teeth showed in a gruesome smile, a wisp of ghostly green smoke escaping as it declared it was merely curious. The skeletal guildmaster extended a hand glowing with green magical energy. An undeniable command issued, demanding the identity of the one who had thwarted them. At the same time, in the city of Brendan, radiant under the sun, magic towers soared into the blue sky. Luke, along with Rogers, arrived in the city and gazed at the magnificent sight, curiosity and admiration evident in his eyes as he heard of its reputation. Rogers gestured, proudly introducing the bustling scene of Brendan City, teeming with mages and merchants. To Luke and Philip. On the street, a female mage performed magic with her staff, demonstrating the city's dynamic development. Rogers raised a finger, confidently emphasizing that this was the best place to purchase gigant warriors. From soldier grade to hero grade, Luke smiled in response, showing anticipation at Rogers' introductions. While Philip enthusiastically agreed, Rogers pointed towards a magnificent magic tower, introducing it as a branch of Veritas Magic Tower, a major power in the city. As they walked towards the tower, Rogers continued to explain its central role in gigant production across the continent. The name Veritas Magic Tower made Luke freeze. A sharp flicker of realization in his eyes. A flood of memories took Luke back to the past, where Darren was flattering a gray-haired elder about a groundbreaking magic technology thesis. In the memory, the elder and Darren laughed triumphantly, their images superimposed on Luke's determined expression in the present, as he vowed to expose their true nature. Back in reality, Luke smirked coldly, deciding to purchase one of their products for evaluation. In his mind, Luke envisioned dismantling the tower piece by piece, determined to analyze its strengths and weaknesses to create something superior. As they approached the entrance, a burly guard raised his spear, blocking their path with a definitive warning that only nobles were permitted entry. Luke frowned, his gaze sharpening as he faced the spear pointed at him, challenging the guard's demeanor. Philip angrily stepped forward, declaring Luke's identity as the heir of Baron Lacan to demand respect. The guard paused, his expression shifting from resolute to surprised and doubtful. Upon hearing the name Lacan, a Veritas Tower guard burst into laughter, openly mocking the Lacan family's impoverished background. Philip seethed with anger, stepping forward to confront and demand the guard retract his words, while Rogers stood beside him with a serious expression. Luke raised a hand to stop Philip, his calm gaze signaling there was no need to stoop to such provocation. Luke's eyes gleamed with cold contempt, realizing Veritas's corrupt nature remained unchanged after centuries. Rogers pointed towards Veritas's majestic magic towers, his voice filled with pride as he introduced their superior scale. He emphasized that the gigants manufactured from these workshops were unparalleled in quality and quantity. Luke sighed softly, his disgust evident as he noticed their attitude was as contemptible as ever. Hearing the remark, the guard spun around, his expression changing from arrogant to stunned and angry. Luke turned his back, declaring definitively that he would not deal with such disrespectful individuals. Rogers angrily clenched his fist, disappointed that his subordinate's attitude had ruined the meeting. Rogers bowed his head in apology, taking responsibility for the incident, but Luke calmly waved his hand, stating it was not his fault. Luke decided to leave, believing the guard's attitude reflected the nature of the entire tower, and suggested finding another place. Rogers quickly agreed to lead the way, while Luke secretly decided to temporarily set aside his feud with Veritas to prioritize the purchase of the gigant. As they approached another building, Luke's vow of revenge still hung in the air, waiting for the opportune moment to erupt. Rogers confidently introduced the new destination, Brendan Magic Tower, where the armors of the legendary gigant warriors Brian and Achilles were majestically displayed. Luke, Rogers, and Philip entered Brendan Magic Tower. Philip and Rogers were visibly impressed by the designs, while Luke maintained a cautious, evaluative expression. They were stopped by a man in a manager's uniform who inquired about the purpose of their visit. The manager, Garrett, professionally introduced himself and offered to know what type of gigant they were looking for. Luke frankly stated his requirement for a gigant within a specific price range, and Garrett happily responded, ready to explain everything with a catalog in hand. Garrett opened the catalog, showcasing various types of gigants, which made Philip extremely excited. While Rogers listened attentively, Luke reviewed the information, noting Garrett's detailed and organized guidance. Philip observed Garrett diligently serving another customer, carefully noting down their requests. The thoughtful customer service, without judging status or appearance, greatly pleased Philip. Luke smiled faintly, acknowledging that not all top magic towers were as bad as the one they had just left. With newfound confidence, Luke decided he would purchase a gigant here if its performance was as good as advertised. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted their satisfaction, making all three turn around in surprise. Another customer was furiously pointing at Garrett, loudly complaining about a heavily damaged and irreparable gigant. Hearing this, Luke's face turned cold. He broke the catalog in his hand. Deciding not to waste any more time here, Luke pulled out his list of magic towers, using a pen to cross out the first two names on the list, eliminating unreliable options. Garrett, in a final attempt to salvage the situation, led the group to a massive gigant, which looked crude but sturdy. On a handwritten list, a quill pen crossed out an option, definitively eliminating it. At a tavern, Garrett looked awkward, while Rogers, Luke, and Philip clearly showed their disappointment over a quality issue. The pen came down again, crossing out yet another option from the list. Patience had run out. Walking on the street, Rogers expressed his dismay at the chaotic state of the city specializing in gigant production, and Philip could only agree. Rogers continued to explain, his tone full of regret for the era when the Empire maintained strict control, producing only top-tier products. He emphasized that quality had now significantly declined, causing Luke to turn back and look with surprise. On another street, a young inventor wearing glasses was trying to present his designs to an older investor, who showed little interest. The investor roughly pushed the inventor down, throwing his designs to the ground with contempt. Witnessing the scene, Luke suddenly stopped, causing Philip to call out to him with concern. On the ground were discarded designs, filled with complex magical and technical diagrams. Sitting alone, the young inventor embraced his disappointment, his face clouded with shame. Luke bent down, picking up one of the discarded designs to examine it. His curiosity piqued. Upon closer inspection, a smile of interest appeared on Luke's face. He recognized the potential in the design based on golem theory. The knowledge gained from Mute allowed Luke to properly assess the value of the designs. Seeing through what others had overlooked, Luke approached the inventor, making an investment offer that left the young man completely stunned, unable to believe his ears. The young inventor held up the design, his face beaming with hope as he presented the necessary funding to complete the project. For a moment, the image of a mysterious red-haired partner briefly appeared beside the young inventor, both sharing an ambitious smile. A confident and calculating smile spread across Luke's lips. He gave a silent command to go and see for himself. Rogers looked skeptical, believing that someone lacking money would also lack the necessary space and equipment for gigant manufacturing. The group, led by Luke, headed towards an old dud, rickety magic tower, where Rogers believed his suspicions would be proven correct. The young inventor scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh, admitting that the previous gigant model was just barely enough to keep the tower operational. Standing before the large gate, he sadly explained that because the new project was too expensive, most of the staff had left, making Rogers even more suspicious of a scam. Leaving his doubts behind, the young inventor confidently stepped inside. Inviting his potential investor, he spread his arms wide, proudly introducing his workspace to Luke's group as they entered the tower's spacious main hall. Luke suddenly stopped, his eyes lighting up with astonishment as he recognized something familiar. Standing majestically in the main hall was the gigant armor Sting. Its presence astonished the young inventor as Luke recognized it instantly. Luke smiled meaningfully, while Philip appeared excited, and Rogers maintained a grumpy, unimpressed expression. Memories brought Luke back to the moment he witnessed the formidable magical power integrated into Sting, a skill he recognized as extraordinary. The young inventor smirked slyly, signaling that the armor's appearance was merely a facade for the truth within. He activated the mechanism, and the armor's chest cavity opened to reveal a completely new energy core and mechanical system. Proudly announcing the birth of Sting 2, Luke examined the designs, his eyes curiously asking the young inventor about the time needed for completion. while the engineer reported that only fine-tuning steps remained. Standing before the massive gigant Karen armor, the young inventor reluctantly admitted it would take 1 to 2 months, making Luke slightly impatient with the delay. Luke pondered thoughtfully, hand on chin, considering the inventor's explanation that the lack of manpower caused the delay. After some calculation, Luke made a generous offer, requesting completion of the work within 1 week in exchange for a large investment, which stunned the young inventor. The young inventor burst into joy, tossing the designs into the air upon receiving the unexpected investment. With a hasty promise, the young inventor turned and rushed out of the room to deliver the good news to his team, leaving Luke with a knowing expression. The young inventor rushed to the top of his workshop tower, shouting loudly to gather his dispirited team. He burst into the workshop, spreading his arms wide to make a dramatic announcement. He announced the news of forthcoming generous wages to the engineering team, who were slumped over their messy workbenches from exhaustion. 2 of the engineers lifted their heads, skepticism and fatigue evident on their faces upon hearing the words wages. The young inventor gathered his still bewildered team and led them out of the room with renewed vigor. The gigant engineer and Rogers conferred, reporting that progress had stalled at 67.3% because the magic core needed recalibration. Energized by the promise of night allowances, the entire engineering team was invigorated, ready to optimize conditions and begin work immediately. Philip and Rogers looked at the highly motivated engineering team with concern, turning to ask Luke if it was truly safe to entrust the gigant machine to them. Luke gave a confident smile, reassuring them that he fully understood the nature of mages obsessed with research. With ambitious, fiery eyes, the young inventor declared to his team a great future awaiting their tower. Under the bright moonlight, a large castle stood majestically, silent in the night. In a room inside the castle, Katerina slept soundly, while Philip beside her tossed and turned, appearing restless. Just a moment later, Philip's bed was empty, the cold moonlight shining on the rumpled bedsheets. On another street corner of the city, Dixon sat slumped on the ground, looking utterly defeated and desperate. Having achieved his goal, Luke crossed his arms, a satisfied smile on his lips as energy enveloped him. Luke's shadow stretched long across the rooftop. He looked towards the castle with iron determination, signaling that his revenge plan had begun. Inside the city walls, the silence of the dark night enveloped the towers. One of Seimon's guards yawned tiredly, while his comrade stood guard with an indifferent expression. The 2 guards began their regular patrol along the wall. A sudden sound in the bushes startled the soldier holding the lamp, making him turn around. Both soldiers immediately assumed a vigilant stance, pointing their weapons towards the shadows and issuing a silent challenge. One soldier cautiously raised his lamp, approaching to investigate the source of the sound. Taking advantage of the guard's momentary lapse, Luke glided past them like a ghost, a smug smile on his lips. Luke's smile turned chilling, signaling that the next phase of his plan was about to begin. Luke's gloved hands pressed against the massive door, the magical circles on it glowing intensely. The door burst open, revealing Luke standing there, facing a stunned, white-haired lord, a cold, vengeful smile on his lips. Luke's smile grew more sinister. He was ready to begin his purge. With a final push, the magical circles shattered as the door swung wide open. Luke faced the white-haired lord, his gaze promising a heavy price for past transgressions. At the same time, inside the corridors, aides still walked and guards stood watch, completely unaware that the intruder had entered. A brown-haired aide strode through the deserted corridor, oblivious to the deadly presence approaching. Standing alone, Luke unleashed his power, streams of purple dark energy swirling around him. Enveloped in shadow, Luke's smug smile showed he was in complete control of the situation. His dark magic slithered like a snake, gliding along the large windows of the corridor. A vent in the wall became the next path for the unseen infiltration. The dark energy seeped through the bars, flowing into the guarded areas of the building. A patrolling guard was suddenly enveloped by a dark aura. Completely unaware of the danger, the aide continued walking, while a streak of shadow glided right at his heels. an unseen predator. Observing the oblivious guards below, a phantom created from Luke's magic mocked their carelessness before moving on. In the form of a shadowy entity, Samon began his search for a mage he could exploit. In a vast library, a low-ranking robed mage furtively looked around, anxiety evident on his face. He moved cautiously through the bookshelves, trying not to make a sound. The door burst open, revealing a space bathed in light, marking the success of the infiltration. A cunning smile appeared as the intruder rubbed his hands together, smug about the lax security system. Sweat beaded from excitement, his eyes gleaming with greed. At the thought of the exclusive archives of the high-ranking mages, he stared intently at the archive door. The path to the power he craved. With a dreamy expression, he lunged forward, reaching out as if grasping his glorious future. From the shadows, Samon's figure emerged, observing the intruder with condescending amusement. The intruder disdainfully used a small tool to disable the lock, scoffing at the high-ranking mage's carelessness. Suddenly, a voice rang out, freezing him in place, the smug look on his face instantly vanishing. An elderly, authoritative mage emerged from the shadows, holding scrolls, his sharp gaze fixed on the intruder. Jameson's glasses glinted ominously as the Meister of Veritas Magic Tower, issued a deadly threat. The intruder froze, his mouth stammering meaningless excuses in the face of absolute authority. He trembled, cold sweat beating as an overwhelming magical pressure bore down on him. Jameson observed the thieving mage with a pensive expression. Then a feigned smile of relief appeared on his lips. He chuckled amiably, patting his own head as if chiding himself for wrongly suspecting a valuable colleague. Jameson placed a hand on the mage's shoulder, his tone turning serious as he gestured to the confidential scrolls he held. The mage's expression relaxed in relief and flattery, and he hastily expressed his admiration. Jameson nodded appreciatively, then turned away with a weary gesture, complaining about the burden of responsibility. He suddenly turned back, presenting a scroll and piquing the mage's curiosity with information about a hero-tier gigant. Jameson unrolled the scroll, revealing intricate blueprints. While the mage gasped in astonishment at the golden opportunity, greed flared in the mage's eyes as he fixated his gaze on the blueprints, imagining the power it could bring. Suddenly, a shadow fell as Jameson appeared behind him, his friendly smile gone, replaced by a cold, knowing expression. The mage realized Jameson's true identity in horror, and, at the same time, crimson lightning energy began to gather in the branch head's palm. Sweat poured, the mage stammering protests in despair, unable to believe the trap he had fallen into. Jameson's gaze turned ruthless, devoid of mercy, as he delivered the final judgment to the pathetic mortal. The mage raised his hands in a futile attempt to defend himself, pleading for his life as the deadly energy drew closer. A crimson lightning bolt engulfed the mage, his screams drowned out by the destructive light. Jameson calmly gazed at the dissipating energy remnants in his palm, a silent warning to anyone who dared to overstep their bounds. Meister Jameson stood over the body of a subordinate mage, coldly declaring that this death was self-inflicted. The victim, thieving mage, lay motionless on the ground, crushed by an invisible magical force. Darkness enveloped the lifeless face of the deceased, a testament to the cruelty of the one who struck the blow. From the shadows, Luke Delacan observed, concluding that Veritas Magic Tower had no place for the sane. Back in his office, Jameson mused over his desk. Confidential documents about a project named Atlas spread before him. He pondered the tower's latest hero-tier gigant, his expression pensive. A flicker of annoyance crossed Jameson's face as he realized that analyzing the intricate blueprints was delaying his plans. Suddenly, Jameson's eyes sharpened. He sensed an unwelcome presence in the room. Jameson commanded the unseen intruder to reveal themselves, vigilance clear on his face. A humanoid shadow slowly materialized from the air, a mocking voice echoing, confirming Jameson's identity. The shadowy entity faced Jameson, a smug smile appearing as it acknowledged his keen perception. Without hesitation, Jameson summoned crimson lightning magic into his palm, demanding the entity reveal its identity and purpose. The shadowy entity scoffed at the question, declaring its purpose had not changed for 500 years. The shadow half dissipated, revealing Luke's face, as he declared his purpose was to purge scum like Jameson from the world. A violent explosion erupted, engulfing the room in fire and smoke, initiating an inevitable battle. Meister Jameson, insulted, extended his hand, angry crimson magical lightning enveloping it as a warning. With glowing red eyes, Jameson threatened, asserting Veritas's unchallengeable position. Unexpectedly, a shadowy entity with a sinister smile rose from behind, its voice mocking Jameson's arrogance. The shadowy entity seized Jameson's face, panic appearing for the first time on the powerful mage's countenance. The shadow dissipated, revealing the intruder's true form, Luke Delacan, who looked at Jameson with profound contempt. Luke's eyes glowed blood red, a silent condemnation of his opponent's delusion. With a cruel smile, Luke gathered a sphere of dark energy in his palm, ready to erase his enemy from history. A colossal pillar of dark energy engulfed Jameson amidst his screams of pain. After the attack, Jameson collapsed onto his chair, smoke rising from his body, while Luke looked at him with contempt for the defeated foe's cowardice. Turning his back on the incapacitated enemy, Luke approached the desk and picked up his spoils, a large scroll. He unrolled the scroll, revealing detailed blueprints of a formidable gigant warrior. With deadly purple energy lines, a triumphant smile spread across Luke's lips as he recognized the value of his find. His smile grew more sinister, a wicked plan beginning to form in his mind. He envisioned Veritas's secret weapon, the hero-tier gigant, being used to destroy its very creators. Standing amidst the ruined office, Luke burst into maniacal laughter, the sound of vengeance echoing throughout the room. A vision of a giant in black armor appeared, its helmet cracking with purple energy, a silent promise of the Veritas Magic Tower's downfall. Inside the tower's ravaged office, Luke Delacan triumphantly unrolled a large scroll, a predatory smile spreading across his face. He threw his head back and let out a soundless laugh that echoed through the ruined room. Standing on Meister's desk, like a conqueror, his laughter subsided into a smug expression as he looked down at the stolen blueprint, a trophy of immense value. But a flicker of insatiable ambition gleamed in his sharp eyes. This victory was merely a stepping stone. As a final act of contempt, he summoned his power, and a stream of destructive purple fire erupted from his hand. The dark energy engulfed the entire library, incinerating centuries of knowledge and secrets. In a sea of purple flames, a cruel smile played on Luke's lips as he observed the chaos he had wrought. A fitting end to his enemy's legacy. The scene shifted, leaving the burning tower behind for the vast, clear sky. A powerful magic tech transport vehicle sped through the countryside, carrying the victor away from his conquest. Inside, Luke calmly took a sip from his cup, a detached amusement on his face as he imagined the chaos erupting at the tower. He took another sip, the quiet satisfaction of a predator who had calculated the devastating impact of his hunt. His mind briefly returned to the heart of the inferno. Reliving the moment, he seized not only priceless books, but also the hero-grade gigant blueprint, a prize far beyond mere revenge. Back in the transport, his thoughts were interrupted as Knight Commander Rogers approached from behind, inquiring about the young lord's unusual cheerfulness. Rogers and a curious Philip leaned in, eager to know the secret behind their young lord's triumphant expression. Luke Delacan offered a self-satisfied smile, explaining that he was simply happy to return to his domain. On the transport, Philip lamented his desire for rest, but Rogers dashed that hope by declaring they would head straight to the training grounds to regain their physical strength. Inside the vehicle, Luke stood with his arms crossed beside Mylan, his gaze fixed forward, confident that upon his return, he could fully focus on restoring his mana circle. Suddenly, Luke paused, his eyes directed forward with curiosity as he noticed something unexpected. His gaze settled on Princess Reyna, who stood with Butler Victor, wearing an equally surprised expression. The heavy stone gates of the domain opened, revealing the scene within. Before the blazing torches, Reina knelt, while Victor stood guard behind her with a solemn expression. With utmost sincerity, Reina clasped her hands in prayer, wishing for the strength to help the Vulcan refugees. Her eyes gleamed with determination as she repeated her prayer. Reina's prayer was interrupted as she and Victor looked up, surprised to see Luke approaching. Luke looked directly at Reina, questioning why she was there and praying. Reina was completely bewildered and astonished by Luke's sudden appearance. She pointed towards the magic tech transport vehicle, asking about his presence and the machine, while Luke explained that much had happened. In a room, Reina sat on the bed, sadly admitting to Luke and Victor that his warning had come true. Reina explained that after Luke left, Count Monac's tyranny worsened, leaving her trapped. Reina's account painted a grim picture, where the shadow of Count Monac imposed cruel dominion over the desperate refugees. Instead of keeping his promise, he ordered their homes burned, engulfing the settlement in a deadly inferno. Pushed to the brink, she and her people were forced to abandon Lamer Fief in search of help. Back in reality, Reina finished her explanation to Luke, while Victor stood by the bed, his eyes filled with worry. Victor confirmed their desperation, emphasizing that they had been completely ignored for days. Luke listened in silence, his eyes betraying no emotion, but holding a cold analysis. He let out a soft sigh, frustration beginning to show on his face at the naivety of the situation. Victor reacted fiercely to Luke's attitude, attempting to defend the princess's honor against potentially hurtful words. Luke looked directly at them, his sharp gaze seemingly piercing their beliefs with a harsh truth. Victor and Reina were stunned by his cold reasoning, realizing the burden they were asking others to bear. Reina bowed her head, her purple eyes darkening as Luke's words struck her fragile hope. She looked up, her voice trembling, as she asked if her actions were meaningless. Luke affirmed decisively, questioning whether she had learned anything from the tragedies that occurred in Lamer. Painful memories of helplessness flooded back. Images of fallen citizens and her own desperate cries resurfaced. He concluded with a stern declaration, stating that without power, all attempts at protection would become meaningless. Luke Delacan clicked his tongue, a fleeting internal conflict passing as he looked at Reina sitting on the bed. Reina's gaze lifted, a little confused by his silence. Luke turned, giving a decisive command, offering to escort her back to her domain as a final solution. Reina raised her head, her eyes sharpening, resolutely refusing, asserting that she would not leave until her goal was achieved. An annoyed sneer appeared on Luke's lips, his patience wearing thin. His irritation erupted. Luke waved his hand, roaring an angry question, challenging her stubbornness. He continued his outburst, pointing out the futility of trying to bear the burden of tens of thousands of refugees. Luke pointed directly at Reina, his tone becoming harsh, forcing her to confront her own safety instead of others. Reina clutched the blanket tightly, her hands trembling with indignation and determination. She looked up, her voice filled with pain, posing a question about the cost of time and human life. Luke was unmoved. He dismissed her reasoning, emphasizing the meaninglessness of a death for a futile ideal. Reina looked him straight in the eyes, a dagger-sharp question posed, challenging his value. Caught off guard, Luke stammered, attempting to give a common-sense answer that lacked conviction. Dismissing his answer, Reina stood up abruptly, hand on her chest, declaring an undeniable truth about the value of every life. Her eyes blazed, an unwavering vow made, asserting that she would never abandon them. Luke Delacan stood there, his gaze steady, a quiet resolve forming within him. Reality faded, taking him back to a distant memory, where a woman resembling Reina angrily questioned Saemon about social injustice. She sadly expressed her desire for a world free from prejudice based on origin. In the memory, Saemon, with brown hair and glasses, smiled in agreement, speaking of a day when everyone would be equal. The memory ended with a young Saemon and a shopkeeper standing in the workshop, looking towards a bright future, a day when everyone could be happy. Back in reality, Luke muttered bitterly that if someone like Reyna had been by his side 500 years ago, things might have been different. Reyna was stunned, completely failing to grasp the profound meaning in his words. Luke turned back, admitting that, thanks to her, he had recalled his original reason for wanting to change the world. Not merely for revenge. Reyna placed her hand on her chest, still bewildered by the young lord's sudden confession. Luke looked directly at her, a rare sincerity in his eyes, offering to contribute to her dream. With a solemn oath, Luke pledged that the Lacan family would stand by the princess and the refugees of the Vulcan kingdom. At the same time, under the full moon, chaos was erupting elsewhere. At the Veritas Magic Tower branch in Brandon, an urgent alarm sounded as an intruder attacked the archives. The Veritas guards frantically ran along the ramparts, ordering everyone to gather to confront the enemy. A mage, facing a cloaked figure radiating magical energy. The guards drew their swords, questioning the intruder about the arson. A mage in a purple cloak surrounded by green energy harshly criticized the Veritas Magic Tower's weak security system. The tower guards immediately surrounded the strange mage, drawing their swords and ordering him not to move. A guard suddenly froze, his face paling with horror as he realized a crucial detail. The mage turned his back, revealing the symbol of 7 white lilies on his cloak, leaving the guards stunned as they recognized his identity. At a panicked command, the soldiers simultaneously dropped their weapons onto the stone floor. Under the moonlight, the entire guard squad knelt down, showing absolute submission to Elder Piero Autolong from headquarters. Piero coldly asked about the whereabouts of the branch leader. A guard tremblingly reported that the leader was in the archives and offered to lead the way. Piero narrowed his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a dagger piercing the guard responsible for security. The guard stammered, confirming his role. Cold sweat beading under the rim of his helmet, Piero placed his hand on the soldier's head, a gesture that was both a refusal and an expression of extreme contempt. With a look of disgust, Piero declared that being escorted by an incompetent person was an insult. He unleashed a fierce torrent of green magic, a brutal display of power. The remaining guards were struck silent with horror at the terrifying surge of energy. The intruder's body lay in a pool of blood, a cold declaration of Veritas's justice executed by Piero. Piero Autolong wore a scornful smile, destructive green magical energy gathering in his hand, ready to eliminate what he considered worthless. Elsewhere, amidst the storm-drenched forest, a desperate cry for help echoed. A boy was swept away by the floodwaters, his arms flailing in a last effort to cling to life. From a distance, Samon and Katerina watched the scene in horror. Beside them, strange, slimy creatures bubbling by the riverbank. While Samon frantically suggested running for help, Katerina dismissed it, knowing there was no more time. Without a moment's hesitation, Katerina decisively tied her hair back, preparing to plunge into the rushing water. Despite Samon's shouts to stop her, she plunged into the icy water. She struggled and finally managed to pull the boy's limp body ashore. The boy coughed violently, spitting out water, a fragile sign of returning life. Katerina knelt beside the slowly recovering boy, while Samon stood watching, relief and anxiety still evident. With a radiant smile of relief, Katerina turned to give Samon the good news, but he only looked at her in silence. Her expression hardened as she heard Samon scolding about her reckless actions. He confessed that he himself had been terrified to see her rush into danger. Even so, Samon's eyes still showed his confusion and concern for her. The scene shifted to a sunny day. Katerina smiled confidently, asserting that sometimes, to save a life, reckless courage is needed. Luc de Lacan mused, a thought of someone's recklessness flashing in his eyes. Philip and Rogers suddenly appeared, Philip's face full of panic as he questioned his young lord. To emphasize the urgency, Philip pointed out that Luc's decision would push them into war with Count Monac, while Rogers stood behind with a weary expression. Rogers reluctantly nodded, admitting that despite his reluctance, he fully agreed with Philip's concerns. With a worried expression, Rogers explained that their territory was not yet ready for an all-out war. Despite the objections, Luke remained standing with his arms crossed, silently listening, with an unchanging expression. An angry vein pulsed on Luke's temple, the first sign that his patience was wearing thin. Luke gave a brief and cold reply, leaving both Philip and Rogers stunned, in shock. Philip couldn't believe his ears. He yelled, questioning Luke's sanity, pointing out the unimaginable burden this decision would cause. Luke tried to signal Philip to stop, frustration evident on his face. Losing his composure, Philip unleashed a tearful tirade, exposing Luke's secret actions and personal concerns. Luke's eyes turned fiery red, his bone-chilling gaze fixed on Philip. His anger finally erupted. Called by name in a deadly tone, Philip flinched in shock, his rage immediately extinguished. A terrifying and cold smile spread across Luke's lips as he issued a silent command, forcing Philip into submission, completely helpless before the young lord's overwhelming authority. Rogers could only cover his face in defeat. In the strategy meeting room, Katerina raised the issue of moving 30 null refugees, a massive number that would surely attract the enemy's attention. Luke de Lacan confirmed the danger, admitting that such a large-scale exodus would be immediately pursued. Analysis on the map showed a deadlock as both sea and land routes were blocked, leaving them with no safe travel options. Philip desperately offered solutions, from passively waiting to deploying troops to cover their rear. But Rogers was skeptical. Luke rejected all options, explaining that the enemy had warships and would easily catch up if they traveled by sea. He pointed out that deploying troops would not only be futile but also a declaration of war, giving Count Monac an excuse to call for support from the Emperor. Faced with the dilemma, Philip and Rogers sank into helpless silence, finding no way out. Amidst the heavy atmosphere, Luke's eyes sharpened, and he declared that there was still one path. His gloved finger decisively pointed to a river on the map, outlining an unexpected route. The senior advisor frowned, confused by the idea, as boats could not operate during the dry season. Luke confidently explained that the very weakness of the shallow river would become their strategic advantage. His plan was envisioned simple wooden rafts could easily navigate the shallow waters inaccessible to warships. The scale of the plan was revealed through images of gigantic rafts, capable of transporting tens of thousands of refugees to safety. Philip's eyes lit up, his hands clasped in absolute admiration for a solution that was both quick and effective. However, Rogers immediately poured cold water on the idea, his face hardening as he pointed out a fatal flaw in the plan. Rogers pointed to the map, outlining a grim scenario. The refugees on wooden rafts would become easy targets for enemy cavalry and archers from the shore. Luke de Lacan calmly nodded, acknowledging Rogers' sharpness, but a confident smile showed he had anticipated this problem. Luke's eyes flashed with a bold glint as he announced his solution using transport vehicles. Luke's idea was envisioned a gigantic magic tech transport vehicle running along the riverbank, using its power to pull the wooden rafts at an unpursuable speed. Philip's jaw dropped in astonishment at the audacity of the plan, while Rogers immediately recognized its feasibility. Recalling the impressive speed of these vehicles, Lacan's senior advisor cut through the excitement with a harsh reality, his face showing clear concern about the insufficient resources to build such large rafts. Luke brushed aside the financial concern with a casual smile, revealing that they still had surplus budget from purchasing the giants. He clasped his hands behind his back, making a decisive commitment to allocate a large sum of money as soon as they returned, only requesting that the rafts be truly sturdy. Katerina bowed her head, her voice heavy with guilt as she acknowledged the burden her presence and that of the refugees were placing on the Lacan family. Her eyes were filled with worry, showing a deep understanding of the risk of war and the damage this action could cause. Luke looked directly at Katerina, calling her name solemnly to interrupt her thoughts, and asserted with unshakable certainty they would win. Inspired, Philip raised his fist to the sky, declaring absolute faith in Luke, while Rogers nodded in agreement, confirming that confronting Count Monac was inevitable. Luke clarified that their role would be indirect, emphasizing that the success of the entire operation depended on whether the refugees could reach the riverbank safely. He turned to Katerina, placing his trust in her with a direct question, entrusting her with the responsibility of leading her people. With a resolute smile, Katerina accepted the task. And at the same time, the magic tech transport vehicle began to roll, initiating the daring rescue operation. Seen from outside, Jameson's silhouette moved in the messy office, overflowing with papers and empty bottles. Inside, Jameson sat amidst the chaos, the room reflecting his own decline. Jameson clicked his tongue in contempt, his gaze piercing the uninvited guest. Piero Otolong entered, his cloak obscuring his figure, his demeanor exuding disappointment at the state of this branch. Anger flashed in Jameson's eyes at the blunt criticism. Piero Otolong confronted Jameson, his stern gaze demanding an answer for his presence. With a defiant gesture, Jameson tilted his head back and drank from a bottle, showing indifference to fate and readiness to accept punishment. Piero Otolong coldly accepted Jameson's surrender, but then his eyes sharpened, revealing the true purpose of this visit. He leaned forward, his tone shifting to a direct interrogation, delving deep into Jameson's transgressions. Upon hearing Atlas Blueprint, Jameson's complacency shattered, replaced by unconcealed shock. Jameson sprang from his seat, panic overriding his nonchalance, pointing at Piero Otolong. A silent question, clear on his face. Piero Otolong calmly confirmed his suspicions, revealing that he had been tracking Jameson for a long time. As Piero Otolong questioned Jameson's motives, a horrifying truth began to dawn on the Meister. Jameson stared at his opponent, a new, far more terrifying question forming in his mind as he realized this person was not an elder. Trembling all over, Jameson clung to the table, realizing that the person before him was not who he knew, and their power was a terrifying unknown. Piero Otolong stood there, a cold warning emanating from him in a surge of dark green energy. He smirked smugly, his eyes full of condescension. With a dramatic gesture, Piero accused Jameson of his lost genius past, his tone both sarcastic and demeaning. Jameson froze, denial and horror etched on his face as he realized the danger. To punish his obstinacy, Piero waved his hand, manipulating his dark energy. A nearby wine bottle was lifted into the air and smashed violently against Jameson's head. Immediately after, a green energy hand gripped Jameson's nape. Lifting him up, Jameson let out a silent scream, his body convulsing in extreme pain. Piero began the extraction process, his hand phasing through space, pulling a brilliant orange orb of light from within Jameson's mind. A stream of energy, Jameson's very memories and soul, was forcefully pulled from his body. As the process concluded, Piero clutched the orb of memories in his hand while Jameson slumped unconscious in his seat, with his face obscured in shadow. Piero delivered a final threat, stating that he would examine the truth himself. Piero's human facade dissolved, revealing his true form, a powerful skeleton with glowing green eyes. The Council Master. To find answers, the Council Master squeezed the orb of memories, forcing it to reveal the location of the Atlas Blueprint. In his mind, Jameson watched in horror as grotesque shadowy entities lunged at him. A dark mage with blonde hair and dark skin unleashed a purple dark magic attack on Meister Jameson. Witnessing this, the green light in the Council Master's eye sockets flickered in surprise. He realized the intruder was a dark mage, using a long-lost type of magic. The Council Master assessed the situation as having become complicated, as the dark mage's existence hinted at a singular power. His thoughts turned to the Dark Moon headquarters, a mysterious faction of the Volga Republic, led by the Dark Elves. He had not expected the Dark Moon to be behind this incident. His analysis indicated that the Dark Elves were the secret rulers of the Republic. A little-known truth. Suspicions of a long-standing conspiracy had existed, but the Council Master had not anticipated them acting so quickly. On the map of power, he envisioned their forces growing strong, capable of challenging even the Baroque Empire. A future war between powerful factions appeared in his mind. However, he concluded that they still needed time to develop and were not an immediate threat. Seizing the opportunity, the Council Master decided he must take the blueprint from the unconscious Jameson. From his bony palm, A stream of green magical energy began to form. The energy condensed into a worm-like creature. Crawling towards Jameson, the magical creature burrowed into Jameson's ear, beginning the ruthless process of infiltration and memory extraction. In a dark room, the shadow of a person sitting at a table suddenly stood up decisively. The shadow dissipated, revealing the council master in his true skeletal form. Standing before the unconscious Jameson, the council master's green eyes glowed in the darkness. A cold acknowledgement that his prey had awakened. Jameson slowly stirred, his body trembling as consciousness gradually returned. Enveloped by the ghostly green energy, Jameson knelt, his eyes lifeless, and swore absolute loyalty to his new master. The council master looked down at the subdued Jameson, a silent smile appearing on his skeletal face. Satisfied with his contingency plan, with a flick of his hand, the council master turned, his purple cloak billowing powerfully. The council master's silhouette loomed before the large window, and he issued a silent command, deciding to head north. Meanwhile, at the Lacan mansion, Hans slammed his hand on the table, his face aghast and furious at a shocking piece of news. Before his aides, Hans furiously accused Count Monac of being behind the assassination attempt on young Lord Luke. A gray-haired aide analyzed that Monac's use of gigants indicated he had been targeting the Lacan fiefdom for a long time. Rogers offered the strategic assessment that this could be preparation for a territorial war, while Philip anxiously questioned its legitimacy. Hans despairingly covered his face, explaining that with Monac's connections to the royal family, creating a pretext for war would be all too easy. Amidst the tension, Dixon raised a practical concern, expressing worry about the financial burden of sheltering refugees. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew heavy, the weight of an impending war and a humanitarian crisis pressing down on everyone. A strange noise interrupted the meeting, and Rogers and Philip immediately rushed towards the sound, ready for combat. Philip drew his sword, indignation clear on his face, as he charged to confront those he believed were trespassing on the fiefdom. But then he stopped, the anger on his face replaced by utter astonishment. Before him, amidst the rubble, Luke stood with an unbelievable calmness. Philip approached, sheathing his sword while gesturing to question Luke about his sudden disappearance. With a smug smile, Luke gestured for them to look at what he had brought, an answer to all their questions. Both Philip and Rogers were stunned as Luke revealed the treasure's origin, the Forgotten War Fund of Demon King Samon, a colossal mountain of treasure consisting of crystals and gold bars, piled up before them, radiating a brilliant light. While Rogers was still hesitant about a possible curse, Dixon rushed forward from behind, his face resolute in dismissing all fears. Dixon raised his hand, declaring loudly that their iron will would crush any curse that dared to stand in their way. In a fit of extreme excitement, Dixon declared the Lacan fiefdom's absolute ownership of the treasure, while Luke merely smiled and observed. While Dixon joyfully buried himself in the riches, Luke explained that this was the emergency fund to resolve the refugee issue. Having resolved the financial matter, Luke turned to Rogers, his eyes signaling a private and important conversation. Rogers listened to Luke's proposal, his expression shifting from surprise to absolute focus, ready to accept the task. Afterward, Luke stood alone on the training ground, with his twin swords, his gaze fixed forward, preparing for his next move. Luke mused, his gaze distant as he considered the necessity of relearning skills lost after 500 years. A decision flashed in his eyes, realizing that magic was not omnipotent, and he needed a backup plan. With iron determination, Luke gripped his sword hilt, preparing to confront his own weaknesses. On the training ground, Luke faced Rogers, the sword in his hand, a declaration of his intent. Rogers, initially a little apprehensive, broke into a surprised smile at the young lord's unexpected sparring proposal. Luke responded with a resolute gaze, asserting that the heir of a warrior family could not be ignorant of swordsmanship. Rogers' face lit up with genuine joy at Luke's change and determination. Without warning, Luke roared a battle cry and charged forward, initiating the duel. The deafening clang of metal echoed as Rogers swung his sword to parry Luke's furious attack. a streak of purple light flashing from the point of impact. Rogers was stunned, his initial apprehension vanishing, replaced by utter astonishment at Luke's power. Luke continued to attack with superior speed and strength, overwhelmingly forcing Rogers onto the defensive. Rogers' wrist trembled slightly as he struggled to parry, realizing Luke's strength far surpassed anything he had known. Suddenly, Luke paused, his eyes wide with astonishment, as if he had just discovered a new ability within himself. Luke's gaze became unusually sharp. He raised his sword, seemingly seeing through all of his opponent's moves. Rogers lowered his sword, a proud and contented smile spreading across his lips as he realized the Lacan heir had truly returned. Rogers observed with a stern expression, showing a critical assessment and not yet complete satisfaction. The two lunged at each other, blades clashing and sparking as Rogers parried Luke's attack, seeking to turn defense into offense. Luke moved with incredible speed, dodging the blow and performing a somersault over Rogers' head, completely disorienting his opponent. Luke paused, a flicker of surprise on his face as he realized the power gap between them was even greater than anticipated. Rogers stood firm, his nonchalant demeanor a silent mockery of Luke's helplessness. Rogers' smile was radiant, his eyes sparkling with genuine admiration for Luke's formidable progress. Luke gave a wry smile, Rogers' praise for defeating the Demon King twisting like a knife into a secret only he knew. Rage flared on Luke's face as Rogers burst into laughter, his words reminding him of Philip's way of speaking. Luke lowered his sword, frustration giving way to a new resolve. He could not accept such a result. His gaze sharpened, an unspoken vow made he had to land at least one hit. Purple magical energy erupted around Luke, enhancing his body beyond ordinary human limits. He lunged forward like a purple arrow, his sword slashing a powerful arc, forcing Rogers into a defensive stance. Rogers smiled, still maintaining his confidence as he faced the young lord's enhanced attack. That confidence shattered, Rogers' eyes widening in horror as he realized the true nature of the attack. Before Rogers' eyes, Luke's sword flared into a blazing torch, an unbelievable power. Rogers, though pushed back, maintained his guard, his eyes reflecting astonishment at Luke's extraordinary speed. A skeptical smile flickered across Rogers' lips as he recognized Luke's technique, a legendary sword art he never expected to witness. Luke's memories flashed back to the past, where the image of Hero Lacan appeared, his golden sword blazing like the sun, an inimitable power. In that memory, Samon, the Demon King's hand, gripped the sword hilt, preparing to face destiny. The scene shattered as Lacan's blade tore through space, a single strike that ended Samon 500 years ago. Back in reality, Luke stood opposite Rogers, the sensation of that ancient battle still as vivid as if it were yesterday. A cold smile formed on Luke's lips as he unconsciously raised his hand to his neck, where the invisible scar of his past life still throbbed. Instead of fear, the warrior blood in Luke boiled, and he unleashed a purple aura, his eyes challenging Rogers to give his all. Rogers froze, his confidence shattering as he realized the energy enveloping Luke was the legendary aura. Luke's purple aura erupted more fiercely, though still faint. It was unmistakable, transforming the training ground into a true battlefield. Luke charged, an unspoken demand shouted through his fiery gaze, requiring Rogers to answer the challenge. Rogers' astonishment vanished, replaced by an excited smile. He accepted the challenge from the young lord who always surprised him. Without hesitation, Rogers charged, his sword ready to meet Luke's new power. Luke retaliated with a sharp sword stroke, his entire focus concentrated on the battle. The clang of metal echoed as Rogers, with a radiant smile, parried Luke's attack. The true battle had begun. The clang of clashing metal reverberated throughout the training ground within the sturdy fortress walls. Luke and Rogers stood facing each other, both panting after an intense sword fight. Rogers signaled to end the training session, but Luke maintained his stance, his eyes indicating he still wanted to continue. Rogers questioned Luke about a type of power he had never seen. leaving the young man bewildered. An image flashed in Roger's mind. Replaying the moment, Luke erupted in a fierce, purple aura. Rogers narrowed his eyes, realizing Luke's power was not as simple as it appeared. Something deeper was hidden. The scene shifted to the image of a legendary knight, whose sword glowed with a pure blue energy. The true definition of aura. Luke's eyes widened as a fragment of memory suddenly flooded back. The memory brought him back to a life-or-death confrontation with an assassin, who had also used a similar type of energy. He recalled the moment he absorbed that dark energy, his fists clenching as purple power surged. Back in reality, Rogers looked at Luke seriously, deciding it was time to reveal an important truth. Rogers placed a hand on Luke's shoulder, making an offer that would completely change his path to teach him the golden sword art. Luke's mind exploded with images of himself using Lacan's sword art, his sworn enemies, transforming hatred into power. The initial excitement was quickly replaced by skepticism, as Luke realized a fatal contradiction in the offer. Luke questioned Rogers about the inheritance of the sword art, leaving the master to only give a wry smile at his student's difficult question. A symbolic image appeared, depicting the Demon King's curse that had claimed the lives of Lacan family heads for generations. To preserve the legacy, Hero Lacan in the past solemnly entrusted the family's secret sword art to a loyal knight commander. Since then, generations of armored knight commanders have become the solid foundation protecting the Lacan family. Back in reality, Rogers explained to Luke that it was thanks to that sacrifice that the lineage could survive despite the short lives of its family head. Luke looked directly at Rogers, his eyes gleaming with a spark of hope as he asked if he could become a sword emperor like his ancestor Lacan. Rogers sadly shook his head, explaining that it was impossible because the latter half of the secret art had been lost 400 years ago. Luke pondered deeply, unconsciously rubbing his chin as he absorbed the information about the history and limitations of the family's sword art. Memories suddenly flooded back, taking Luke to the fateful moment when he, in his previous life, was defeated by that very sword art. He clenched his fists, an iron resolve replacing the obsession. Realizing his old enemy was dead, and the sword art was now a challenge for him to conquer, Luke's face darkened, only his eyes and smile lighting up defiantly, vowing to fully absorb and make that sword art his own. A white dove soared into the blue sky, its feathers gently falling like an omen. The feathers fell onto a large public square, where a crowd was gathered around a fountain with an angel statue. A boy in the crowd looked up, his eyes shining brightly and his mouth agape in astonishment and joy. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Princess Katerina appeared with a dignified demeanor, her gaze fixed forward. Katerina held her head high, her gaze sweeping over the crowd with solemnity, ready to address all the people. 10 years passed, and a group of refugees languished within the gray walls of Monarch's fiefdom. Their lives were a long chain of days shackled by oppression and unjust treatment. A young woman listened, her eyes deeply etched with suffering under the rule of the lords and soldiers. A boy looked up, his eyes filled with silent resentment at the leader's helplessness. Katerina's hands clenched on the wooden podium. Suppressing her indignation and determined to break the deadlock, she announced a momentous decision tonight. They would leave this place for Lacan's fiefdom. Katerina stood tall, asserting that the responsibility was hers, but her tone conveyed belief in a better future for all. Her hands trembled as she acknowledged everyone's fear, showing empathy and not forcing those wounded souls. With an urgent gaze, she made a fervent plea, begging them to place their trust in her one last time. Standing before the silent crowd, she called on them to collectively end the days of despair and begin a new chapter. To show absolute sincerity, Katerina bowed deeply before her people, an act of humble supplication. Sweat beaded on her temples. She closed her eyes tightly, holding her breath, awaiting their reaction in the heavy silence. A voice broke the silence, causing Katerina to snap her head up, her eyes wide with astonishment. The surprise quickly gave way to relief and emotion as she realized it was a confident affirmation. An elderly man, on behalf of everyone, smiled warmly and affirmed their gratitude and unwavering trust in her decision. Victor stood behind Katerina, who was on a wooden podium, Seemingly having just finished a speech, the refugee spokesperson, with a resolute expression, affirmed their loyalty on behalf of everyone. Katerina clasped her hands to her chest, a gesture showing deep emotion and gratitude. With eyes brimming with emotion, Katerina expressed her sincere gratitude to those who had placed their trust in her. The spokesperson handed Katerina a piece of paper, reporting that the rafts and wagons prepared by Luke were ready for the evacuation. Katerina looked towards the heavily guarded settlement, her face clearly showing concern about moving a large number of people undetected. Victor stepped forward, drawing Katerina's attention with a confident expression to reassure the princess. Victor opened a box, revealing intricately crafted masks designed to mimic the symptoms of a terrible plague. At the same time, on the city wall, an aide of Monak gripped the railing, roaring in anger as he looked down at the slum. From his perspective, the large square where the refugees had been was now completely empty, with only makeshift tents remaining. The aide turned, grabbing a guard by the collar and questioning why they had withdrawn from their guard post. The guard raised his hands in a desperate explanation, reporting that a plague had broken out in the slum, forcing their retreat. The aide held up a gruesome mask, exposing the truth about the plague the guard had just reported. Count Monak sat in his chair, tossing the mask away with disdain, showing disgust at the simple trick that had deceived his soldiers. Monak's face contorted in silent fury, his eyes burning with hatred for those he deemed ungrateful. An aide and a guard frantically reported to Monak that Princess Katerina had escaped, his rage erupting. Monak gripped the armrest of his throne, feeling deeply betrayed. Monak's face contorted with anger, uttering a silent threat about Katerina's fate if she were caught. Meanwhile, the elite Scorpion cavalry, having just returned from the battlefield, entered the Great Hall. The entire troop knelt before Monak, demonstrating absolute loyalty. Their blood-red scorpion emblem appeared as a harbinger of death. The commander of the Scorpion cavalry reported that the entire force had returned and was ready for orders. Monak faced the commander, shadow partially obscuring his face. A sinister and smug smile appeared on Monak's lips as he realized the time had come to act. He raised his wineglass, complacent that fortune had perfectly aligned with him. A white messenger bird, symbolizing Katerina, was caged beside him. Monak looked at the captive bird, uttering a venomous warning that Katerina would regret daring to flee. Elsewhere, Katerina's refugee group was wearily moving through a sparse forest. A woman in the group clearly showed exhaustion and worry on her face. A child collapsed, unable to continue, and the mother could only helplessly encourage her child, while an elderly man watched them with a look of despair. Victor, the advisor, turned back from his position driving the carriage, his eyes worried, suggesting a short rest for the group. The refugees trudged wearily, burdens on their shoulders and exhaustion etched on their faces, fearing that the enemy would catch up before they reached safety. Victor earnestly turned towards Katerina, who was seated in the carriage, pleading for her approval. Katerina, with the composure of a leader, signaled her agreement, affirming that everyone's safety was the top priority. A large pot of soup steamed over a fire, promising a rare hot meal for the exhausted people. While everyone rested, Victor brought a bowl of soup to Katerina, who stood apart, lost in thought. Katerina gently refused, but Victor firmly insisted, emphasizing that her decline would cause everyone's morale to collapse as well. The burden of guilt was evident on Katerina's face as she turned away, blaming herself for leading her people into this plight. Victor was startled by her self-reproach, hastily dismissing the thought with an urgent expression. A fleeting image appeared, Katerina gently comforting a child in the arms of her people, a testament to the trust they placed in her. Victor placed his hand on his chest, his gesture affirming their unwavering loyalty and faith in her leadership. He once again offered the bowl of soup to her, a silent plea for her to maintain her strength for everyone's sake. Katerina's gaze softened, a gentle smile of gratitude and emotion gracing her lips. She accepted the bowl of soup from Victor's hand, a moment of renewed understanding and resolve between them. Just then, a sudden sound echoed from afar, startling both Katerina and Victor, their faces freezing in horror. Victor horrifyingly realized their pursuers had arrived. He turned back, urging Katerina and the other refugees to flee. The thundering sound of hooves echoed, signaling the cavalry's terrifyingly fast approach. To block their escape, a knight on horseback cast a giant net, engulfing the panicked group of refugees. Katerina and Victor were frozen in horror as they watched their people being captured right before their eyes. The refugees were thrown to the ground, the cold blades of the knights pressed against them, extinguishing all hope of resistance. A cruel and smug smile appeared on a knight's face through the slit of his helmet. Surrounded, Katerina and Victor desperately watched the armored knights tighten their encirclement. With no escape route left, the commander of the Scorpion Cavalry, Viper June, looked down at them from horseback, issuing a silent command for the princess to comply. To reinforce the threat, two knights used their spears to restrain innocent civilians, turning them into hostages right in front of Katerina. Enraged by the despicable act, Victor pointed directly at Viper Jun, condemning the action of taking civilians hostage by one who bore the title of knight. Viper Jun responded with a mocking shrug, his contemptuous smile showing absolute disregard for the accusation. Victor, his face etched with indignation, retorted in a harsh voice that they themselves were the ones who had driven them to this desperate situation. Viper June sneered, turning the accusation back and asserting that their stubbornness had escalated the situation. He continued his accusatory speech, mocking Katerina for rejecting the Count's benevolence and acting selfishly, tarnishing her reputation. Unable to contain his rage, Victor roared, questioning Viper June about the crimes they had committed against his people. Victor angrily accused an oppressor of exploiting the miserable refugees. His indignation peaked. He pointed, questioning the suffering his people had endured. The Scorpion Cavalry appeared, coldly ignoring the confrontation. To execute the order to capture Katerina, a soldier pressed a cold, sharp blade against the neck of a refugee woman. Viper June, their commander, issued a cruel ultimatum: surrender the princess, or all would die. Katerina's gaze turned sharp. She resolutely faced the threat, gritting her teeth. She made a painful decision to save her people. Despite Victor's dissuasion, Katerina confronted the enemy, setting conditions for their freedom. Viper June smirked smugly, making an oath on the honor of the Scorpion army. Victor desperately pleaded with the princess not to believe the enemy's deceitful words. Katerina calmly stopped Victor, asserting that she could not flee while her people were in danger. Under the moonlight, she declared that her people were her sole reason for existence. With unshakable resolve, Katerina accepted her own sacrifice. She turned back, giving Victor a final smile, a silent entrustment to care for them. Witnessing the princess's sacrifice, Victor and the refugees collapsed in horror and despair. Katerina stepped out of the shadows, facing the waiting Scorpion Cavalry, while Victor desperately reached out as if to pull her back. With a resolute yet sorrowful expression, Katerina accepted her fate, believing it to be the will of a higher power. She bowed her head, a single fleeting regret surfacing in her mind before facing the outcome. A fleeting memory brought her back to the image of Luke Delacan, her unspoken feelings becoming her final burden. Back in reality, Viper, the commander of the Scorpion Cavalry, burst into triumphant and cruel laughter. He approached Katerina, his tone full of smugness, as he announced he would escort her safely. After confirming the princess was in his hands, Viper turned to his troops, preparing to issue the final command. Hearing the declaration, Katerina's eyes widened in horror, sensing a terrible betrayal. As ordered, the Scorpion Cavalry turned their swords towards the terrified refugees. Desperate screams echoing, Katerina struggled, questioning Viper in fury, accusing him of breaking the agreement to spare her people. Viper turned back with a contemptuous smile, his tone brazenly denying all promises. The harsh truth dealt a fatal blow to Katerina, her face contorting in horror as she realized she had been deceived. Two soldiers immediately closed in, holding Katerina tightly as she screamed in helplessness. Unable to bear it any longer, Victor drew his sword, casting aside all fear and charging straight towards the enemy to protect the princess. His face was etched with extreme indignation, a silent vow to destroy all scum declared by his fiery gaze. A warhorse galloped through the forest, its hooves thundering rhythmically. To protect the princess, Victor bravely drew his sword, blocking the path of Viper, who stood tall on horseback. With a powerful clash, Viper easily knocked Victor back, sending the old butler's sword flying. From above, Viper looked down at Victor with contempt, uttering a taunt at the defeated man's helplessness, restrained by a knight. Katerina screamed Victor's name in despair, helplessly watching her loyal butler face danger. Victor collapsed to the ground, his hand clutching the fatal wound on his chest, blood beginning to soak his clothes. Viper's face gleamed with cruelty as he prepared to deliver the finishing blow, extinguishing all hope. He raised his sword high, the cold steel blade reflecting the light, ready for the final strike. In a distant place, a pair of blue eyes suddenly glowed with boundless power. Witnessing the impending horror, Katerina closed her eyes and let out a silent, tearful scream. Just before the blade descended, a surge of dark purple energy suddenly erupted from Victor, enveloping him. Viper froze, his eyes wide with astonishment at the inexplicable power unfolding before him. Panicked by the terrifying dark aura, Viper's warhorse neighed and reared violently. The energy dissipated, leaving Victor exhausted but alive, his wound miraculously gone. Katerina opened her eyes, the despair on her face replaced by an expression of unbelievable shock. Katerina wept, tears of despair now flowing with relief. Under the moonlight, the Scorpion Knights, Katerina, and Victor all looked up at the lone figure standing atop the hill, a presence named Luke. Katerina raised a hand to her mouth, unable to hold back tears of gratitude as her savior had truly arrived. Luke de Lacan's face was cold as he assessed the situation, recognizing the complexity of the confrontation. With unyielding determination, Luke unleashed a surge of dark purple energy, his eyes glowing, ready for battle. Victor, exhausted and sitting on the ground, watched in astonishment as the magical energy that had just saved his life flared up. Restrained by two Scorpion Knights with crossed swords, Katerina could only look forward helplessly. Luke repeated his analytical gaze, confirming his decision. From his position, Luke faced the entire troop of Scorpion Knights, dark energy from his hands, ready to counter the charging enemy. Victor looked up, filled with shame for his defeat, but also immense gratitude for his rescuer's arrival. As Viper charged, Victor knelt on the ground, and in a moment of weakness, inadvertently blurted out the name of his savior. Victor immediately realized his fatal mistake, his face showing panic at having revealed Luke's identity. Viper paused, the familiar name making him ponder and recognize his opponent's face. Luke stood firm, calmly facing Viper as his identity as the young Lord of Lacan was revealed. Viper looked at Katerina, now understanding everything. The princess's sudden escape surely had Luke's hand behind it. Viper smirked contemptuously, mocking his enemy's naivety. He roared a command, and two Scorpion Knights immediately charged forward on horseback to attack. Under the moonlight, Luke stood tall on the cliff, calmly awaiting the attack. A vortex of dark energy formed as Luke raised his hand, the bracelet on his wrist glowing in response to the summoning. With glowing eyes, Luke extended his hand towards the enemy, unleashing a surge of purple magical power affected by the invisible force. The warhorses panicked and reared, causing Viper to shout to calm his troops, blood trickling from the corners of his eyes. Luke issued a final command, a deadly order to the immortal entities he had just summoned. The ground shook violently as a gigantic stone hand broke through the earth and emerged, a colossal dark golem, fully materialized, opening its mouth to let out a sky-shattering roar. Two stone giants extended their arms, blocking the advance of the Scorpion Knights. From behind, Katerina watched in disbelief at the incredible sight. Viper was stunned, staring in shock at the two dark golems standing tall before him. The panic on Viper's face quickly gave way to a flicker of realization. He began to deduce the summoner's true identity. One of the golems raised its stone fist, ready to crush the enemy. The colossal fist descended, knocking a knight off his horse in a brutal attack. A scorpion knight was seized by the dark golem, his terrified scream echoing in vain. Viper spurred his horse forward, roaring a command to quell the spreading panic in the ranks. He pointed forward, downplaying the golem's power and ordering his troops to use their speed to win. The scorpion knights charged, attempting to weave through the stone giants. From a distance, Luke raised his hand, tendrils of dark purple energy flowing from his fingers, controlling the battle. Obeying the invisible command, the dark golems acted in unison, the magical symbols on their bodies flaring. A golem stomped heavily on the ground, creating an earthquake that sent knights and their horses flying. Another knight was thrown from his saddle, his body flying like a puppet with severed strings. Viper looked up in horror, seeing Luke hovering in midair under the moonlight. Like a judging deity, he froze on horseback, watching his soldiers being easily slaughtered. Viper's confidence shattered, replaced by the horrifying realization that he was facing an unimaginable force. In desperation, Viper leaped from his horse, a frantic decision flashing in his eyes. He rushed forward and seized Katarina, who stood stunned amidst the chaos. Viper held his sword to Katarina's throat, roaring a final threat to force Luke to stop. Facing the threat, Luke remained silent, his eyes turning a vibrant purple, radiating a pressure even more terrifying than the blade. Luke's gaze blazed with a deadly purple, blood trickling from the corners of his eyes as his power erupted. In a flash, he surged past the defenses, a stream of dark energy aimed directly at Viper to rescue Katarina. Luke grabbed Viper and slammed him directly into a nearby tree with terrifying force. Viper let out a pathetic scream, pain tearing through his complacency as his armor cracked, giving his opponent no second to breathe. Luke tightened his grip on his neck, completely in control of the situation. He leaned down, his icy gaze conveying a silent warning that his patience had run out. Killing intent radiated from Luke, a deadly threat evident on his face. Choking, Viper still managed to utter a weak defiance. He desperately invoked the name of his superior, hoping it could save his life. In response, Luke simply raised a finger, and a blazing red energy erupted, shattering Viper's defiance into horror. Viper collapsed to the ground, completely subdued by Luke's overwhelming power. Now safe, Katarina looked at Luke, astonishment and concern evident in her eyes. She called his name, while Luke stood tall over his defeated enemy. As they walked away, Katarina's gaze remained fixed on Luke, a silent question about his appearance. Luke turned away, giving her a brief instruction to take the refugees to safety. After the confrontation, Katarina quietly stood behind Luke, her eyes filled with shock. From behind Luke, the formidable Scorpion cavalry was galloping forward, ready for an attack. The Scorpion cavalry's confidence shattered as they realized their commander had been easily defeated. A soldier's thoughts recalled stories of the terrifying power of a high-ranking mage on the battlefield. The soldier's horror intensified as he realized the power before him far surpassed even the most terrifying legends. Luke stepped forward, a terrifying surge of purple magical energy erupting around him, causing his enemies to utter a name filled with dread. With his eyes glowing purple, Luke issued a deadly warning, asserting that the decision to confront him was an irreversible mistake. Under the moonlight, Luke's silhouette stood tall amidst the magical flames, a monstrous image instilling terror in the soldiers' minds. Their will to fight completely collapsed. The soldiers dropped their weapons, deciding to flee to save their lives. As the Scorpion cavalry turned and fled in disarray, two colossal shadow golems emerged from the ground, blocking their retreat. A wall of purple magical fire rose from nothing, turning the forest into a deadly, inescapable trap. A soldier's desperate scream echoed as he realized Luke was hovering ahead, blocking all hope of escape. Luke, bare-handed, channeled magical energy to easily break an enemy's sword. Standing before his golem army, Luke raised his sword, declaring an irresistible death sentence upon the entire cavalry unit. Under the cold moonlight, Luke stood alone on the silent battlefield, surrounded by the corpses of those who had dared to challenge him. Luke de Lacan looked at Katerina from afar with a complex, unreadable expression. In an open field after the battle, Luke turned his back to Katerina, who was observing from a distance. Luke wiped clean a broken arrow, declaring that the immediate danger had been resolved and he would escort her to safety. As Luke was about to lead the way, Victor suddenly raised his hand to stop him, an unspoken command for him to halt. Luke turned to face Victor, his gaze cold and scrutinized. Victor stood in front of Katerina, demanding Luke keep his distance and not approach the princess. With a stern expression, Victor questioned Luke about the origin of his golem-controlling power, an ability unheard of in the Lacan family. Luke listened in silence as Victor continued to accuse him, claiming the magic he used carried a dark, terrifying aura. Katerina clasped her hands together, her face revealing worry and doubt at the extraordinary abilities of the person who had just saved her. Luke's thoughts darkened. He realized he had made a mistake in a moment of lost composure. He briefly saw the image of frightened refugees, realizing he had revealed his power to too many people. Memories of another Katerina sobbing suddenly flooded back, making him understand the reason for his uncontrolled action. A bitter smile briefly crossed Luke's lips as he blamed his past self, Saman, for this weakness. Returning to reality, Victor shook his head resolutely, refusing to overlook Luke's use of what was considered an evil power. Luke met the accusation with an icy question, reminding them that it was that very power which had saved everyone's lives. Philip faced Luke, his expression filled with indignation and doubt at the power he had just witnessed. He waved his hand, loudly accusing Luke of having walked an unforgivable path of dark magic, questioning his honor as a descendant of the hero Lacan. Katerina stammered, trying to find words to defend Luke's actions. Amidst the frightened citizens, Philip spread his arms to block Luke's path, demanding an answer. While Katerina desperately tried to prevent the confrontation, Katerina stepped forward, firmly asserting that the method didn't matter. The truth was that Luke had saved them. Luke coldly interrupted Katerina, stunning her. He did not want to evade the truth. Everyone's thoughts returned to the image of an armored knight lying dead in a pool of blood, a testament to the terrifying power that had just been unleashed. Luke pointed towards the still-standing shadow golems, creatures summoned by dark magic. As an undeniable admission, he placed his hand on his chest and confessed, the image of the past demon king Saman appearing behind him, revealing the true origin of his power. The refugees were stunned, horrified by the confession. Katerina also couldn't believe her ears, her face filled with shock and fear. Luke repeated his confession decisively. The power he possessed was indeed the dark magic of Demon King Saman, who had died 500 years ago. The crowd of villagers became chaotic, fear of the Demon King engulfing them. A man in the panicked crowd rushed towards Luke, shouting the question of whether the Demon King had been resurrected. Luke's hair temporarily turned silver. He closed his eyes, emitting a calming energy to reassure everyone, asserting that the Demon King had not yet returned. The image of Demon King Saman and his shadow golem army appeared, a powerful legacy that once plunged the world into chaos. The stream of memories took Luke back to his childhood, where the boy collapsed in exhaustion, failing at sword training due to his weak physique. To seek solace, young Luke often sought out the Demon King's ruined tower, a place holding past achievements. One day, while wandering, he stumbled upon a spiral staircase inside the tower. His hand accidentally touched a loose brick. Feeling something unusual on the stone wall, a secret mechanism was activated, opening a hidden passage in the wall. Young Luke's eyes widened in astonishment at the unexpected discovery. The passage led deep inside, where an ancient stone golem stood guard, part of a forgotten legacy. Young Luke stood frozen before the grand hall containing everything the Demon King had built. Curiosity and a craving for power quickly overcame his initial fear. Overcoming his hesitation, he reached for a thick, ancient book from the shelf. He opened the book, confronting forbidden magical runes. A flicker of fear crossed his face as he realized the true nature of this knowledge. But then, fear gave way to an iron resolve. He realized this was the only way to overcome his own limitations. Returning to reality, Luke faced Katarina, Philip, and the refugees, asserting that the power they had just witnessed was the result of his secret choice from years ago. With his hair now white, Luke explained his harsh choice, clenching his fists, admitting that despair had forced him to act. Katarina looked at Luke, her eyes filled with worry and sympathy at his confession. Philip stammered in protest, his face showing the conflict between loyalty and rigid principles being shaken. A loud shout rang out, interrupting Philip's protest. The refugee spokesperson stepped forward, boldly declaring that they had no right to judge the person who had saved their lives. Turning to Luke, the spokesperson affirmed that their gratitude transcended any prejudice about the origin of his power. Luke listened, surprise and relief evident on his face at the unexpected understanding. He closed his eyes, a moment of deep and sincere gratitude appearing. In response, the spokesperson and Katarina bowed slightly, showing respect and agreement. A flicker of contemplation crossed Luke's eyes, realizing that this acceptance was only the first step. Behind them, Philip and some other refugees still maintained wary and doubtful expressions, indicating that the division remained. The spokesperson broke the tense atmosphere, urging everyone to quickly depart before the Count's pursuit team caught up. In the distance, Viscount Lacan's fiefdom appeared like a peaceful fortress by the river, the destination and hope of the entire group. Meanwhile, in his mansion, Count Monac collapsed to the floor in helpless rage, a broken wine glass beside him, his hand clenched, trembling with hatred as he realized his most elite cavalry unit had been completely annihilated. In a fit of rage over the humiliating defeat, Count Monac squeezed his hand until it bled. An aide trembled on the floor, trying to offer an explanation for the disastrous defeat. Monac roared in anger, cutting short the terrified subordinate's excuse. With a contemptuous expression, Monac growled, vowing not to let those weaklings continue their arrogance. He issued a decisive command, leaving the aide stunned with dread at the impending escalation. Monac's gaze fell upon the empty golden birdcage, seeing it as an unforgivable personal insult. Sinking deep into the armchair, Monac pondered a cruel revenge plan. Meanwhile, in Lacan fiefdom, the atmosphere grew tense within a solemn building. Luke presided over a strategic meeting with his closest allies, Katarina, Philip, Victor, Dixon, and the refugee spokesperson. Hans solemnly read a message from the royal family, declaring that an official territorial war between Monac fiefdom and Lacan had been approved. Victor clenched his fists in anger, while Katarina bowed her head, feeling the burden of guilt for having drawn them into the conflict. The refugee spokesperson quickly reassured her, asserting that Monac's aggressive nature was the true cause. Philip fell into contemplation, trying to find a logical flaw in this unbelievable chain of events. Confusion was evident on Katarina and Victor's faces as they heard the absurd reason given to justify the war. Philip could no longer restrain himself. He sprang to his feet, protesting the enemy's blatant lies and the royal family's inexplicable approval. Luke brushed aside trivial concerns, his mind entirely focused on finding a way to break the perilous stalemate. Turning to Luke, Rogers began reporting on the troop situation, his face showing clear concern. Rogers presented the dilemma. The newly recruited mercenaries from the refugee camps were almost untrained, their combat capability a big question mark. Mute continued, his voice heavy as he announced that they only had 3 giants ready for battle after exhausting their budget on fortifying the territory. Luke listened intently to Mute's explanation, keenly aware of the significant disparity in forces compared to the enemy. A hand was raised, cutting through the tense atmosphere. Katarina unexpectedly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention, as she revealed they still had an ace up their sleeve, a secretly hidden gigant. Mylan sprang up, his eyes shining with excitement as he confirmed the existence of Gigant Mer, a war machine whose power he had witnessed firsthand. Mylan's elation faded when the issue of pilot shortage was raised, but Katarina gestured to reassure him, indicating she had a solution. Katarina introduced Victor, the elderly butler, as a seasoned gigant pilot, leaving everyone astonished. Victor placed a hand on his chest, his gaze firm as he asserted that even though he had left the battlefield, his experience was an unparalleled weapon with clenched fists. Victor earnestly pledged to give his utmost, imploring everyone's trust. Mylan and Rogers exchanged glances, astonishment and admiration evident on their faces upon learning Victor's true identity as a renowned former knight commander. Victor continued to offer hope, revealing that the loyal knights of the Old Kingdom were still secretly training and ready to fight. However, the elderly gray-haired aide spoke up, pouring cold water on the optimism by reminding everyone of the enemy's numerous gigant forces. During the strategic meeting, an illustration appeared, depicting the overwhelming power of the enemy's knight-class gigant army. A lone warrior stood amidst the ruined battlefield, a testament to the brutal truth that a high-level gigant could wipe out a weaker army. Back in the meeting room, the faces of Mute, Lacan's strategist, Hans, and Philip fell, filled with worry at the grim prospect. Amidst the heavy atmosphere, Luke posed a hopeful question, suggesting another way to turn the tide. Capturing the attention of Katarina and Rogers, Mute, with the skepticism of a realist, questioned how they could neutralize such a formidable force. Luke smiled confidently, explaining that the plan was not to destroy, but to create a situation where the enemy could not deploy their full power. A topographical map of Viscount Lacan's fiefdom appeared, with Luke pointing out the cliffs and dense forests as natural obstacles. Waves crashed heavily on the southern coast, emphasizing it as the only remaining attack route for a large army. The vision of a colossal enemy fleet approaching by sea appeared, confirming Luke's prediction. A sharp and calculating smile flickered across Luke's face as he prepared to reveal his trap. The plan was envisioned. Dense rows of anti-landing sharpened stakes were erected just beneath the water's surface near the shore. On the cliffs, colossal catapults were positioned, ready to unleash their firepower onto the beach. Luke turned to Rogers, reassuring him that all risks had been accounted for and they would face them together. Standing up, Luke boldly declared that despite being outnumbered, they would not let fear overwhelm their will to fight. Rogers and Philip looked at each other, their initial skepticism replaced by resolute gazes and absolute trust in their commander. Luke introduced Victor, the renowned former knight commander of the Volga Kingdom, as a crucial ally with clenched fists. Luke asserted that their true strength was not inferior, but even superior to the enemy's. He extended his hand, calling for everyone to unite with an unwavering belief that they would win at all costs. Inspired, Mute placed his hand on the table, declaring that they could not simply stand by after such passionate words. Philip and Rogers responded in unison, raising their fists to show their oath of loyalty and readiness to fight for their young lord. Katarina placed a hand on her chest, her eyes filled with conviction, as she admitted that by Luke's side, she didn't feel they could lose. Luke placed a hand on Roger's shoulder, reminding everyone of the countless miracles they had witnessed together so far. His gaze became resolute, affirming that this battle would be no exception, and they would overcome it. Awakening, Philip declared he would immediately go prepare for the upcoming battle. Mute also turned and walked towards the door, taking on the task of reinforcing the city walls. The meeting room door closed, leaving Luke alone in the silent room. Luke raised his hand, and an intricate, glowing purple magic circle appeared from his palm. The purple energy from the magic circle enveloped the double doors, sealing them with a powerful defensive barrier. Immediately after, Luke collapsed into the chair, his body trembling from exhaustion after casting an overwhelming spell. Blood welled from the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. The price for the power just used. Flickering memories surfaced, showing Luke losing control and unleashing a torrent of fierce dark energy in a fit of rage. Inside his body, chaotic mana swirled around his heart, causing it to beat abnormally and painfully. Pain surged. Luke clutched his chest, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he realized the dark magic circle within him was on the verge of shattering. Back in reality, in a secluded cave, A blue crystal shard was used to carve the final lines of an intricate magic circle onto the stone floor. Luke raised his head, his gaze resolute, still holding the crystal shard like a carving tool. Accepting the impending risk, he stood in the center of the colossal summoning circle, illuminated by dozens of candles. Preparing to perform a forbidden ritual, he glanced around the cave, a perfect hiding place beneath the mine. Ensuring the secrecy of his upcoming action, his thoughts took him back to the moment Howarth's dark power transformed the Lacan family's weak mana circle into a new energy source. Memories of the battle with the Scorpion Cavalry resurfaced, where he had recklessly unleashed power beyond his body's limits. The consequences of that action were once again evident. The dark circle within him was stretched to its limit. The physical pain seemed to recur, a reminder that he was on the brink of destruction. To solve the problem, the image of Howarth, a bountiful source of magic power, appeared in his mind. That thought opened up a unique solution, and the figures of powerful demons from another world appeared. He recalled ancient knowledge of dark mages, those who offered their souls to demons in exchange for power. But his goal was different. He sought not a pact, but to seize a demon's power to replenish his own. In a moment of determination, Luc de Lacan envisioned his audacious plan to absorb a demon and seize all of its dark energy. To do so, the necessary tools for a low-level summoning ritual were laid out on a wooden table under candlelight. With a resolute expression, Luke realized only the sacrifice for the ritual was missing. He drew a dagger from its sheath, its blade flashing with a magical gleam, indicating he had chosen the sacrifice. Instead of seeking another life, Luke turned the blade towards himself. Deciding to use himself as the offering, he made an incision on his palm, allowing his blood, imbued with magical essence, to drip onto the summoning circle on the stone floor. After the offering, he used his teeth to tighten the bandage around the wound, an act showing his refusal to sacrifice innocent lives for personal gain. His gaze, suddenly distant, memories carried him back to the image of the Darkness sect. Loyal followers who once worshipped him as Demon King Samon. Reality faded, giving way to the figures of Darkness sect members in their mysterious robes and masks. Returning to reality, a sharp pain struck. Luke grimaced, his body trembling from the magic's backlash. Realizing his condition was rapidly deteriorating, he knew he had to act immediately. He raised his hand forward, beginning to recite ancient incantations to summon an entity from the abyss of darkness. Standing in the center of the magic circle, Luke commanded the darkness to cross dimensions and answer his call. As the blood on the circle began to bubble and glow intensely, the ritual was activated, ready to yield its power. With highly focused eyes, Luke completed the invocation, ready to face whatever was summoned from the darkness. Luke, with his back turned, extended his hand forward, an unspoken command given to call forth an entity from another world. In response to the summoning, a blazing red pillar of energy erupted from the ground. Dark energy swirled violently, ready to unleash what lay within. A scaly foot with sharp claws, wrapped in bandages, stepped out of the energy vortex, making its first mark on this world. 3 low-level demons fully materialized: a headless giant, a serpentine female demon, and a bat-like creature. Luke assessed the newly summoned creatures with an analytical, unimpressed gaze, confident he could handle them with ease. A hint of annoyance crossed his face as he sensed the arrogant challenge from the summoned being. Broken candle fragments and shattered crystals scattered on the floor indicated the summoning circle was dangerously unstable. Luke's confidence vanished, replaced by shock as another, much larger, magical flame unexpectedly erupted from the circle. From within the flames, a colossal maw with fangs as sharp as an ancient predator's daggers gaped open. A gigantic saber-toothed tiger appeared, letting out an earth-shattering roar, its presence completely overshadowing the low-level demons. Its massive paws slammed down, making the ground tremble under its weight. The saber-toothed demon, Sebastian, looked down with disdain, its gaze questioning the foolish mortal who dared to summon it. Cold sweat beaded on Luke's forehead as he realized his fatal mistake. He had summoned a high-level demon far beyond his control. Despite knowing he couldn't win, Luke turned to face the threat, his gaze resolute, determined not to let these demons escape and ravage his territory. Luke's expression hardened as he came to a grim decision. His gaze fell upon the glowing summoning circle and the broken chalk pieces. Determined to undo the ritual and banish the entities he had summoned, a gigantic saber-toothed demon, Sebastian, mocked Luke with a contemptuous look. Challenging his courage, Luke stood frozen amidst the encirclement of the three low-level demons, Sebastian's sudden appearance having completely changed the situation. Sebastian issued a deadly ultimatum, its glowing golden eyes promising a swift death in exchange for Luke's soul. Luke's fear dissipated, replaced by a defiant smile as purple dark energy began to surge around him. The headless demon let out a savage roar, lifting a massive boulder and preparing to crush Luke. With extraordinary speed, Luke darted away, easily dodging the boulder that shattered into pieces right behind him. Without a moment to rest, the serpentine female demon lunged to attack from another direction. The serpentine female demon's eyes flashed with deadly red light, unleashing a petrifying ability directly towards Luke. Reacting in an instant, Luke drew his sword, the steel blade glinting as he raised it in self-defense. He braced himself, the sword taking the full impact of the incoming magical energy. A layer of gray stone spread across the blade, cracks appearing as it absorbed the curse. Luke gasped, looking at the partially petrified sword on the ground, realizing he had narrowly escaped death. Just as he hadn't even managed to stand up, two other colossal boulders hovered directly above him, ready to crash down. Luke threw himself to the ground, dodging a surprise attack from underground that sent rock fragments scattering. Cornered, Luke ran frantically searching for an escape. Realizing he could neither reach his goal nor flee, he abruptly stopped, his sharp gaze sweeping across his surroundings, searching for any advantage. His eyes settled on the drops of water seeping from cracks in the dry ground. Surprise flashed across his face as he discovered a small stream of water, an anomaly in this cave, and he looked up at the cave ceiling. A daring plan formed. Luke changed direction, dashing across the jagged rocks with a new purpose. The bat demon let out a piercing shriek, accumulating a fireball in its mouth, ready to incinerate its target. It fired, unleashing a blazing stream of energy directly towards Luke. Faced with the deadly heat, Luke remained unfazed, waiting for the perfect moment. A confident smile flickered across his lips as he glanced over his shoulder, the fireball almost upon him. Just before being engulfed by the fireball, his body vanished in a streak of purple magical light. The bat demon cried out in confusion, realizing its target had disappeared right before its eyes. The errant fireball slammed into the cave ceiling, causing a terrifying explosion that shook the entire space. Water from the river above cascaded down, the headless demon screaming in despair as it was swept away by the torrent. Standing firm on a floating rock, Luke calmly observed the fruits of his labor as the flood engulfed his enemy. Luke leaned against the wall, panting, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his body clearly at its limit after using magic. Suddenly, Sebastian's colossal clawed paw broke the calm surface of the water. Luke's eyes widened in horror, unable to believe the demon was still alive. Soaked and enraged, Sebastian lumbered onto the shore, its blazing golden eyes locked onto Luke. Despite his exhaustion, Luke stood defiantly on a large ice floe, facing the monster with an unyielding attitude. Luke gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, self-aware that both his body and his sword had exceeded their limits. Beneath his feet, the ice floe, his last weapon, began to crack, signaling imminent collapse. Seizing the opportunity, Sebastian lunged, determined to finish off its weakened prey. Just as Sebastian attacked, a surge of purple energy erupted around Luke, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood as he pushed his body beyond its limits. Sebastian froze, its eyes revealing extreme shock at Luke's sudden power transformation. A confident and cruel smile spread across Luke's blood-stained face. He had turned the tables, with a fist blazing with dark energy, Luke unleashed a power Sebastian had not anticipated. Panic was evident in Sebastian's eyes as it realized it had fallen into Luke's trap, enveloped in an aura of power. Luke surged forward, transforming from prey to hunter, completely losing its confidence. Sebastian recoiled in fear, attempting to make a desperate offer to save its life. Sebastian, in its saber-toothed tiger form, had lost all arrogance. Its eyes filled with panic as it made a desperate offer for its life. Luke ignored the plea, his gaze icy as he clenched his hand, which was flaring with dark energy, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. A purple energy explosion engulfed the space. Destructive power, fully unleashed, amidst the dissipating smoke and dust. Fragments of the final defense scattered to the ground. Luke smirked as he looked at the result of his actions, the shadow covering half his face, adding to his mysterious aura. A soft thud echoed as a boot landed on the ground, and a small, cat-like creature with purple fur suddenly materialized from thin air. The small creature's ears twitched in extreme panic. Luke grabbed the small creature by the scruff of its neck and lifted it, its eyes wide with shock and fear. Brimming with tears, Luke looked down at the struggling creature in his hand with a mocking expression. Exposing the pathetic state of a high-level demon, he explained casually, pointing out the flaws in his opponent's disguise. Each word like a knife, twisting into its pride. Humiliated, Sebastian bared its fangs and growled, trying to appear aggressive to mask its surging shame and fear. Luke merely smirked, a challenging smile in response to the demon's futile threat. Behind Luke, a phantom of the female demon Horith with a sinister smile gradually materialized, exuding a terrifying pressure. Sensing the familiar and terrifying energy, Sebastian froze, its eyes wide with horror, all resistance vanishing, with Horith's presence enveloping him. Luke issued an unspoken challenge. Asserting his absolute dominance, Sebastian recoiled, his face contorted in utter horror as he sensed an unmistakable aura. Luke stood firm, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to Sebastian's panic. As if acknowledging an obvious truth, Luke leaned forward, his sharp blue eyes piercing Sebastian as he uttered a single name. A flood of terrifying memories rushed into Sebastian's mind, revealing the infamous Demon King Samon, seated on a fiery throne. A legend of brutality. Cold sweat beaded on Sebastian's forehead, the horrifying truth of the person before him, leaving him stunned. With an indifferent flick of his hand, Luke summoned chains of shadow from thin air, hurling them towards the terrified demon. Sebastian was pinned against the stone wall by a shadowy tentacle, utterly helpless and desperate, all arrogance gone. Sebastian lunged to embrace Luke's leg, weeping and begging for his life. A shadowy magical hand reached out, ready to absorb Sebastian's soul as he stammered out a final offer to save his life. Luke looked down with disdain, completely unmoved by Sebastian's boasts of his past. Despite the coldness, Sebastian continued to plead, listing all his skills in a desperate attempt to prove his worth. Luke's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of interest appearing as he heard a specific word in Sebastian's plea. Luke squatted down, facing the bound demon, signaling for it to continue. Luke whispered a request into the sobbing Sebastian's ear, stunning the demon for a moment before it nodded frantically. The deal sealed. Sebastian lay prostrate on the ground, exhausted but alive, while Luke made another request that once again stunned him. Sebastian, in the form of a small feline creature, looked up at Luke's outstretched hand with tear-filled eyes. A glimmer of hope amidst despair, Luke offered to take Sebastian as his subordinate, his smile appearing both benevolent and coldly calculating. Overjoyed, Sebastian sprang up, uttering thanks and pledging loyalty to the one he believed to be Lord Samon. To show his devotion, Sebastian extended his gloved hand to grasp Luke's, an act symbolizing his oath. Luke abruptly withdrew his hand, refusing the handshake and leaving Sebastian's oath hanging in midair. Purple magical energy converged, rapidly forming a rigid collar. With a self-satisfied smile, Luke explained that a house cat needed a proper collar, The magical contract collar suddenly tightened around Sebastian's neck, the letter L glowing ominously, extinguishing his joy with a horrifying truth. As Luke turned his back and declared his abandonment of the name Samon for Luke, Sebastian collapsed, realizing he had been tricked and was now a slave. With the contract complete, Luke calmly returned to the water's edge, leaving Sebastian standing stunned amidst the fading magic circle beneath the water's surface. The corpses of the lesser demons Luke had previously defeated floated. Luke waved his hand, and a gigantic shadowy magical hand emerged from the ground, making Sebastian recoil in terror. With cold eyes, Luke commanded his magic to begin the cleanup, a silent order to obliterate all traces. Countless purple, shadowy, hand-like figures emerged from the water, seizing the corpses and dragging them into the dark depths. While Luke calmly observed his work of destruction, Sebastian could only watch from behind, horrified by the power of his new master. The shadowy tentacles tore apart the demon's corpse, destroying all remaining traces. From a distance, Sebastian stood frozen, cold sweat pouring, as he realized the horrifying truth about the one he had contracted with. A sinister smile spread across Luke's lips, his eyes glowing red amidst the surging dark energy. He unleashed a dark energy orb, causing a terrifying explosion that shattered the ground. Smoke and debris enveloped the entire forest, a testament to the destructive power just unleashed. Amidst the devastation, Luke stood, his calm demeanor concealing the power he had just unleashed. He clenched his hand, feeling the flow of magic, confirming that his power had been significantly restored. His thoughts drifted back to the past few days, where he had continuously summoned and absorbed demons to accelerate his recovery. Back in reality, a hint of discomfort flickered across Luke's face. He looked down at his attire, which had become disheveled and torn after continuous battles. Suddenly, Philip rushed from a distance, breaking the silence with a panicked expression, causing Luke to frown slightly at the disturbance. The escort knight hurried over, his voice filled with concern upon seeing his master's condition and the surrounding scene. Philip cast aside his initial worry, his face becoming serious as he conveyed an urgent message. Luke listened, his initially calm expression gradually turning serious as he grasped the approaching threat. On the horizon, the proud banner of Count Monach's army fluttered, signaling an impending invasion. A knight in gleaming armor took steady steps onto the shore, marking the beginning of the invasion. At sea, a formidable fleet cut through the waves, its sails full, demonstrating an unstoppable intent. Meanwhile, through the forest, an army in green armor advanced with discipline, led by a commander with a resolute expression. The full view of the landing showed the terrifying scale of the attack, as Monach's fleet and army had completely surrounded the territory's coastline. From a distance, through binoculars, the city appeared peaceful, unaware of the approaching storm. A pink-haired commander lowered his binoculars, a smirk on his face as he commented on the scale of the attack, deeming it excessive. Standing beside him, an eye-patch commander crossed his arms, his tone sharp as he affirmed the necessity of completely crushing the opponent's will to resist. The eye-patch commander continued, his remaining eye showing caution as he warned against underestimating the enemy's strength. The pink-haired commander turned to Mok, alluding to his colleague's past defeat in the arena and questioning why the Count would give a loser a second chance. A sinister smile appeared on the pink-haired commander's lips as he glanced towards the coastline, seemingly acknowledging something. He admitted that the opponent had also prepared, as a long line of catapults and obstacles had been erected on the beach to greet them. On the city wall, Hans raised his hand in a decisive command, ordering the entire artillery force to open fire. Immediately, Lacan's artillery crews sprang into action, quickly loading and operating the war machines. Hundreds of fireballs were launched from the coastline, forming a destructive rain that poured down on the approaching invasion fleet. Through the scope of some device, the sky was ablaze with explosions, a sight demonstrating the fierce resistance of the defenders. From the high-tech cockpit, the pink-haired commander smirked, mocking the opponent's desperate defensive efforts. At the same time, on the deck of a warship, A mysterious mage in a hooded cloak stepped forward, standing before the barrage of fire from Lochen fiefdom's defenses. The mage remained unfazed. The person raised their staff, the red gem at its tip, flaring with a blue energy. A colossal hexagonal magical shield appeared, effortlessly blocking the entire incoming volley. On the shore, Lochen's artillery crews stood frozen, horrified by the unimaginable magical power. The pink-haired commander's smile grew more self-satisfied, his eyes gleaming with contempt. Amidst the debris of the attack, the mage's figure stood tall, imposing. He looked forward disdainfully, viewing the opponent as nothing more than a filthy rat. No matter how much they struggled, a horrifying realization dawned on the soldiers. The enemy was not just a mage, but a rune knight, one who wielded both knightly aura and magic. A young soldier turned to his comrade, his face still reeling from the existence of such a legendary warrior. The more experienced comrade explained that the power of the rune knights had been completely transformed thanks to the development of gigant technology. On the warship, the rune knight's staff glowed with red energy, amplifying his power by connecting with the mana stones inside the giants on board. The pink-haired commander sneered, realizing Lochen's goal was to stop the gigant transport ship at all costs. He lightly clenched his armored hand, confident that all resistance against his power was futile. On the deck of a warship, the mysterious rune knight raised his staff high, accumulating energy for a destructive attack. A magical cannon on the ship glowed brightly, fully charged with icy energy. A colossal wave of ice was unleashed, sweeping across and freezing the entire coastline of Lochen fiefdom. With a decisive swing of his staff, the rune knight directed his magic from the ship's bow. Lochen's coastal defensive emplacements shattered into pieces under the power of the attack. The surviving Lochen artillery crew frantically fled for their lives from the deadly wave of ice. From a distant command center, Monach's blonde commander wore a cruel and smug smile. On the warships, the landing bay doors swung open, ready for a full-scale invasion. Monach's elite guards in golden armor stepped out, their eyes sharp and ready for battle. A ghostly hand reached out, signifying the impending order for slaughter. Standing on the ship's bow, the rune knight raised his hand, ordering the entire army to charge. Hearing the command, the elite guards roared a battle cry and plunged from the ship into the sea. The golden-armored army advanced onto the beach in formation, meeting no resistance. The rune knight and a high-ranking commander walked casually on the beach, appearing disappointed that the battle ended too quickly. In the high-tech cockpit, the eye-patch commander silently observed the screen, where the blonde commander was arrogantly commenting on the enemy's weakness. From the command center, the eye-patch commander watched the battle, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple as a premonition told him something was wrong. The Lochen fiefdom city walls stood suspiciously firm, the gates remaining tightly shut against the invading force. A silent and defiant strategy. On the city walls, Lochen, in a sleek black suit, decisively gave orders, urging his artillery crew to quickly bring the cannons into firing position. The cannon barrels glowed with accumulated energy, aimed straight at the sky, ready to unleash their fury upon the enemy. At Lochen's command, a volley of strange, barrel-shaped projectiles was fired, soaring through the air towards Monach's elite guard formation. With a look of disdain, the rune knight raised his hand, creating a blue magical shield that easily blocked the incoming projectiles. The projectiles harmlessly bounced off the barrier, their trajectory now redirected back towards the stunned elite guards. In midair, the barrels burst open, drenching the golden-armored soldiers in a thick purple liquid instead of shrapnel. The elite guards stood stunned for a moment, drenched in the seemingly harmless liquid, bewilderedly looking at their covered armor. A soldier brought his gauntlet closer to his helmet, the strange liquid dripping from his fingers as he realized the scent was not of poison, but of alcohol. Suddenly, the purple liquid began to bubble and evaporate from the warm metal of the gauntlet, emitting a strange smoke. A wave of panic spread through the ranks as the guards realized the liquid was having an unforeseen corrosive effect on their armor. The rune knight stood motionless amidst the chaos, his silence a stark contrast to the growing horror of the soldiers he commanded. The joints of the golden armor began to seize and lock up, the metal creaking as if invisibly welded together, powerlessly trapped within their now immobile armors. The elite guards could only watch in horror as their greatest weapon turned into their own prison. Manak's elite guards suddenly found their armor freezing solid, pinning them to the ground in utter panic. From atop the city walls, Lacan's senior advisor roared a command, seizing the moment of enemy disarray to launch a counterattack. Through a tactical view, the immobilized Manak soldiers appeared as helpless targets, completely exposed on the battlefield. At the command, a volley of fiery cannonballs soared through the sky, aimed directly at the trapped invaders. A Manak soldier screamed in terror as he tried to flee, but his body was locked to the ground, helplessly watching the incoming projectiles. Observing the carnage from afar, Sebastian casually held a red apple, coldly assessing the chaos he had helped create. He took a satisfied bite, memories of why he was compelled to undertake this absurd task flooding back. His mind drifted back a few days, to the moment Luke cornered him with a strangely whispered request. The memory continued in his workshop, where he had initially scoffed at the ridiculous idea of creating an unbreakable adhesive, a feat he deemed impossible. But then the scene shifted to his cruel coercion, stirring a massive cauldron under the menacing gaze of Luke, whose dark aura had made the impossible a reality. Back in reality, Sebastian glared at the apple core in his hand, silently vowing to return this humiliation someday soon. With a flick of his wrist, he discarded the rest of the apple, his role in this trap complete. He leaned back with an air of superiority, watching the predictable outcome unfold as the soldiers he trapped were systematically annihilated. Simultaneously, on Lacan's ramparts, the Lacan artillery crew coordinated seamlessly, firing another destructive volley onto the battlefield below. In a distant command center, a young Manak officer stared at the screen, his face numb with disbelief at the invasion's complete failure. The gigant engineer was stunned, loudly expressing his skepticism about the weapon just used to defeat the enemy forces. From above, he and the engineer assistant looked down at the beach, where Manak's elite guards were neutralized en masse. An unbelievable sight. The engineer assistant cautiously shook his head, signaling that despite the initial success, the remaining enemy forces were still formidable. Attention shifted to the two remaining enemy commanders, the mysterious Rune Knight and a high-ranking elite guard in horned armor. On the battlefield, Manak's blonde commander smirked smugly, admitting the opponent's attack was stronger than expected, but still confident it wasn't enough to decide the match. Receiving the order, the Rune Knight gripped his staff tightly, preparing to launch a counterattack. He slammed the staff onto the ground, causing the damp earth to bubble with magical energy. To clear the obstacles, the Rune Knight summoned colossal pillars of water, coiling like snakes ready to strike. He charged forward, transforming his entire magical power into a single tsunami aimed directly at Lacan's defensive line. From the shadows, a glowing red eye slit on the helmet flashed, signaling an undeniable intervention. To protect the front line, a Lacan guard unexpectedly appeared, tearing through the incoming magical wave with his flaming sword. The Rune Knight froze, utterly shocked by the appearance and power of the intercept. Witnessing the scene, the blonde commander smirked, his eyes gleaming with delight at a worthy opponent. Finally revealed, the Rune Knight and the Lacan guard faced each other, while the shadow of the colossal elite guard loomed, ready to join the fray. The elite guard's hand in the golden gauntlet gripped the sword hilt, preparing to charge into the confrontation. The automaton guard blocked an unexpected attack from the Rune Knight with his greatsword, creating a powerful shockwave. Amidst the battle, Milan slipped on the ground, abruptly stopping as he witnessed the incredible speed of the confrontation. Milan gritted his teeth, his face filled with astonishment as he realized his speed had been matched by an opponent. From afar, the blonde commander smirked, his eyes gleaming with delight as a worthy opponent finally appeared. A Manak elite guard in spiky armor confronted the blonde commander, defiantly declaring that he had been waiting for this confrontation. The automaton guard coldly looked down at another elite guard it had just defeated, showing surprise that the enemy was still resisting. The eye patch commander looked at Mylan with a resolve for revenge, while Mylan responded with a contemptuous smile, mocking Monak's deceit. The Rune Knight's hand tightened on his staff, channeling energy into the weapon in preparation for a finishing blow. With a silent roar, the Rune Knight swung his colossal magical hammer down, determined to end the battle with the automaton guard. Realizing Mylan was the perfect opponent for another warrior, the Rune Knight pragmatically shrugged off his initial target. He shifted his attention, his masked gaze now locked onto a new, less impressive, but still acceptable target. A Lacan knight in worn armor with a yellow plume unexpectedly appeared, pointing his sword directly at the unsuspecting Rune Knight. The Rune Knight mocked his new opponent, uttering contemptuous remarks about the impoverished Lacan family and the knight's outdated armor. From behind, Lacan's strategist channeled magical energy, his eyes glowing with power as he empowered his knight. A silent warning that they should not be underestimated. Empowered, the Lacan knight drew his sword, ready for the fated battle. A knight in tattered armor with a yellow plume stood ready for battle, declaring he would stake his life as the last captain of the Volga Knights. In response to the oath, the Rune Knight merely let out a contemptuous snort. Kane burst into an arrogant laugh at the knight's confusion. He covered his mouth, his eyes gleaming with wicked amusement as he recognized the familiar name that had just been mentioned. Elsewhere, Victor flinched upon hearing a familiar voice mockingly call his name. The Rune Knight approached, provoking the bewildered knight, implying they had known each other before. Memories flashed back to the past, where a young Victor confronted Kane, who had been expelled from the ranks of the Volga Knights. Simultaneously, in the northern forest of Viscount Lacan's fiefdom, Luke sped away at an astonishing pace. He abruptly stopped, his sharp gaze sweeping through the forest. Sensing something below, two armies, one in brown cloaks, one in blue cloaks, shouted battle cries. Preparing for a bloody clash, a Lacan knight swung his sword, charging into the center of the melee. The clang of metal echoed as the knights of Lacan and Monak fiercely engaged in battle. From a tree, Luke quietly observed a Lacan commander roaring orders. Satisfied with the timely deployment of his army, Luke narrowed his eyes, analyzing the strength of Count Monak, a formidable opponent. The Lacan commander felt relieved, knowing the enemy's main gigant force had been diverted elsewhere, confirming the decision to intercept them here was correct. A sudden explosion tore through the ranks of the Monak elite guards, sowing chaos in the forest. A cloth band was tied tightly around his head, signaling a warrior ready for battle. The bandit leader, an axe-wielding man, roared a battle cry, his face etched with determination. His axe blade swung up, a powerful slash, sending a Monak guard flying backward. Without hesitation, he spun around, swinging another arcing axe blow at the next enemy. His face was etched with gratitude and unwavering loyalty, urging his comrades to fight to repay their benefactor. Emboldened, the other bandits responded in unison and charged forward, a ragtag but spirited force. From a distance, Luke observed the battle with a subtle smile, pleased with the results of the training. A Monak officer roared in anger and disbelief, unable to believe his elite troops were being held back by a ragtag group. Receiving orders, the Monak guards tightened their encirclement around the bandit leader, swords pointed at him from all sides. The bandit leader froze, his eyes wide as he realized he had fallen into a trap. Just then, a hand in a black glove reached out, an invisible surge of energy unleashed. The mysterious Rune Knight plunged into the encirclement, his sword moving with astonishing speed. He easily parried an attack with the flat of his blade, causing the enemy's sword to harmlessly slide away. With a swift movement, he pressed his blade against the Monak guard's throat, ending the confrontation coldly and efficiently. Rogers unleashed a powerful sword strike, sending a Monak guard's sword flying into the air. He stomped his foot on the ground to gain momentum for his next attack. With a fiery sword stroke, Rogers swept through the enemy ranks, forcing the Monak guards to struggle defensively. Rogers turned, shouting orders to his men, reminding them of their objective: to hold the enemy and await Luke's signal. From a distance, Luke observed the battle with a satisfied smile, noting Roger's command ability in compensating for the ragtag army's weaknesses. However, his expression turned serious as he realized that prolonging the battle would be disadvantageous. He decided it was time, raising 2 fingers to his mouth to prepare to whistle. A sharp whistle echoed through the forest, startling the fighting Monarch guards, who looked up. The Monarch commanding officer looked around in confusion, wondering about the source of the sound and the possibility of more hidden enemies. On a high branch, Luke lowered his hand. His signal had been sent. On the ground, Rogers heard the signal, a confident smile appearing on his face, indicating that preparations were complete. Without hesitation, Rogers shouted, ordering his entire force to retreat. Following the order, Rogers' army collectively turned and retreated, leaving the Monarch guards bewildered and confused. The Monarch officer roared in anger at the enemy's actions, deeming it an act of cowardice. He waved his hand, ordering his entire force to pursue the retreating prey. A fierce pursuit ensued through the dense forests and along a winding river. The chase led to a treacherous canyon, where a decisive boot stepped in. Outnumbered, Rogers stood alone, facing the overwhelming presence of the pursuing army. Monarch's elite forces had blocked all escape routes, trapping Rogers in a death valley. The Monarch commanding officer raised his hand, arrogantly declaring that this would be the enemy's grave, while Rogers merely observed in silence. Rogers broke the silence, a subtle smile appearing as he announced that their objective was complete. The officer was confused by the cryptic declaration, not realizing that Rogers was not the one cornered. Rogers roared, waving his hand as one of his men began to activate the preset trap. A fuse was lit, the flame burning fiercely. The line of fire sped along the cliff face, heading straight for the hidden barrels of explosives above. The flame reached a larger structure, causing a blinding flash just before the explosion. An earth-shattering explosion ripped through the canyon, leaving the officer and his soldiers stunned in horror. The force of the explosion shook the cliff face, causing countless massive boulders to begin collapsing. A shower of boulders rained down, blocking the Monarch army's retreat path. As the dust settled, a massive wall of earth and rock had sealed off the canyon, trapping the pursuing army in utter astonishment. The Monarch officer scoffed at the enemy's futile efforts, confident that they were leading themselves to their doom. Rogers, from a hidden position, explained that this canyon was a forbidden land no one dared to approach. He mocked the officer's foolishness, suggesting he had lost his mind when cornered. With a knowing smirk, Rogers prepared to reveal the horrifying truth about this place. A purple magical sigil flared in the canyon, unleashing a waiting horde of red-eyed monsters. The smug look on the Monarch officer's face instantly turned to utter horror as he realized the deadly trap. A controlled orc, with a magical sigil on its forehead, roared savagely and swung its axe, charging into the slaughter. The desperate screams of the Monarch soldiers echoed throughout the canyon as they were torn apart. Elsewhere, on a high branch, Samon observed the slaughter below with satisfaction, confirming everything was going according to plan. He was calculating his next move when an unexpected detail caught his eye. From a distance, columns of smoke rose from the dense forest to the west. Samon narrowed his eyes, realizing the direction of the smoke was not part of his plan. A flicker of doubt appeared in his eyes as he tried to analyze the situation. He realized an alarming possibility. A third force was at play. At the same time, in the smoky area, Kane coldly unleashed a dark magic projectile, piercing a Monarch soldier amidst the chaotic battle. Luke landed on a branch, dark energy from his hand, having just knocked back 2 Monarch elite guards. After clearing out most of the enemies, a fleeting look of relief crossed Luke's face. Suddenly, a large explosion shook the forest in the distance, making him turn to look with vigilance. Realizing the threat came from another direction, annoyance was evident on his face. Realizing he had underestimated the enemy's plan, Luke darted through the trees, knowing that enemies were relentlessly pouring in. The battle lasting longer than expected made him frown, worried that he would be late for his main mission to the south. Hoping his comrades could hold out, he gripped his sword hilt, preparing to quickly end this battle. At the same time, on another battlefield, Victor panted, a look of astonishment and exhaustion evident on his face. Before him, the Lacan knight knelt on the sand, exhausted but still trying to face a mysterious rune mage. From behind, Cain stepped forward with a smug smile, declaring that their resistance had come to an end. The Lacan knight's armor sparked with electricity, a sign of severe damage, confirming Cain's mockery of scrap metal. Standing on the beach with two monarch warships behind him, the rune mage faced the kneeling knight. While Cain made sarcastic remarks about their misguided decision, Victor glared at Cain, contempt and anger replacing his previous exhaustion. Cain returned Victor's gaze with a scornful smile, questioning the shame of a knight who had betrayed his vows to the Volga kingdom to serve as Monarch's minion. With a self-satisfied shrug, Cain called his betrayal intelligent, boasting about the new life he gained by serving a master who valued talent. The ancient rune mage stood looking down at the exhausted Lacan knight kneeling, mocking the enemy's persistence, giving the opponent no time to recover. The ancient rune mage channeled energy into his staff, determined to end the match. Countless ice daggers were summoned from the void, hovering menacingly around the mage. The rain of ice daggers shot straight towards the last knight. An unavoidable attack. Reality faded, bringing memories back to 15 years ago at the Volga Knights headquarters, where an injustice was about to unfold. A younger Cain, his face flushed with indignation, questioned the promotion results he deemed unfair. He slammed his hand on the table in front of an officer, desperately demanding a correction, believing there had been a mistake. Amidst the commotion, a calm voice echoed from the doorway, capturing the attention of Cain and the officer. Victor, then a respected captain of the Knights, entered, his stern gaze inquiring about the cause of the disturbance. Cain rushed to present his case to his superior, believing Victor would side with his righteousness, only to receive a cold reply confirming the decision was Victor's own. Cain was stunned as Victor exposed his fraudulent behavior, an accusation he could not deny. Victor sternly reiterated that using magic during a swordsmanship test was cheating and grounds for disqualification. Still attempting to justify himself, Cain argued it was innovation, a unique approach that deserved commendation rather than punishment. Victor decisively dismissed the justification, stating that the test was solely to assess swordsmanship and required no further explanation. Rejected. Cain clenched his fists, his indignation and resentment silently festering. In a room from the past, a younger Cain questioned Victor with arrogance, suggesting his superior was trying to hold him back. Cain continued his assault, accusing Victor of being jealous of his talent because he himself could not use magic. Victor merely listened in silence, his gaze growing cold and stern at Cain's accusations. Disheartened, Victor turned and walked away, but Cain challenged him to stay and confront him. Victor stopped, and a heavy silence fell as Cain realized he had gone too far. The memory shifted to a desolate battlefield where a Lacan knight knelt, exhausted, amidst the shattered remnants of a magical barrier. Facing him was an imposing ancient rune mage, extending a hand as if mocking the futile resistance. The mage summoned swirling streams of magical water, ready to strike. The streams of water enveloped the Lacan knight, who could only stand desperately against the overwhelming power. A past Cain's face contorted with malicious glee as he witnessed the power he admired being unleashed. A stream of magical water shot straight at the knight's sword, an unstoppable attack. The ancient rune mage gripped his sword, a silent affirmation that the knight had made no progress. The Lacan knight, along with another comrade, frantically dodged the relentless water attacks. Despite the disparity, the Lacan knight mustered his remaining strength, charging towards the ancient rune mage for a final attack. The ancient rune mage simply raised his staff, disdaining the knight's efforts, preparing to end the match. The memory replayed a past duel, where the ancient rune mage unleashed a surge of energy from his staff. The Lacan knight bravely charged through a storm of ice shards, determined to close in on the mage. Suddenly, colossal ice spikes erupted from the ground, piercing his body. and halting the knight's charge. Elsewhere, Kane's face contorted with anger and arrogance, roaring an affirmation of magic's invincibility. In contrast, Victor merely observed in silence, his gaze a silent judgment of the poor swordsmanship being displayed, pinned by the ice spikes. The Lacan knight still stood firm on the beach, with a warship anchored behind him. Victor's hand rested on his sword hilt, preparing for a practical lesson. He lightly drew his sword, the glint of steel emphasizing the paramount principle of distance control. Suddenly, the ancient rune mage was thrown back by an invisible counterattack, so powerful it shattered the surrounding space. From above, the Lacan knight plunged down, having transformed the very ice spikes that imprisoned him into a deadly sword. The knight's decisive blow landed, shattering a potion vial on the mage's hip. As the distance closed, Victor's gaze was direct, holding both recognition of talent and profound disappointment. His cloak tattered. The ancient rune mage collapsed, the duel ending in a bitter defeat under Victor's unspoken judgment. The scene abruptly shifted to a forest, where another knight was determined to reach Philip for rescue. However, his posture slumped, a silent acknowledgement that some unseen obstacle was holding him back. The memory returned to a desolate battlefield, where the Lacan knight lay exhausted amidst icy fragments after defeating the ancient rune mage. Acknowledging his own limits, back in reality, Victor bowed his head with heavy disappointment, his gaze placing the full weight of his burden and remaining trust upon Mylan's shoulder. Mylan met Victor's gaze, his blue eyes reflecting steely determination, ready to bear the responsibility. Another memory flashed. A fiery phantom slashed tearing through the air in a fierce battle. Inside the arena, Achilles swung his colossal spiked mace with terrifying force. Karen raised her sturdy shield high, preparing to absorb the full might of the blow. The impact created a violent explosion, sending dust and debris scattering across the arena floor. Smoke billowed from Karen's helmet, indicating the immense power of the recent attack. Though pushed back and forced to one knee, Karen still stood firm with her sword, her body steaming, but her will unbroken. From across the arena, Achilles looked down at his struggling opponent, uttering a taunt about Karen's lost form. Arrogance exuded from Achilles as he challenged Karen to try harder. Still leaning against the wall, Karen silently responded to the provocation, a subtle defiance indicating the match was far from over. Mylan's thoughts returned to him. He gritted his teeth, realizing the difficult situation he was facing. In the memory, Achilles suddenly felt a shift, realizing Karen seemed to have become an entirely different person. Back in reality, cold sweat beaded on Mylan's forehead as he desperately sought a way out of the current predicament. Mylan listened with a tense expression, a bead of sweat betraying his skepticism. His skepticism turned to horror as he realized the truth about the opponent in the recording. In the replayed memory, Achilles loomed on the battlefield, its power seemingly transcending all normal limits. At the same time, Karen's pilot, an eye patch-wearing knight, smiled smugly as he revealed his trump card. He opened a chest, revealing shimmering enhanced magic crystals, a gift from a mysterious force. With a decisive gesture, his armored hand scooped up the crystals, preparing to break the rules of the match. The crystals were fed directly into Gigant Karen's engine core, a forbidden act to overclock its power. The energy core absorbed the crystals, roaring and unleashing violent electrical discharges, signaling a terrifying transformation. Even Achilles' golden armor reacted, glowing in response to the sudden and dangerous surge of energy. Empowered, Gigant Karen erupted in a blue aura, its power amplified far beyond its limits. Back in the observation room, Mylan was speechless, unable to believe the insane escalation of power he was witnessing. In the recording, the eye patch-wearing knight dismissed all words, his gaze solely focused on ending the match. A decisive glint flashed from behind the eye patch as he braced himself for the final attack. Energy converged into sharp claws of light, ready to tear through anything in its path. Karen swung her weapon, unleashing a destructive attack directly at Achilles, who now faced an unforeseen power. A boot stomped firmly onto the arena's sandy floor, initiating the confrontation. A black armored knight was thrown backward by a terrifying explosion. Confident in his speed, the knight charged forward, his sword stirring up dust to create distance. He raised his sword, a brilliant star-shaped burst of golden energy erupting from the weapon. His plan was immediately foiled. Astonishment evident even through his sealed helmet. Champion Achilles, a colossal figure in golden armor, swung his massive spiked mace with astonishing speed. The black-armored knight looked up in astonishment, realizing he had underestimated his opponent's agility. With an air of absolute dominance, Achilles brushed aside his opponent's efforts, preparing for another crushing blow. The challenger was once again sent flying into the air, losing his balance against the mace's sheer force. In a desperate and risky move, his armored hand snatched the weapon's chain mid-air, pulled by the momentum. He crashed to the ground just as the massive mace head descended. He scrambled to his feet, just in time to stand firm with his sword, ready to meet the assault. He braced himself, directly confronting Achilles' devastating weapon swing in a shower of sparks. Seizing the opening, the challenger darted forward, plunging his sword directly into Achilles' head. The blade found its mark, tearing through the champion's golden armor with a brutal, glowing slash. The black-armored challenger leapt into the air, swinging his sword in an attack, but was blocked by Achilles' golden gauntlet. Inside the cockpit, Milan's face contorted in disbelief, unable to believe his opponent could match his speed. Achilles, a golden behemoth, swung his massive arm with unstoppable force. The black-armored challenger was sent sprawling backward across the arena floor by the sheer power of the blow. The impact created a massive explosion of dust and debris, shaking the very foundations of the arena. Hidden in the shadows of the cockpit, Milan gritted his teeth, a wave of despair washing over him as he faced the harsh reality. He realized the immense power disparity. The only advantage he thought he had, speed, had become meaningless. His gloved hand clenched, trembling with frustration and self-doubt as he questioned his own worth. The present faded, a memory surfacing. His uncle, Rogers, began explaining a fatal flaw in his fighting style. In the memory, Rogers calmly instructed a young and dejected Milan, pointing out that relying solely on high speed, linear attacks would make his movements predictable. Rogers continued the lesson, warning that if Milan couldn't overcome this weakness, even weaker opponents would soon learn to exploit it. A slight, knowing smile appeared on Rogers' face as he offered a simple yet profound solution to the complex problem. Back in reality, the black-armored challenger stood firm, facing the colossal Achilles, a new strategy seemingly forming. Elsewhere, the eye-patch commander observed the battle with a smirk, reluctantly acknowledging the challenger's persistence. A sudden, sharp flash of light sliced through the air, signaling the challenger's counterattack had just begun. Sent flying into the air, gigantic Achilles defiantly spun around, preparing for a counterattack. Achilles landed heavily, gripping his golden mace menacingly. Undeterred, gigant knight challenger charged straight ahead to confront his larger opponent. A fierce red glow emanated from behind the challenger's faceplate, signaling a deadly intent. Achilles unleashed a ground-shattering blow, but the challenger slid underneath, planting his sword into the ground to brace against the shockwave. With an agile spin, the challenger effortlessly evaded the aftershock of the failed attack. In a desperate attempt, Achilles unleashed a crimson wave of energy, engulfing the battlefield. Standing firm against the energy storm, Achilles scoffed at the challenger's resistance, believing it to be a futile trick. From the command center, the eye-patch commander watched with a smug expression, disregarding the challenger's effort. Suddenly, the challenger, enveloped in a red streak of light, pierced through the energy barrier and zipped past Achilles. A confident hand gesture from the challenger's pilot conveyed a silent message every one of Achilles' techniques had been seen through. The challenger attacked with terrifying speed, its blade slicing past Achilles before the golden behemoth could react. The eye-patch commander's smugness shattered into utter disbelief as Achilles was effortlessly outmaneuvered. The challenger overwhelmed Achilles with a flurry of lightning-fast slashes, giving the opponent no chance to retaliate. Inside the cockpit, Mylan's breathing grew ragged as despair triggered a forgotten memory of his uncle's teachings. The challenger stood triumphantly over its defeated opponent, its sword still vibrating from the decisive parry. In his cockpit, Karen, pilot, gritted his teeth, defiance burning within him. Despite the dire situation, his gigant's armored hand crushed the magical crystals, absorbing their energy to continue the fight. From elsewhere, Mylan observed with disdain, scoffing at his opponent's desperate efforts. A new, larger beast warrior stepped out to confront the challenger, his eyes gleaming with contempt for the opponent's reliance on crystals. A gleaming metallic spear sliced through the air, launched from an unknown source. The spear slammed into the beast warrior, mercilessly sending him flying off the battlefield. Energy converged around a new armor, the crystals on its surface glowing with ominous power. A new, larger and more formidable, gigant beast lord materialized out of thin air, wielding a massive ice greatsword. In his command room, the blonde nobleman wore a smug smile, revealing himself as the master of the new monster. Mylan's confidence shattered, replaced by shock and panic as he realized the battle's dynamics had completely shifted. A blue energy blade pierced through the air. A malicious attack. The gigant beast lord seized its failed subordinate, lifting him into the air like a discarded item. Its ice greatsword was raised, ready to deliver a finishing blow. With a contemptuous flick of its wrist, it flung the useless subordinate away, eliminating weakness from the battlefield. The beast warrior lay sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated. A sudden surge of deadly energy erupted, enveloping his motionless body. The beast warrior's body exploded in a violent fireball, leaving no trace. From within the cockpit, Mylan was stunned, his eyes wide with horror at the brutal spectacle that had just unfolded. The gigant beast lord loomed out of the smoke and dust, the one who had just brutally dealt with its own ally. In another cockpit, Count Manak smirked, his eyes clearly showing his intent to end the battle himself. On the battlefield, gigant, knight, challenger stood facing the new enemy, a behemoth exuding ferocity. Mylan gritted his teeth, his astonishment at recognizing Manak's identity quickly giving way to a steely resolve to stop him at all costs. Manak responded with a contemptuous smile, seeing his opponent's resistance as a meaningless farce. Through his gigant, Manak issued a challenge, mocking his opponent's seemingly exhausted state. Despite the provocation, Karen, pilot, placed his hand on the control panel. A crimson energy circle, glowing brightly, signaling a trump card, was about to be unleashed. The eye patch pilot's eyes blazed with a deadly resolve. A silent declaration of war sent forth, responding to the command. Gigant, knight, challenger's sword flared with red energy, transforming into a massive ethereal blade that surged forward. The energy blade plunged directly into the gigant beast lord's chest with unstoppable force. The attack continued its sweep downward, carving a deep gash into the behemoth's leg. Imprisoned within a red energy net, the gigant beast lord stood firm, unharmed. Despite being overwhelmed, the gigant beast lord remained unfazed, the patterns on its helmet glowing ominously. In gigant knight challenger's cockpit, Mylan displayed confusion and frustration as he realized his attacks were completely ineffective. Shaking off his discouragement, Mylan clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming with steely resolve for the next confrontation. The gigant beast lord effortlessly blocked gigant knight challenger's powerful thrust with an ice sword. With a powerful sword swing, the gigant beast lord sent its opponent flying, forcing Mylan to retreat defensively. In the cockpit, Mylan breathed a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped a dangerous counterattack. A star-shaped energy shield deployed from gigant knight challenger, preparing to defend against the upcoming attack, giving its opponent no respite. The gigant beast lord swung both ice swords down with terrifying force. The powerful attack struck Gigant Knight Challenger's chest, piercing through its defenses. From the command center, Count Manak laughed sinisterly. Declaring victory was already in his hands. Blue energy burst from the wound on Gigant Knight Challenger's chest as its system overloaded. Mylan screamed in extreme pain, his body convulsing from the shock of the fatal blow to his machine. Completely overwhelmed, Gigant Knight Challenger collapsed, kneeling on one knee on the desolate ground. Mylan's combat machine was thrown backward, lying motionless on the ground, leaving Gigant Beast Lord standing tall like a conqueror. Hans was utterly horrified, his monocle nearly falling off as he witnessed an unbelievable sight. From behind Gigant Beast Lord, Philip's small figure appeared on the city wall, completely overwhelmed, overcoming the shock. Hans turned around, shouting an urgent command to the Lacan artillery crew to prepare to fire. The crystal weapon in Gigant Beast Lord's hand glowed with a terrifying blue energy. Gigant Beast Lord charged forward, smashing its weapon directly into the city wall with unstoppable force. The stone wall shook violently under the impact, dust and debris scattering everywhere. The shockwave from the impact threw Hans and the artillerymen sprawling onto the ground. A young soldier struggled to get up, frantically pointing at the collapsing wall and shouting a warning to Hans. Large cracks began to spread across the surface of the city wall, signaling its imminent collapse. Gigant Beast Lord roared, putting all its strength into breaking through the last line of defense. A heavy cannon was tossed into the air like a toy by the force of the explosion. Hans despaired as he found himself pinned under a large rock, unable to move. Through the smoke and dust, the colossal figure of Gigant Beast Lord emerged, standing tall before the trapped Hans. Two artillerymen lost their balance, slipping and falling from the crumbling city wall. Another artilleryman frantically turned and fled to escape the monster that had just breached the wall. Gigant Beast Lord stood towering amidst the ruins of the breached city wall, an image of absolute destruction. The colossal warrior paused, observing the pathetic defenses it had just crushed. Its helmet turned slightly, a silent gesture of contempt. Below, the motionless body of a guard in a white cloak lay, a testament to the gigant's power. At the same time, from a safe position, Hans braced himself, his aged face etched with iron determination, vowing to stop the enemy. Elsewhere, Count Manak looked at the monitoring screen, a scornful smile on his lips at the futile resistance. Despite the danger, Hans rushed out and used his whole body to cling tightly to Gigant Beast Lord's ankle, a desperate attempt to impede it. With absolute indifference, Gigant Beast Lord stomped its foot down, its shadow engulfing the butler's tiny figure. Under the immense weight, Hans's arm was crushed, but his fingers still clung on, a surge of pure willpower erupting around him. Gigant Beast Lord looked down, annoyance evident as it realized the nuisance had not yet been eliminated. Despite the agonizing pain, Hans used his remaining hand to cling to the monster's leg, refusing to let go. Hans's body convulsed under the unimaginable pressure, his chest armor cracking, but he was determined not to let the enemy pass. That stubborn persistence turned the scorn on Count Manak's face into cold fury. Gigant Beast Lord paused for a moment, seemingly astonished by this impossible defiance. The surprise quickly turned to rage, and Gigant Beast Lord delivered a brutal kick, sending Hans's body flying like a rag doll. Hans was flung away by an invisible force, his body hitting the ground hard. Lying on the cold ground, Hans groaned in pain, his face contorted from the injury. The attacker's boots advanced slowly, menacingly towards the loyal butler. Gigant Beast Lord stood towering over a fallen knight, looking down at Hans with absolute disdain. Elsewhere, Count Manak watched the developments with a smug smile, deciding to intervene in the weak resistance. Gigant Beast Lord raised its crystal blade, preparing to finish off Han. The cold blade pierced Hans's chest. A cruel threat sent to his princess. Hans's eyes rolled back, life seemingly draining from his body. A black-gloved hand gripped the weapon's hilt, a silent rage rising at this brutality. Count Manak's smile vanished, replaced by anger that someone dared to interfere. A mysterious blond man suddenly appeared, catching Hans's falling body and facing the colossal enemy. The blond man looked directly at Gigant, Beast, Lord, his eyes full of defiance as he condemned the invader's actions. He pointed towards the defeated soldier, condemning the devastation the enemy had wrought upon this land. His gaze swept over the other guards lying scattered on the city wall, his indignation growing. The blue gemstone bracelet on his wrist suddenly glowed, signaling a power about to be unleashed. Lacan stood before two stone golems, his hands emitting blue light, his cold gaze delivering a warning to the unseen enemy that they would face consequences. Lacan looked down at one of his fallen knights, condemning the enemy's brutal act of aggression. The scene expanded to show the devastation on the fortifications, where Lacan knights lay scattered, utterly defeated. The dwarf's bracelet on Lacan's wrist flared with a brilliant blue light. Ancient power activated. Lacan's warning echoed as he stood firm, supported by his golem guardians. Elsewhere, Count Manak observed Lacan's golem army, astonished by one person's ability to control such a large number. A smug and knowing smile appeared on Monak's lips as he recognized the opponent's identity. Gigant, Beast, Lord stood towering over the ruins, facing Lacan, while Monak from afar identified him as the young Lord of Lacan. Monak realized Lacan's golem controlling power was identical to the Demon King's dark magic, sarcastically accusing a heroic descendant of being tainted. Lacan's face darkened at Monak's taunt that his family would be annihilated if this secret were revealed. Lacan stood facing Gigant, Beast, Lord, his gaze unwavering, asserting that it would not happen. Purple dark magic violently erupted around Lacan as he declared that no enemy would leave here alive. Monak roared in fury, disbelieving Lacan's audacious defiance. Gigant, Beast, Lord prepared to attack, while Monak scoffed that those tiny golems could never stand against his Gigant. Lacan swung his hand, casting a dark spell. Purple energy chains suddenly bound Gigant, Beast, Lord, stopping it in astonishment. Imprisoned, the giant roared furiously, struggling to break free from the binding magic. The magical energy in Lacan's hands dissipated as he admitted in exhaustion that his strength was depleted. With eyes burning with determination, Lacan gritted his teeth, trying to maintain the restraint for just a moment longer. Realizing he could not hold on any longer, Lacan ordered his golem army to charge and attack the bound enemy. The stone golem army advanced silently, the magical symbols on their heads glowing, ready for the attack. A colossal magic circle formed from their formation, accumulating a destructive energy source. The golems simultaneously opened fire, shooting converging energy beams at Gigant, Beast, Lord in an all-out attack. A terrifying explosion engulfed the battlefield, its destructive force shaking the ground. Amidst the rubble, Gigant, Beast, Lord's feet remained firm. Unharmed, the giant emerged from the smoke, contempt evident as it looked down at the battlefield, mocking its opponent's futile efforts. From his command room, Monak was stunned by Lacan's defiance, who merely smirked confidently, signaling that the battle was not yet over. Gigant, Beast, Lord was stunned to realize the golem army had regrouped, once again encircling it in a deadly embrace. Lacan's golem army began to link up, their stone hands clasping together. They quickly formed a living wall, a colossal stone cage surrounding Gigant, Beast, Lord. From the control room, Count Manak smirked, scoffing at Lacan's desperate attempt, believing his opponent could only resort to tricks to stall. Within the encirclement, the Gigant Beast Lord showed contempt, swinging its sharp blade, challenging that such a trivial trap could not hold it. The blade easily pierced the chest of a golem, causing its stone body to crack open. The smug look on Manak's face vanished, replaced by extreme astonishment as he witnessed an unexpected turn of events. Suddenly, the entire golem army simultaneously exploded, unleashing a colossal pillar of purple magical energy. Lacan raised his hand to shield himself from the force of the explosion he had created. Amidst the dust and smoke, a confident smile appeared on Lacan's lips. He challenged his opponent with his gaze, believing that was all it took to end the match. Manak's eyes widened, completely stunned by Lacan's audacious plan. As the smoke cleared, the gigant beast lord still stood tall, its armor merely steaming lightly. Completely unharmed, the monster roared furiously, declaring that Lacan's provocation had successfully angered it. Monak's astonishment turned into rage. He gnashed his teeth, vowing that Lacan would pay dearly for his stubbornness. Lacan's confident smile faded, replaced by a frustrated and bewildered expression as he realized the monster's terrifying power. Lacan stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes, as the gigant beast lord towered amidst the clearing smoke. Completely unscathed after the terrifying explosion, energy still crackled and emanated from the giant's armor, a testament to its extraordinary power. Lacan's eyes flashed with extreme tension, sweat beading on his temples as he re-evaluated the nearly invincible foe before him. The gigant beast lord stooped, a gesture full of contempt, mocking Lacan's tension and arrogantly declaring that crushing him would require no effort at all. Despite the mockery, Lacan tightened his grip on his sword hilt, determination replacing his initial astonishment as he drew strength from his heroic lineage. A defiant smile appeared on Lacan's lips, and his sword began to emit a purple aura, signaling that he would not back down. The gigant beast lord tilted its head back, letting out a silent roar of delight at Lacan's recklessness, deeming his defiant act a mad farce. Lacan's smug expression vanished, replaced by a sharp, focused gaze as he seemed to notice a crucial detail or a slight opening. With iron resolve, Lacan cast aside all doubt and charged straight towards the giant, determined to try his luck in a direct assault. The gigant beast lord simply raised its armored arm, a casual yet powerful gesture, ready to crush Lacan's efforts. Lacan used his speed, soaring into the air to attack from above, seeking a different angle to penetrate the enemy's defenses. Mid-air, Lacan noticed the giant's movements were somewhat sluggish, a consequence of the explosion, and a glimmer of hope sparked that he could seize this opportunity. He unleashed a lightning-fast sword technique, his body splitting into multiple illusions that assailed the gigant beast lord from all sides like a silver storm. After the flurry of swift attacks, Lacan landed, assuming a defensive stance, his eyes fixed on his colossal opponent to assess the damage. Lacan stood firm before the colossal gigant beast lord, panting but with determination in his eyes as he noticed electric sparks flickering on his opponent's armor, a sign that it was not entirely invulnerable. From behind its metallic mask, the gigant beast lord exuded absolute contempt, deeming Lacan's efforts futile. The gigant beast lord spun, swinging the colossal blade attached to its arm in a deadly arc towards Lacan to prepare for the decisive counterattack. Lacan concentrated his strength in both hands, gripping his sword hilt tightly. He swung his sword with immense force, creating a silver streak of light as energy converged on the blade. Lacan's face was extremely tense, sweat streaming down his temples as he braced himself against the pressure of his own attack. He shot into the air, flying higher than the gigant beast lord's reach, his sword shining like a star, transforming himself into a living meteor. Lacan plunged straight down, aiming for the colossal enemy's chest armor. Lacan's sword tip pierced through the defenses, embedding itself directly into the gigant beast lord's chest armor with terrifying penetrating force. The force of the attack created two large holes in the monster's chest armor, with cracks spreading like a spiderweb. After piercing through the target, Lacan lost momentum and fell freely from the hole in the colossal enemy's body. He landed gracefully, spun around, and delivered another slash to the gigant beast lord's leg. To maintain distance, Lacan looked up at his still-standing enemy, a glimmer of hope in his eyes, believing that victory was just a little further away. However, his body no longer obeyed his will. Lacan gasped, Realizing that his strength was completely depleted, Lacan flinched, his eyes flashing with extreme vigilance. The gigant beast lord roared in astonishment as an unexpected attack pierced its chest armor. Meanwhile, from the control room, rage flared on Count Manak's face as he snarled, losing all patience with the stubborn enemy. In response, two energy spears materialized from the air. Shooting forward, the gigant beast lord seized the two spears, merging them into a single destructive weapon, radiating terrifying energy. Despite the danger, Lacan plunged from above, his shadow on the ground swelling into the shape of a giant. Signaling an all-out attack, the gigant beast lord tightened its grip on the weapon. Channeling power into its counterattack, it swung the energy spear down forcefully, the ground shattering into fragments under the terrifying power of the blow. Witnessing the attack, a smug smile appeared on Count Manak's lips, believing the troublesome foe had finally been eliminated. But his smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a look of utter disbelief. Below, the ground cracked into a deep X-shaped trench, but Lacan's figure had completely vanished. From the shadows, Lacan emerged, a confident but somewhat strained smile on his lips. He stood alone facing the towering gigant beast lord, the size disparity between them desperate and overwhelming. Lacan stood on the enemy's shattered fragments, his aura flaring as he reassured himself of the power of his swordsmanship. A final attempt to rally his spirits against a harsh reality. The gigant beast lord looked down at its shoulder, bewildered by the unexpected damage. Electric sparks flickered from the wound on its armor, causing it to let out a silent roar of anger and disbelief. From above, Lacan plunged like an arrow, channeling all his strength into his sword, aiming for the colossal enemy's weak point. From the control room, Count Manak roared silently, his hand gesturing forward, as if trying to force his war machine to move by sheer will. Lacan gritted his teeth, intense focus evident on his face, as he placed all his hope in this single strike. Count Manak's rage and impatience reached their peak. He commanded his machine to obey. The gigant beast lord tried to move, but its body trembled violently, refusing to obey the command. Suddenly, the gigant beast lord swung its weapon in a powerful horizontal sweep, a desperate attempt to clear away the tiny nuisance. Witnessing the counterattack, Count Manak burst into maniacal laughter, believing victory was now certain. The gigant beast lord's attack merely slashed through the air. It paused in extreme confusion, finding no target. Lacan was behind it, standing firm on the cracked ground, his sharp gaze fixed on the unaware enemy. Sweat streamed down his temples. Lacan gasped from exhaustion, but his eyes still burned with determination. Realizing the danger, the gigant beast lord turned, firing a destructive energy beam from its palm to eliminate Lacan, ignoring the incoming attack. Lacan channeled his last bit of strength into his sword, charging forward to end the fight. The gigant beast lord recoiled as its control arm sparked with electricity, a serious malfunction breaking Manak's control. The gigant's severed mechanical arm flew into the air, sparks flying from its severed cables, missing a limb, and engulfed in flames. The colossal gigant beast lord crashed down, marking its defeat. Standing amidst the wreckage, Lacan gasped for breath, leaning on his sword, unable to believe he had defeated such an opponent. In the control room, a red error warning flashed on the screen. Manak's hand trembled as he touched it. Manak screamed in panic and disbelief, witnessing his ultimate weapon neutralized. Rage and despair flared across Manak's face as his plans completely crumbled. Refusing to accept defeat, Manak rushed out of the safe control room, running towards the chaotic battlefield. Lacan looked up, surprised to see Manak recklessly charging towards the burning gigant. Realizing the new danger, Lacan gritted his teeth, determined to stop Manak at all costs. However, his body betrayed his will. Lacan trembled, realizing that the final attack had drained all his strength. Seeing Lacan exhausted, Manak chose not to engage, but to flee the scene to save his life. Lacan staggered, helplessly watching Manak's retreating figure, disappointment evident on his face. Gathering his last ounce of strength, he clenched his arm, trying to stand firm to avoid collapsing. Just as Lacan was about to collapse, Rogers rushed from behind, catching him in time and expressing concern for his superior's condition. Lacan, exhausted and swaying, clung to Rogers, his eyes pleading that Monarch must be stopped at all costs. Rogers responded with a confident smile, a silent assurance that everything was taken care of. Meanwhile, Count Monarch, rushing in panic, was abruptly blocked by a firm arm. He was violently thrown onto the stone ground, anger and humiliation evident on his face. Lying sprawled on the ground, Monarch gritted his teeth, his eyes defiantly searching for the one who dared to block his path. A group of roughly dressed individuals, armed with crude sticks, emerged from the shadows, led by a large man. This group formed a silent, menacing circle around Monarch. Monarch roared arrogantly, attempting to use his identity to intimidate those he considered commoners. A cold voice cut through his boasting, and Katerina stepped forward, her eyes devoid of emotion. Hearing the familiar voice, Monarch's arrogance instantly turned into horrified shock. Katerina stood with the armed men, an unexpected alliance, confronting the fallen noble. Katerina's gaze remained unwavering as she admitted her actions, a chilling confession that left Monarch speechless. Desperate, Monarch knelt on the ground to beg, but Katerina coldly turned away, refusing his plea. She continued to condemn him, her voice sharp as a razor, pointing out his cowardice. Cold sweat broke out on Monarch's forehead as he realized that his pleas for mercy were utterly futile. Katerina delivered the final verdict, while Count Monarch, pale as a ghost, recoiled from the approaching group of bandits. From a distance, Lacan observed with a cold smile, considering it a fitting end for his enemy. Rogers quickly supported Lacan as he staggered from exhaustion, inquiring about the status of other forces. With a confident smile, Rogers affirmed that the battle was won. He explained that the invasion routes were secured with minimal casualties, and Lacan could rest assured. However, Lacan brushed him off, his eyes full of concern, as he asked about the safety of Philip and Victor. Rogers reassured him that while Lacan held off the enemy, both had been safely evacuated to a secluded beach. He continued to report that the wounded soldiers at the fortress were being diligently aided by the mercenaries. Despite the reassurance, Lacan adamantly refused to leave, his eyes showing his iron will. He declared he would not abandon his people to rest alone, his gaze fixed on the soldiers being tended to. Rogers looked at Lacan, admiration evident on his face as he recognized the commander's boundless loyalty. Katerina, standing nearby, also looked at Lacan with astonishment, unable to believe his dedication. She offered Lacan a handkerchief, secretly comparing him to the kingdom's legendary hero in her mind. At the same time, in the majestic imperial capital Nemesis, a tense atmosphere prevailed. In the Great Hall, a kneeling messenger brought news that shocked the emperor. In the Great Hall, Emperor Rudolph of the Baroque Empire received shocking news about Monarch's defeat. A kneeling messenger bowed his head, confirming the grim news with a tense expression. Rudolph questioned, his tone full of skepticism about the possibility of noble intervention. The emperor's face contorted in anger as the messenger denied any external aid to the enemy. Rudolph's wrath erupted, a terrifying purple aura emanating, engulfing the terrified messenger. The messenger trembled under the immense pressure of the emperor's fury. Despite his fear, the messenger gathered his courage to continue reporting crucial details. His report evoked an image of Rudolph listening to news of refugees from the Volga kingdom migrating to Lacan's territory. Rudolph thoughtfully stroked his beard, pondering the possibility that Volga's elite knights had joined Lacan's forces. An image of the valiant Volga knights from the past appeared, led by a commander who resembled Rogers. Back in the Great Hall, the messenger prepared to reveal the most shocking information. Rudolph was stunned, his eyes wide with astonishment upon hearing that Lacan's young lord himself had defeated Monarch. The messenger confirmed the unbelievable truth, emphasizing that it was the very young man believed to be dying of illness. An image flashed in their minds: Lacan, full of vitality, wielding a sword while casting a complex magic circle. The final image of the report appeared Lacan alone confronting Monarch's colossal gigant war machine with only a sword. The messenger knelt before Emperor Rudolph, presenting the hypothesis that rumors of Lord Lacan's illness were merely a facade to conceal his true power. Rudolph dismissed it, his mind clinging to the image of a heart shackled by the Lacan family's ancient curse. Cold sweat broke out on Rudolph's temples as doubt began to shake his ingrained beliefs. Fury flared as Rudolph realized the possibility that he had been betrayed and deceived by someone. He gritted his teeth, unable to accept the truth that the legend of that warrior family's power could re-emerge after 500 years. The messenger continued his analysis, warning that Lacan would soon establish a powerful territory in the south and become a direct threat to the throne. An image flashed in their minds, an iron-gloved hand gripping a sword hilt, symbolizing the rising power. Next was an image of Lacan himself, his gaze resolute, ready to reclaim his ancestors' glory. Becoming a danger to the imperial family, the messenger pondered, hand on his chin, seeking a way to nip the threat from the Lacan family in the bud. He raised his head, making a bold proposal before the Empire's Phoenix flag to recruit the enemy himself into the army. Rudolph narrowed his eyes, skeptical of his subordinate's seemingly insane suggestion. Demanding a clear explanation, the messenger explained by evoking the image of young nobles who, by law, must serve in the Empire's central army. Rudolph thoughtfully stroked his beard, realizing the sinister intention by summoning Lacan for early enlistment. He would hold a hostage directly in his hands. A sinister and calculating smile appeared on the messenger's face as he implied that the battlefield was a place where anything could happen. After a moment of silence, understanding dawned in Rudolph's eyes, and he burst into a hearty laugh. Approving the cruel plan, Emperor Rudolph's scepter struck the floor forcefully, demonstrating absolute authority. Voltaire knelt, bowing his head to confirm he had grasped the emperor's sinister will. With a sinister smile, Emperor Rudolph ordered a false congratulatory message for victory to be sent to Lord Lacan. At the same time, at Lord Lacan's mansion, the atmosphere was completely opposite. Philip happily returned after completing his mission, expecting to report good news. But upon looking into the room, the cheerfulness on his face immediately froze into a look of shock. He witnessed the aides, including Victor, Dixon, and Milan, sitting with their heads bowed in a gloomy, mournful atmosphere. Philip entered, confused by the despair of one of the aides, who was burying his face in his hands in dejection. The complex and heavy situation was explained to Philip. After understanding the problem, Philip also collapsed onto the table, sinking into despair with everyone else. A confident voice rang out from the doorway. Cutting through the despondent atmosphere, Lord Lacan entered, completely calm and somewhat arrogant, a stark contrast to the chaos of his subordinates. Philip turned around, frantically appealing to the Lord, but only received an indifferent glance. Dixon cried out in despair about the unimaginable burden, explaining that the Lamer territory was too vast for them to manage. The administrative burden was visualized as colossal stacks of documents, crushing them under the weight of an impossible task. Dixon clutched his head and cried out in despair, collapsing under the unimaginable workload. Faced with Lacan's indifference, Dixon desperately explained the administrative catastrophe that was about to engulf them. Lacan offered a confident smile, reassuring his subordinates that he already had a plan in mind. The scene shifted to a bustling port city, with large ships anchored along the sturdy city walls. A flag bearing a proud dragon emblem fluttered, marking the authority of this land. At the Lamer Fief public square, Lacan stood on a raised platform, facing the crowd of citizens, with his key aides behind him, Philip, Victor, and Dixon. With a decisive gesture, Lacan began his speech, capturing the attention of the entire square. He boldly declared that the Lamer Fief had now been officially annexed into the Viscount Lacan Fief. In the crowd, the Lamer citizens exchanged worried glances, their unease evident on their faces. Whispers spread through the crowd, disappointment and fear rising, as they realized the hero might not be the savior they had hoped for. An aura of authority emanated from Lacan as he roared a silent command, quashing all murmurs with absolute power. As silence enveloped the square, Lacan prepared to make his momentous policy declaration. His declaration echoed throughout the square, shocking everyone. He would transform Lamer into a free city. The entire populace was stunned, eyes wide with astonishment at an unbelievable proclamation. The citizens' initial skepticism quickly turned into a glimmer of hope and understanding as they began to grasp the true meaning of the promise. Lacan boldly declared, asserting that all trade barriers with the empire would be removed. The scene opened to the bustling Lamer port, with large ships anchored, demonstrating its potential to become a vital transportation hub. A metaphorical image appeared, showing how Count Monac's harsh rule had stifled development, strangling merchants with exorbitant costs. Lacan clenched his fist, a gesture full of determination, showing his will to restore opportunities for prosperity to the people. He spread his arms wide towards the crowd, calling on them to build Lamer into the empire's greatest trade center with their own strength. The Lamer citizens looked at each other, their faces filled with confusion and astonishment at the bold promise. A man in the crowd spoke up, his eyes full of skepticism, questioning whether this was just a trick for them to work hard and then be exploited through taxes. Standing on the raised platform, Lacan calmly faced the crowd's suspicion, posing a direct question about the old tax rate. He raised his hand, 5 fingers spread wide, a number decisively presented. Lacan smiled confidently, lowered 1 finger, and raised 4 fingers towards the crowd, revising his declaration to an even more shocking number. The entire crowd was speechless, their faces stunned, unable to believe what they had just heard. The silence erupted into unbelievable cheers as Lacan stood there, his arms still raised as an affirmation. For a moment, Lacan smiled contentedly, his eyes gleaming with shrewd calculation, knowing that by simply igniting their motivation, they would develop on their own. The city of Lamer appeared glorious under the sunlight, a symbol of the immense potential about to be unleashed, promising huge revenues. Even with low taxes, the citizens now clasped their hands, their faces radiant with hope, shouting slogans in support of the Lacan family. The Lamer citizens erupted in joy, raising their fists and cheering Lord Luke. A self-satisfied smile appeared on Lacan's face as he realized the administrative costs were almost zero. With open arms, Lacan triumphantly affirmed that it was all net profit, an absolute victory. The cheers of Lord Luke echoed across the clear blue sky, signaling a new era for Lamer. Afterward, Lacan walked down a luxurious corridor, pondering his bold decision. He explained to Katerina that he wanted to place his trust in the people's potential, which made her smile and comment on his surprising choices. Lacan's gaze turned curious as he looked ahead, wondering where they were going. Katerina smiled mysteriously, her earrings gently swaying. She presented the balcony overlooking a distant tower, revealing it to be a place she truly loved. Lacan listened intently as Katerina explained that this place was to her what the Demon King's castle was to him. Standing on the balcony, Katerina shared that she often came here to find peace whenever her heart was heavy. A serene smile graced Katerina's lips as she gazed at the scenery. Feeling the tranquility it offered, she turned to Lacan, bowing formally to express her gratitude for him saving the people of Volga. With a sincere expression, Katerina once again affirmed her deep gratitude to him and those who fought on her behalf. Lacan humbly accepted the thanks, stating that he only did what needed to be done, then prepared to say something more. On the breezy balcony, Lacan looked at Katerina with respect, expressing that it was her resilience that saved the people of Volga. Katerina smiled warmly, her eyes gleaming with genuine admiration as she affirmed that Lord Luke was truly an extraordinary person. She recalled rumors of a sickly noble, a stark contrast to the radiant and powerful image of Lacan that appeared in her mind. At this moment, Lacan appeared confident and steadfast, a person who never turned his back on those in need. He humbly brushed off the compliment, his eyes darkening slightly as he suggested that people wouldn't call him the embodiment of Hero Lacan if they knew the truth. Hearing this, Katarina decisively took a step forward. A silent gesture that completely refuted his doubt. She looked directly into Lacan's eyes, her gaze full of conviction, asserting that his nature could never be like the Demon King's. Lacan hesitated, his gloved fingers tapping lightly on the stone railing, weighing the gravity of the secret he was about to reveal. Finally, he turned to face her, deciding to trust her, and began to tell her about the diary he found in the Demon King's castle. The stream of memories began, revealing the image of Seimon, a young, gentle mage of the Veritas Magic Tower in the past. The tragic scene unfolded as Seimon collapsed in despair over the death of his loved one. Left alone to face the pain, overwhelmed by grief, he turned to forbidden magic, and shadows from a ritual circle began to reach out and engulf him. From within the darkness, Seimon rose, transforming into a terrifyingly powerful entity, holding the scepter of destruction in his hand. Back in reality, Lacan clenched his hand, the weight of the story still heavy, but he did not reveal everything. He looked at Katarina, a glimmer of hope in his eyes, believing that perhaps she would be the only one who could understand. On the breezy balcony at sunset, Lacan and Katarina stood facing each other, the space between them filled with unspoken words. Lacan turned away, his distant gaze acknowledging that the story he had just told was almost unbelievable. Preparing for her skepticism, he explained his reason for keeping it a secret, his gesture indicating the weight of the truth, that for a heroic lineage to protect the Demon King would be an unacceptable betrayal to the world. Katarina's gaze became attentive as Lacan asserted that he was not blindly defending all of Seimon's actions, but merely wanted to reveal a hidden aspect of the person that the world had never seen. He finished speaking, and a silence fell as he awaited her reaction, his face showing resignation, thinking he had gone too far. Lacan forced an awkward smile, hastily trying to retract his words to break the tense silence. He turned his face away, his tone lowered as if offering her an escape, ready to accept her disbelief. Katarina interrupted him, the conviction in her eyes halting all his attempts to retreat. An affirmation without hesitation. She looked directly at him, declaring that her belief did not come from any physical evidence. Her gaze became gentle, yet firm, placing her complete trust in him as a person. Leaving Lacan stunned by such absolute confidence, to affirm her words, Katarina actively took Lacan's gloved hand, a gesture connecting their fates. She promised to believe in what he believed, even Seimon. And as the vow was sealed, the brilliant sunset cast rays of hope upon them both. As night fell, at the main gate of the mansion, two guards from the Lacan army stood tiredly, one sighing deeply. One guard complained about his bad luck being stuck with guard duty, while his comrade could only offer a resigned explanation. The long-haired soldier tilted his head back, lamenting that his daughter would soon forget his face. But his thoughts were abruptly cut short by something that caught his eye. Standing guard before a large gate at night, a Lacan knight startled, pointing into the void and asking his comrade about a movement that had just passed by. The other comrade crossed his arms, dismissively waving it off, thinking it was just a passing breeze. The first guard turned back and froze when he saw his comrade had unexpectedly collapsed on the ground. He panicked before he could understand what was happening. A dark shadow swept past, knocking him down. Instantly, both Lacan knights now lay unconscious on the cold cobblestone. The night sky was illuminated by a full moon, signaling a secret infiltration underway. A dark elf with golden hair and pointed ears emerged from the shadows, his gaze confirming they had arrived at the correct location. Standing with his comrades, the dark elf leader ordered his subordinates to search for Princess Reina. Inside the mansion, an armored guard lay motionless on the polished floor. Other staff members, including a male servant and a maid, also lay scattered, all neutralized. Two cloaked dark elves stepped over the unconscious bodies, proceeding deeper inside. Without hesitation, the intruder's shadows stretched across the floor of a luxurious bedroom. Approaching the large bed where their target slept soundly, the leader's black-gloved hand yanked the white blanket, revealing the person underneath. An unexpected movement occurred beneath the overturned blanket. The dark elf leader froze, his face showing extreme astonishment at the unforeseen surprise. Lacan's face was shrouded in shadow, his cold gaze implicitly declaring the uninvited guest's presence a mistake. The two dark elves looked up sharply, astonished to see Lacan calmly sitting on the windowsill, silently awaiting them. A smug smile spread across Lacan's lips. He signaled that he was aware of and immune to the sleeping scent they had spread throughout the mansion. Cornered, the two dark elves could only glance at each other in silence at Lacan's challenging question. Without further delay, the leading golden-haired dark elf charged forward to attack. Determined to finish off the target, Lacan simply raised a hand gently, a confident warning gesture that any attack attempt would be futile. Ignoring the warning, the golden-haired dark elf unleashed dark magical tentacles. Determined to tear his opponent apart, the attack was suddenly blocked. The golden-haired dark elf screamed in panic as he realized an unforeseen power. A solid blue energy shield appeared from thin air, completely blocking the dangerous attack. Both dark elves attacked simultaneously, but all their efforts were completely neutralized by the blue shield. With a hint of surprise, Lacan acknowledged his opponent's strength as they finally broke through his defenses. Seizing the moment the shield shattered, the purple-haired dark elf lunged, aiming a fatal blow at Lacan. Lacan easily leaned back to dodge the blow, the shield fragments dissolving into the air as he implicitly asserted they had chosen the wrong opponent. Just as he dodged the frontal attack, Lacan realized the purple-haired dark elf had quietly approached from behind, a blade at his neck. Just before the blade touched him, the bracelet on Lacan's wrist suddenly glowed with a blue energy surge. Lacan, with a confident smile, easily dodged a Dark Moon Elf's attack while a Stone Wolf Golem charged to attack the intruder. The Dark Moon Elf assassin screamed in terror, unable to believe what was happening. The Stone Wolf Golem, with a glowing purple magical symbol on its head, growled, menacing. Lacan warned the attackers not to underestimate his golems, as they were crafted from high-grade magic stones. He crossed his arms, ordering his two wolf golems to surround the intruders and interrogate them about who sent them. The leader of the Dark Moon Elf group and his comrades retreated, their faces filled with skepticism and anger at the disadvantageous situation. To create an escape route, an assassin pulled out a magic orb. Lacan flinched slightly, recognizing the threat from the item. The orb was thrown, exploding into a blinding flash of light, forcing Lacan to raise his hand to shield himself. When the light dissipated, only smoke drifted out of the wide-open window. The attackers had vanished. Lacan stood beside his wolf golem, calmly looking in the direction they had escaped. Realizing they had no intention of killing, the unexpected encounter with the elves plunged Lacan into contemplation. His memories took him back under a full moon, recalling an elf named Erinis. The memory continued to a secluded house in the forest, where a voice echoed, calling its master, Erinis. An elderly elf, with silver hair and round glasses, appeared with a pensive expression. In a night forest, Erinis sat on a bench, recognizing the presence of the newcomer. Erowin, a young female elf, approached with a worried expression, holding a blanket and urging him inside to avoid the cold wind. She gently draped the blanket over Erinis's shoulders. He had just let out a weak cough, making her concern even more apparent. Erinis gently pushed her hand away, his gaze directed at the sky, explaining that this was the best place to observe the stars. He cleared his throat, changed the subject, and stated that he was also about to call her to discuss an important matter. Erwin guessed it was about the Dark Elf's failure, but Erinis shook his head, indicating the matter was even more serious. With a solemn expression, Erinis gestured for Erwin to open the long wooden box she was holding. Erwin's eyes widened in astonishment as a powerful energy emanated from inside the newly opened box. She looked down, stunned by an ancient staff with a brilliantly glowing purple crystal. Erinis nodded in confirmation, his eyes reflecting the significance of this legendary artifact. A mythical image appeared, showing the goddess Yahello raising that very staff to subdue a giant demon back in reality. Erwin whispered, unable to believe that the legendary artifact truly existed right before her eyes. Erinis closed the box, warning that the staff's power was extremely dangerous if misused. He handed the box to Erwin, giving a decisive command she must take it south. Arenas gazed into the distance, his eyes sharpening, foretelling a lost star that had just risen and the chaos about to engulf the continent once more. Erwin explained the desperate situation of the elves, her eyes heavy with anxiety about a chaotic future. Her explanation evoked the image of an ancient power, the tears of the earth, the only thing that could reconnect the worlds. Arenas handed Erwin a powerful staff, but she hesitated, her eyes questioning why this burden was placed upon her. Arenas looked at her with a calm expression, harboring an unshakable trust. Erwin was stunned by his affirmation. Realizing she was the trusted successor, Erwin protested, reiterating that she did not want this role. But Arenas was firm, asserting she was the only choice. Despite her inner resistance, Erwin bowed her head in acceptance, the burden of her race's survival weighing heavily on her shoulders. She raised her head, her eyes blazing with steely determination, promising to find what they needed at all costs. Arenas nodded in satisfaction, his trust in her affirmed. Arenas began giving minor instructions, causing Erwin, a warrior hundreds of years old, to show annoyance at being treated like a child. Under the full moon, Erwin began her solitary journey, while Arenas stood silently watching from behind. A proud and affectionate smile briefly appeared on Arenas' face as Erwin's figure faded from view. Suddenly, a cold wind blew through, disturbing the quiet air of the night. Arenas' smile vanished, replaced by a sharp gaze as he sensed an uninvited presence lurking nearby. From the shadows, a cloaked skeletal entity materialized, dark energy emanating as it acknowledged being detected by Arenas. Arenas warily watched the hooded intruder, who provocatively displayed an indifferent attitude. The intruder revealed his skeletal face, mocking Arenas' confidence now that he no longer possessed his former divine aura and strength. Arenas tightened his grip on his staff, his eyes sharpening as he recognized his old foe and reminded him of his humiliating defeat 500 years ago. Fury erupted, and Arenas snarled, questioning why the defeated foe of yesteryear dared to brazenly return. The undead dismissed the questioning, green magical energy beginning to gather in his hand as he declared he had come to reclaim what was stolen. Dark magical orbs swirled around the undead as he called Arenas by name and demanded the Atlas blueprints back. The air in the forest grew heavy, the two ancient enemies facing each other, ready for an inevitable battle. Arenas looked surprised, asking back as if he didn't understand why his enemy was seeking that here. The undead sneered, revealing that he knew Darkmoon was preparing for war with the Empire and focusing on manufacturing giants. A magical image of a hero-class gigant's blueprint appeared, serving as proof of the undead's accusation that Arenas was using stolen technology. Arenas turned away, dismissing the accusation as baseless and asserting that he had long withdrawn from all matters, losing all patience with the denial. The undead raised his hand, a sign that he was about to resort to force. Bright green magical energy streams were shot directly towards Arenas as a declaration that the conversation was over. Arenas reacted instantly, erecting a hexagonal energy shield to block the deadly attack. The undead was slightly surprised by Arenas' defense, but immediately prepared another volley of magical arrows, even more dangerous than before. Cornered, Arenas poured all his strength into his staff, unleashing fierce bursts of natural energy. At his command, the surrounding trees shrieked, their leaves transforming into a swirling storm to engulf the enemy. Arenas' gaze was resolute, his entire will focused on controlling the forest's fury. An emerald vortex formed, a testament to the elemental power he wielded. The magical storm enveloped the undead intruder, trapping him within the swirling energy. Inside the storm, the undead intruder merely tilted his head slightly, a gesture of disdain rather than impression. He raised his skeletal hand, beginning to summon a dark energy orb, a sign that Arenas' power was mere child's play. The dark energy condensed, distorting even the green light around it. With a condescending look, the undead intruder mocked Arenas' fading power, recalling a past he knew well. Offended, Arenas roared a defiant curse, his silver hair whipping in the magical wind. The undead intruder responded only with skeletal silence, a mockery more bitter than words. Realizing words were futile, Erinus shifted from anger to battle focus, preparing for the next attack. The undead intruder raised his hand, a gesture signaling that the game was about to end. Hexagonal energy fragments began to form around him, creating a complex magical structure, completely enveloped in a green energy sphere. The undead intruder hovered, his magic about to reach its peak. With a decisive command, Lord Erinus summoned his power, a hexagonal energy shield enveloping him in preparation for the incoming attack. From the sky, a colossal, glowing lightning spear descended directly upon the undead intruder's position. The undead intruder effortlessly raised his hand, creating a green magical barrier that easily blocked the lightning spear. Unfazed by its power, a scornful sneer appeared on Erinus's face. His opponent's arrogance only fueled his rage. In retaliation, the undead intruder summoned a colossal monster mouth from dark magic, which lunged to devour Erinus. Unexpectedly, the undead intruder was repelled by an invisible force, his magical shield shattering against an unforeseen power from Erinus. The surrounding space warped in a violent explosion of green energy. Despite his efforts, Erinus was thrown backward by the force of the explosion, his staff shattering in his hand. Exhausted and wounded, Erinus collapsed, able only to helplessly watch his enemy's silhouette fade into the night. He stared at the ravaged empty space where his enemy had just vanished. Realizing he had escaped, a violent cough seized him, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, evidence of severe internal injury. Erinus's eyes grew cold and anxious as he realized the true identity of his enemy and the terrible threat he posed. With his last ounce of strength, he extended a bloodied hand forward, sending a desperate plea for help to Erwin as the apocalyptic war drew near. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hall, a red cloak was laid out. Ready, Lacan, in his commander's uniform, strode confidently, followed by his loyal aide. Philip, a royal attendant, opened the grand doors, revealing a luxurious corridor. Luc de Lacan, followed by his loyal aide Philip, strode confidently into the great hall. Both stopped before the grand doors leading to the throne room, their expressions serious. From his throne, Emperor Rudolph greeted them with an air of majesty. Luc de Lacan stepped forward, preparing for his audience. He decisively knelt on one knee, bowing his head in reverence and stating his title. In the splendid throne room, Luc knelt before Emperor Rudolph, while Philip stood at attention behind him. The emperor nodded with satisfaction, his gaze indicating he had been awaiting this meeting. The vastness of the throne room further emphasized the solemnity of the audience. Rudolph remained silent, his sharp gaze sweeping over Luc, assessing the young man kneeling before him. The emperor's scrutinizing gaze seemed to pierce through, evaluating Luc's strength and potential. After a moment of silence, Rudolph bestowed praise upon Luc's long journey, who responded with humility. In a solemn tone, the emperor declared the reason for summoning Luc was to reward his achievements and appoint him to a military position. Luc raised his head, a fleeting look of surprise evident on his face at the emperor's declaration. The surprise quickly faded, replaced by a subtle smile, indicating he had anticipated this honor. An image of the Lacan family's downfall, abandoned by the imperial family, appeared as a reminder of the dangers of new victories. Before the throne, Emperor Rudolph began to issue an important command to the kneeling Luc de Lacan. The emperor ordered Luc to Taolud Fortress, leaving Philip standing beside him stunned. Unable to believe his ears, Philip desperately protested, but was sternly interrupted by Voltaire, an attendant, for his disrespect in front of the emperor. In a panic, Philip continued to try and dissuade him, arguing it was a death sentence, but Luc's hand rested on his shoulder, stopping him. Luc, completely calm, gestured for Philip to be silent and accept the order, but then he raised his head, declaring he had a condition. Emperor Rudolph slightly raised an eyebrow, a fleeting look of surprise appearing on his majestic face. Philip, still kneeling, whispered urgently to Luc, trying to warn him of the deadly danger of that place. A gruesome image appeared, the fortress's tattered, blood-soaked banner, a symbol of death and defeat. Philip continued to plead in despair, asserting that sending Luke there was nothing short of an open assassination plot by the imperial family. The Emperor's wrath erupted, an invisible, fiery pressure radiating from the throne, silencing all discussion. Voltaire, the attendant, shivered slightly, a purple aura enveloping him like an unconscious defense against Luke's formidable presence. The Emperor's eyes turned knife-sharp, and he snarled, demanding Luke de la Khan repeat his audacious words. A subtle, confident smile flickered across Luke's lips as he calmly confirmed his request. Luke looked directly at the Emperor, his gaze unwavering, asserting that his condition must be met for the order to be carried out. With a murderous gaze, Emperor Rudolph snarled, demanding Luke de la Khan repeat his offer, unable to believe he was being given conditions by a subordinate. Despite the pressure, a calm smile formed on Luke's lips as he confirmed his request. He asserted that this condition was absolutely necessary for him to carry out the Emperor's command. A wave of invisible, furious pressure emanated from Rudolph's throne, engulfing the kneeling Luke. Philip, the loyal knight, braced himself against the terrifying pressure, his face paling with fear for his master. Philip's mind reeled, returning to the moment when the court messenger brought the summons, where Luke remained strangely calm while everyone else was stunned. Back in reality, Rudolph narrowed his eyes, issuing an undisguised threat that Luke would pay for his arrogance if he didn't provide a convincing reason. Luke maintained a calm expression, admitting that he was fully aware of the notorious dangers of Tolrud Fortress. He raised his head, his gaze firm, formally requesting the Emperor to grant him full control of that fortress. Emperor Rudolph was stunned by the request, his anger temporarily replaced by skepticism, demanding an explanation. Luke explained that his main goal was to strengthen the Empire's military forces. A vision appeared, showing the Lacan Knights standing solemnly under their family's banner, proving Luke's explanation that command would help him control the army more effectively. Rudolph stroked his beard thoughtfully, considering it an insignificant, remote fortress, but still asked if that was Luke's only condition. Luke smiled confidently, beginning to reveal the true value of the position he requested. A strategic map appeared, showing Tolrud Fortress located at a crucial intersection, with the potential to become a vital transportation hub after the war. With ambitious eyes, Luke presented his arguments about Tolrud Fortress's strategic potential. Emperor Rudolph narrowed his eyes, secretly calculating that the young man's death at the fortress would also be an acceptable outcome. Rudolph made the decision to approve, which greatly surprised Voltaire standing beside him. Luke clenched his fist, a gesture showing his iron determination as he began his oath. He placed his hand on his chest, raised his head with a confident smile, solemnly promising not to fail the Emperor's expectations. The Lacan family's flag with its proud phoenix emblem was raised high, marking the rise of a new power. Emperor Rudolph drew his ceremonial sword, preparing to issue the decree of investiture. Luke knelt solemnly, receiving the sword blade placed on his shoulder during the appointment ceremony, witnessed by the court. The investiture ceremony was completed, opening a new chapter for Viscount Lacan. The scene abruptly shifted to a stone fortress shaking under fierce attacks in a simulated battle. A Lacan knight with a yellow plume charged into battle, his sword drawing a deadly bright line. The Lacan knight single-handedly faced two enemies, his superior skills demonstrated through each precise block and counterattack. The enemy's giant sword plunged into the ground, marking its owner's defeat. Back in the simulation cockpit, Milan leaned back in his seat, admitting defeat with an expression mixed with disappointment and extreme astonishment. In the virtual world, Luke's avatar stood tall, silently receiving the acknowledgement from his recently defeated opponent. After the victory, Luke sat calmly, his confident gaze fixed straight ahead. Milan stepped out of the simulation cockpit, questioning Luke with extreme astonishment about his gigant piloting skills. As they walked past the leg of a gigant, Mylan confessed his clumsiness during his first encounter with the war machine. Mylan expressed extreme admiration for Luke's innate talent, while Luke merely listened thoughtfully. Luke humbly credited his instructor, a compliment that deeply moved Mylan. In the shadow of a gigant, Luke explained that this machine's structure was similar to the golems he had designed, revealing the origin of his skills. Luke's thoughts led to an image of a mighty gigant army, the ultimate weapon they possessed. Memories of a formidable gigant beast lord from the previous territorial war resurfaced, a power that even he would find difficult to face alone. Back in reality, Luke looked at the Lacan Knight's armor, secretly regretting not having more training time before the grace period ended. Making a decision, Luke turned to order Philip, his loyal guard, to prepare for a territorial inspection. The scene shifted to a town undergoing reconstruction, the sound of hammers echoing as workers toiled tirelessly on rooftops. Dixon, the territory's accountant, hurried to greet Luke and Philip as they crossed the square. Dixon presented a stack of documents, beginning to report to Luke on the progress of restoring the damage caused by Manak's army. The scene of workers and soldiers building new homes for the Volga people illustrated Dixon's report. Dixon continued to report on the establishment of a trade association, and Luke nodded with satisfaction at the positive developments. Dixon held a report, his face satisfied as he presented to Luke that the issue of refugee employment had been unexpectedly resolved. Luke smiled confidently, explaining that turning Lamer into a free city was precisely for this purpose. An illustration appeared, showing capable Volga merchants ready to establish their own trade association. Majestic merchant ships sailed the waves, symbolizing the vast commercial potential that would be unleashed if they were given the opportunity. Concluding the conversation, Luke turned and left with Philip, leaving Dixon reviewing the schedule and calling after them about inspecting the magic tower. Luke gestured casually, confirming that he had entrusted everything necessary to mute. He, Philip, and Dixon walked along the dirt road, heading towards the constructions underway, while Luke explained his larger plans. Luke's face grew more serious as he emphasized the necessity of preparing for the upcoming battles. His gaze turned towards a new magic tower under construction, a structure symbolizing the territory's future strength. Luke's thoughts were visualized as magic books from Veritas, and Atlas's designs swirled around him in an aura of energy. From that knowledge, the silhouette of a hero-class gigant emerged, its helmet's eyes emitting a powerful blue light. Back in reality, Luke closed his eyes with satisfaction, looking forward to witnessing the territory's transformation upon his return. He suddenly paused with a thoughtful expression, realizing that the new tower still had no name. His gaze became distant, an idea suddenly sparking in his mind. His memories took him back to a peaceful moment under the trees where a blonde woman was waiting. Katerina recognized Luke, her face lighting up with a warm smile. She stepped forward, explaining that she had been waiting to give him something before he left. Katerina opened her palm, revealing a sparkling emerald, and carefully offered it to Luke. With a hint of shyness, she explained that the gem was a fragment from a royal treasure, possessing the power to protect its owner. Luke was flustered by the precious gift, but Katerina explained that she did so knowing he was about to face danger upon being summoned by the Emperor. Her gaze softened, holding an unspoken wish for his safety. Luke froze, his face flushing slightly, touched by her sincere concern. She carefully placed the golden necklace with the gem into Luke's open hands. Luke clutched the gift, his gaze firm, promising that he would return safely to give it back. Katerina smiled serenely, nodding to accept his promise with a trusting gaze. Under the cover of night, Luke was already mounted on his horse, ready to depart, while Hans stood beside him with a worried expression. Luke turned back to explain to Hans that he had to leave in silence to avoid troublesome farewell ceremony. He looked directly at his loyal butler, his eyes filled with trust as he entrusted the entire territory to his management. Hans solemnly placed his hand on his chest, his eyes burning with determination to complete the task at all costs. Luke spurred his horse into the night, leaving behind Hans's worried calls echoing after him. Luke was startled by a sudden call. Philip galloped after him, determined not to be left behind. blocking Luke's horse. Philip confronted his master while Hans stood by. Confused, with a firm expression, Philip turned to look at Luke. An unspoken reproach. He earnestly reiterated his oath of loyalty, asserting his place as the sword that must always be by his master's side. Luke listened in silence, his expression growing serious at the knight's determination. A faint smile appeared on Luke's lips, showing unspoken approval. Under the moonlight, Luke and Philip rode their horses together into the night, beginning their journey. A moment later, a caravan of covered wagons rolled along the dirt road in the night. The caravan, led by two cloaked figures, approached a heavily guarded city gate. A guard immediately raised his spear to block the path, decisively signaling to stop. The guard questioned the group, demanding their identities and the purpose of their night journey. To avoid trouble, one of the discreetly cloaked figures offered a heavy pouch of money. The guard glanced at the money pouch, his initial vigilance quickly replaced by greed. After a meaningful cough, the guard lowered his weapon and waved the caravan through. An order rang out, demanding the heavy wooden gate be opened. The covered horse-drawn carriages began to roll through the newly opened city gate. Inside one of the carriages, the jolting of the journey was clearly felt. Hidden beneath the tarp, Luke and Philip remained absolutely silent to avoid detection. The scene shifted to a quiet night. The caravan having stopped by a pond under the moonlight, a horse drank contentedly, finding rest after a long journey. The merchant leader clasped his hands, his aged face filled with gratitude and tears of relief as he looked towards his saviors. By the flickering fire, he expressed his deep appreciation to Luke and Philip. Luke took a sip of water from his cup, flashed a confident smile, and brushed off the thanks, indicating it was merely his duty. Philip ate silently, but his gaze never left Luke, trying to decipher his master's nobility. A flicker of anxiety appeared on Philip's face as he fell into thought, wondering about Luke's true plan. His thoughts took him back 3 days, when he and Luke were still riding on horseback. Both suddenly stopped, their eyes fixed on an unusual sight ahead. They discovered the merchant's caravan in disarray, clearly the victims of an attack. Philip turned to Luke with a worried expression, awaiting orders from his lord. Luke approached two men who looked like merchants cowering in fear, his eyes inquiring about the chaos. Taken by surprise, the older merchant quickly drew a dagger to defend himself, his voice hoarse with panic as he shouted a warning. Completely unfazed, Luke placed a hand on his chest and introduced himself with a noble demeanor, declaring his identity and royal mission. The name Lacan stunned the merchants, their eyes widening in astonishment as they recognized the one who had just defeated Count Monac standing before them. In shock, the merchant's hand went limp, dropping the dagger to the ground with a dry clink. Philip stepped to stand beside Luke, both witnessing the merchant's collapse, kneeling and desperately begging for help. The older man, still prostrate, hastily introduced himself as Clark of the Marin Merchant Guild, his voice full of urgency. Clark desperately pointed towards the ruined carriages, explaining that their mercenaries had been annihilated by bandits and the horses had fled. With a final hope, Clark clutched Philip's hand, earnestly pleading for them to escort them to the nearest village to escape the bandits' pursuit. Luke placed a hand on his chin, appearing pensive and hesitant, while Philip stood beside him, giving an enigmatic smile at Clark's generous offer. After a moment's thought, Luke snapped his fingers, decisively declaring he would accompany them. Clark couldn't believe his ears, his face lighting up with joy and relief. Once the merchants had moved away, Philip immediately turned to question Luke about his decision, but Luke merely smiled and replied with a noble reason. However, a sharp glint flashed in Luke's eyes as he glanced to the side, revealing that his kindness had another purpose. His gaze focused on a strange fragment on the ground, which was emitting a stream of green magical energy. That was what truly captured Luke's attention. Philip sat alone, sighing in frustration after many fruitless days, his impatience evident on his face as he pondered Luke's true intention. Luke approached Clark, and the merchants gathered around the fire, commenting on the poor state of the carriages, suggesting that the bandits knew exactly what valuable items to target. Clark, with a proud look, affirmed the value of the cargo, explaining that his guild had long-standing business relations and was protected by the powerful Linton family. While listening, Luke's hand, hidden from view, clenched an object that caused green magical energy to leak through his fingers. He pondered how the bandits dared to act despite the threat of retaliation. Luke listened as Clark recounted the attack, paying particular attention to the detail that the bandits had used a strange type of magic, which seemed to confirm one of his suspicions. Brushing aside the explanations, Luke looked directly at Clark and made a direct request, asking to see the goods they were transporting. Clark was startled by the sudden request, his expression shifting from gratitude to obvious confusion and awkwardness. Luke narrowed his eyes, his tone sharpening as he questioned Clark's hesitation, hinting at the possibility that they were transporting contraband. Cornered, Clark stammered a denial, citing it as a trade secret, and reluctantly led Luke towards a carefully covered carriage. A sharp glint flashed in Luke's eyes. He had realized something just before danger struck. A sudden magical explosion tore through the quiet air, throwing Luke and another merchant far back. Philip sprang up in horror, stunned by the sudden and violent attack. From the shadows, a hooded mage soared into the air, his hands gathering a massive blue energy sphere, preparing for the next attack. The magical energy struck the ground forcefully, creating a second explosion that shook the entire forest. As the dust settled, Luke stood unscathed behind a purple magical shield, a smug smile on his face as he faced the attacker. Erowyn, her face hidden beneath her hood, walked with clear purpose. Without hesitation, she stopped, revealing her resolute face and elf ears, gripping the divine staff absolute tightly as a surge of blue energy began to swirl around her. Facing her, Luke gave a smug smile, realizing that this stranger had no intention of dialogue. Erowyn's magical energy erupted, creating an invisible pressure that put Luke and Philip on guard. To protect his master, Philip let out a silent roar and charged forward, drawing his sword with eyes full of fury. Luke held out his hand, his face panicked as he ordered Philip to stop. But it was too late. Ignoring the command, Philip activated a magical item, causing his sword to glow with a murderous red light. He unleashed a series of blazing red energy slashes, a phantom sword technique that shot straight towards Erowyn. Erowyn remained unfazed, the crystal on her staff glowing intensely in response. A blue magical vortex rose like an impenetrable wall, effortlessly neutralizing Philip's fiery slashes. Philip froze, his eyes wide with horror as he watched his strongest attack vanish into thin air. With a decisive sweep of her hand, Erowyn raised her staff, preparing for a devastating counterattack. A massive surge of magical energy struck Philip directly, mercilessly sending him flying back. Philip collapsed to the ground, propping himself up with his sword to avoid falling, breathing heavily in defeat and astonishment at his opponent's power. Standing still, Luke observed the outcome with sharp eyes, analyzing and assessing the formidable power of the elf mage. Luke watched, a bead of anxious sweat rolling down his temple. Standing amidst the magical vortex, Erowyn realized this overwhelming power did not come from the enemy before her. Her gaze focused on the staff in her hand, the purple crystal emitting an intense surge of energy. Philip stood frozen, the sword in his hand rendered useless against the impenetrable wall of magical wind. To stand firm, Erowyn rooted her magic deep into the ground, the earth cracking beneath her feet. Noticing the vortex spiraling out of control, Luke frantically shouted a warning to those around him. The terrifying pull of the vortex mercilessly lifted Clark and his horse into the air. Helpless in midair, Clark desperately cried for help. Frustrated by the situation, Luke braced himself against the wind, making a decision. With no other option, he activated the magical item on his wrist, a blue gemstone flashing brightly. Luke raised his hand to command. A massive purple summoning circle, glowing brightly beneath his and another merchant's feet. From within the magic circle, a gigantic stone arm emerged, carrying ancient power. 2 colossal stone wolf golems were summoned, standing tall, like impenetrable guardians. Immediately, the golems reached out, firmly grabbing those being swept away by the vortex. Saving them from danger, the golems formed a sturdy stone wall, shielding the surviving group from the vortex's fury. Philip and Clark fell sprawling on the ground, utterly horrified by the exploding magical power. Ignoring the chaos, Erwin disdainfully waved her hand, controlling the magical vortex, having achieved her goal. Erwin disregarded everything as her vortex lifted the entire caravan into the air to prevent the tragedy. Luke issued a decisive command. Immediately, streaks of purple dark energy shot out, tightly coiling around a flying carriage. Attempting to regain control with a resolute gaze, Luke declared that he would not let Erwin escape easily. Luke's power clashed with the vortex, causing Erwin to stumble as her magic was fiercely resisted. In a clash of wills, Erwin challenged Luke, but he confidently responded with an unwavering gaze. A strange figure with cat ears appeared behind Erwin, signaling an unexpected intervention. Taking advantage of Erwin's complacency, Sebastian in his cat form suddenly appeared and snatched the magic staff from her hand. Deprived of her weapon, Erwin was utterly stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Sebastian swiftly clutched the staff and fled, causing Erwin to hastily give chase in anger. Luke clicked his tongue, showing annoyance at the unnecessary chaos. Seizing the moment, Erwin was distracted. Luke appeared right behind her, dark energy tendrils ready to constrict. Unable to resist, Erwin collapsed to the ground, bound tightly by Luke's magic. Luke looked down at Erwin with a smug expression, raising his hand as if to declare her immaturity. Defeated and pinned to the ground, Erwin looked up, her eyes filled with resentment and helplessness. Luke continued to lecture, his smile showing absolute superiority, reminding her of a basic combat lesson. Erwin gritted her teeth in silence, humiliation evident on her face as she couldn't retort. Luke stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down at Erwin, who was bound by purple energy chains, a confirmation of her immaturity. A knowing smile suddenly appeared on Luke's lips as he recognized a familiarity in her energy manipulation. His thoughts took him back to the past, where a steady hand held a sobbing newborn elf child amidst the ashes. The memory clearly showed Irene's, with a sorrowful expression, holding the child before Luke, amidst a city engulfed in flames. Irene stood alone on the hilltop, clutching the child to his chest like the only remaining treasure, while his hometown burned behind him. Returning to his thoughts, Luke gently shook his head at the irony, picturing Irene, who was too soft-hearted, clumsily caring for the child he adopted. Luke's gaze sharpened, his contemplation ending as he returned to reality. Erwin, still bound on the ground, looked up at Luke with a confused expression, unable to understand the change in his demeanor. Suddenly, Luke spun around, his face showing alarm as he realized an approaching danger. Clark and the members of his merchant caravan rushed forward, their faces contorted with rage as they recognized their attacker. Two merchants drew their swords, charging directly towards Erwin, who was helpless on the ground, determined to avenge their destroyed goods. To prevent the attack, Luke summoned dark tendrils from the ground. The magical tendrils unexpectedly bound the members of the merchant caravan, lifting them into the air in panic. Suspended in midair, Clark angrily questioned Luke, his eyes filled with indignation and confusion at this intervention. Luke ignored the accusation, his cold gaze fixed on Clark as he yanked the covering cloth from the carriage. The cloth was pulled back, revealing a horrifying sight. Tiny, frail fairies bound and stuffed into the cargo compartment. With a smug smile, Luke revealed that he had known the truth about their cargo from the very beginning. He explained that feigning cooperation was merely a charade to identify the true enemy, as the distinctive aura of the fairies could not be concealed. Before the horrified faces of the traffickers, Luke sneered, exposing them as mere brokers for the depraved tastes of the nobility. Luke calmly sat on the side of the carriage, looking down at the bound individuals helplessly struggling in the magical ropes. One merchant tried to threaten him with his master's name, but Luke dismissed it with a look of disgust. Completely unmoved, He coldly pointed out that their disappearance would be easily covered up as a common robbery. The horrifying truth dawned, turning the merchant's panic into utter terror. With a cruel smile, Luke reiterated their demand to beat the thief to death and extended his hand. Dark tendrils gathering to execute the sentence. A purple magical explosion swallowed their final screams, leaving no trace but a dissipating energy current. After justice was served, a sharp blade gently severed the binding ropes, freeing the imprisoned fairies. Amidst the aftermath, the freed fairies surrounded Luke, while the traffickers remained tightly bound to a tree. In another part of the forest, Luke, now with white hair, faced an elf woman named Erowyn, who was bound by dark magic. With a decisive gesture, Luke released magical energy from his fingertips, shattering the shackles binding Erowyn. Erowyn was stunned as the purple magical ropes vanished from her body. To create distance and defend herself, Erowyn quickly leaped onto a high branch, wielding her weapon cautiously, her eyes sharpened with suspicion, questioning Luke about how he knew Lord Aranez's name. Luke maintained a calm demeanor, signaling her not to be wary, while Sebastian appeared beside him, presenting the absolute staff. After introducing himself, Luke handed the staff to Erowyn, who took it with a still skeptical expression. Luke turned and walked away, extending an open invitation for her to accompany him, leaving Erowyn alone with her decision. Erowyn firmly refused the offer to help return the fairies, asserting that she could handle it herself. Luke approached, pointing out her trembling hand as proof of her post-battle fatigue, and emphasizing that he also bore some responsibility. Cornered by the harsh truth, Erowyn weakly protested, her wariness conflicting with her exhaustion. Luke smiled meaningfully, advising that excessive caution might cause her to miss more important things right before her eyes. His words triggered a memory, and the scene faded into the pensive image of Lord Aranez. Back in reality, Erowyn stood motionless on the tree branch, clutching the staff. Deep in thought, Luke led Philip and Mylan along a forest stream, while Erowyn kept her distance behind. Clutching her staff, Erowyn squinted at Luke's back, skepticism evident on her face as she tried to comprehend the improbable connection between him and Lord Aranez. The memory of two giant stone golems, a testament to Luke's inhuman power, suddenly flooded back, stunning her with a terrifying hypothesis. She shook her head, trying to dismiss the absurd thought, unable to believe that someone from the Lacan family could possess such magic. Ahead, Luke and Philip continued to walk in silence, unaware of the storm of thoughts within Erowyn. Philip glanced at Luke, a flicker of worry in his eyes as he recalled the dark energy he was certain he had seen. The image of the Demon King's golem army, the Empire's forbidden magic, appeared in his mind, raising questions about his master's true nature. Suddenly, Luke stopped, his gaze sweeping across the forest, and turned to draw Philip's attention with an unspoken question about the changing scenery. Philip startled out of his thoughts, his face clearly showing bewilderment at the sudden warning. Upon closer inspection, he realized the truth. In Luke's warning, the surrounding forest had become barren, a deathly silence enveloping everything. Luke nodded decisively, confirming that his premonition was correct. He pointed forward, where the landscape grew increasingly desolate. The clear stream now transformed into a murky, lifeless puddle. A contrasting image appeared, illustrating the nature of fairies where they fluttered among vibrant flower fields, bringing life to nature. Even in the most barren land, the presence of a fairy was enough for a flower to emerge, a testament to their power of rebirth. Luke explained that the forest's decay was a sign that the fairies, its protectors, were in danger or had departed. The memory showed a vibrant flower, symbolizing the fairies' power of revival. Back in reality, confusion was etched deep in Luke's eyes as he looked at the dead forest around him. Two fairies on horseback pointed forward eagerly, signaling their arrival home. While Luke maintained a calm expression, Philip was stunned by the sight before him, while Erowyn looked at the desolation with a somber, knowing expression. The group entered a ruined village, a shadow of what was once believed to be the fairies' homeland. Philip turned back, skepticism evident on his face as he witnessed the unimaginable desolation. To answer Philip's question, Erwin raised her staff, beginning to reveal the secrets of the spirit world. Erwin explained the ancient connection. When her tribe and the fairies coexisted by nurturing nature, a blurry image appeared, depicting the fateful moment 500 years ago when an energy connection was violently severed. The energy flow depleted, leaving behind a dead and desolate village under the cold moonlight. Erwin clutched her staff, her eyes reflecting the fear that this was also the future awaiting the elf tribe. From the ruins, 3 other fairy tribes flew out, joyfully calling the names of their newly returned friends, Clone, Pionate, and Celia. Clone rushed to embrace one of the rescued fairies, a reunion filled with relief. Luke stood silently observing, while one of the rescued fairies turned to them, seemingly to express gratitude. Luke nodded slightly, his gaze firm, confirming that their mission was complete and they would soon depart. A hand with grayish-blue skin was raised, making a solemn declaration as if a prophecy had been fulfilled. Pionare pointed at Luke, her voice full of reverence, declaring him to be the returned key of the world. Luke and Erwin turned back in surprise, skepticism and confusion evident on their faces. At the sudden declaration, Pionare continued to point decisively, reaffirming her words. Luke turned his head, his eyes searching, trying to find what Pionare was referring to behind him. Philip and Erwin also looked back in Luke's direction, curiosity and caution evident. Right behind Luke's heels, a vibrant path of flowers suddenly bloomed from the barren ground, radiating a magical light. Luke was stunned, unable to believe the extraordinary sight unfolding right behind him. Amidst the flower carpet, a pristine pink flower stretched out, showcasing its beauty, the focal point of the magic. The entire group, including Luke, Philip, Mylan, and Erwin, stood speechless, overwhelmed by the vibrant flower path growing in the dead land. Philip exclaimed in astonishment, pointing towards the path, while Erwin was frozen, trying to comprehend the unbelievable phenomenon. Luke suddenly realized, his hand unconsciously touching the green gemstone necklace on his chest, guessing it was the source of the magic. Erwin's gaze was fixed on the necklace, a flicker of recognition in her eyes as she recognized the familiar object. Erwin confirmed with absolute certainty that the energy emanating from the necklace belonged to the world tree. Further confusing Luke, Erwin looked directly at Luke, her eyes gleaming with intense hope, declaring that the necklace was the salvation they were desperately seeking. Erwin extended her hand, her gaze resolute, demanding Luke hand over the necklace. Luke smiled politely, but meaningfully, his hand holding the necklace tightly to his chest to assert its inviolability. Erwin's expression hardened with disappointment. She gritted her teeth and prepared to use force to take what she needed. Philip immediately stepped forward to block Luke, placing his hand on his sword hilt, his eyes warning Erwin not to act rashly. Tension rose as Erwin raised her staff to confront Philip, while the fairies behind watched in horror. The fairies frantically waved their hands, trying to dissuade Erwin, not wanting the confrontation to escalate. Celia, one of the fairies, looked exhausted, sweat pouring as she weakly pleaded for the fight to stop. Suddenly, Celia collapsed to the ground, causing the other fairies to rush to her in horror. Luke and Philip were stunned by the sudden event, the confrontation immediately broken by the emergency. Erwin quickly knelt, placing her hand on the unconscious Celia, a gentle green energy emanating from her palm as she checked the fairy's condition. After checking, Erwin turned to explain to Luke and Philip that the fairies were using their own life force to sustain the land. Luke looked down at the faintly glowing necklace in his hand, Erwin's explanation making him realize the connection between it and the fairies' survival. His thoughts brought Luke back to a distant memory, where Katarina's gentle face appeared in a hazy scene. In the memory, a younger version of Luke stood with Katarina on a windy hill, receiving the necklace from her hand. Back in reality, Luke's gloved hand tightened around the necklace, a decision having just formed within him. In despair, Pionare and another fairy could only helplessly watch Celia dying on the ground. with a frustrated but resolute expression. Luke forcefully pulled the World Tree necklace from his neck. He extended the precious keepsake towards Erwin, who was stunned by this unexpected action. Philip rushed forward in alarm to stop him, but Luke coldly pushed him aside and ordered him to assist the fairies. Erwin took the necklace, her eyes both questioning and recognizing the latent power within it. Luke closed his eyes with a smile of acceptance, a gesture indicating that this sacrifice was worth what. With a slight bow, Erwin silently expressed her deep gratitude. As Erwin began the healing ritual, Luke's gaze became distant, lost in thought about the woman who had given him the necklace. Erwin channeled energy from the necklace, creating a brilliant golden magic circle that enveloped Celia. In Luke's mind, the image of a withered tree, a symbol of death, appeared. Then a fresh green sprout unexpectedly germinated from the barren trunk, signaling a rebirth. Luke's train of thought ended with the image of Celia peacefully under the sunlight, a testament to the kindness he always believed in. Back in reality, Celia's eyes slowly opened. She had escaped the Reaper's sight. Celia flew into the air, full of vitality, while the other fairies rushed to her in overwhelming joy. Erwin looked down in astonishment. Vibrant golden flowers blooming at her feet from the barren land. Erwin Lessa bowed solemnly, expressing her regret to Luke for her previous behavior. Placing her hand on her chest, Erwin formally introduced herself and revealed her mission to find the Tears of the Earth under Lord Araness's command. Philip showed astonishment upon hearing the name, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. With a stunned expression, Philip pointed towards Erwin, questioning if she was the one who created the artificial magic crystals, and she admitted it was merely a byproduct. Erwin's gaze lowered, filled with deep regret, as she admitted that letting that technology escape was the biggest mistake of her life. Regaining her composure, Erwin explained the desperate plight of the races, including the fairies. After the world was severed from the spirit world, an illusion appeared, showing the shadow of an elf dissolving in dark red energy, illustrating their weakening as they lost connection to spiritual power. A brilliant golden gate, symbolizing the connection between the two worlds, appeared, with an emerald at its center, what was called the Tears of the Earth. To find a clue, Erwin bowed deeply before Luke, a rare act of supplication, begging him to reveal the original owner of the necklace. Philip was utterly stunned, unable to believe that a proud elf could bow before a human. Philip's astonishment quickly turned into another realization. As he looked at Luke, Luke maintained a cold expression, decisively refusing Erwin's request, causing her to look up with a stunned face. In a tone that brooked no argument, Luke declared that he had shown enough goodwill and asked her not to inquire further about the necklace's owner. Luke closed his eyes, a flicker of contemplation appearing as he decided he could not drag that girl into a danger that could shake the entire continent. With that, Luke turned his back and signaled Philip, the loyal knight immediately obeying and departing with his master. Erwin stood silently, her gaze firm and her expression unreadable as she accompanied her comrades. On a towering cliff overlooking the raging sea, the Chrome City Northern Military Headquarters stood majestically, an impregnable fortress. A man in a blue cloak led Luke along the stone bridge into the fortress, expressing appreciation that he had not shied away from the long journey. That man, the temporary commanding officer of Taolud Fortress, Count Naaman, smiled amicably, explaining their manpower shortage. Luke nodded in resolute agreement, asserting that the top priority was to stabilize the border. Naaman's smile suddenly faded, his eyes becoming scrutinizing as a question arose. Luke paused, his expression turning serious as he noticed the change in the commander's demeanor. Naaman glanced behind Luke, where Philip and Erwin stood, and pointed out that he had not been informed about the two companions. Philip secretly sighed, appearing helpless at Erwin's reckless decision to follow. Naaman intimately patted Luke's shoulder, unexpectedly noticing a soldier approaching. A red-haired knight, Anna, ran over with an eager expression, saluting and loudly calling Naaman's name. Naaman cheerfully waved off the formalities, turning to introduce Luke's group to Anna, who was staring at Philip. Anna, with frank enthusiasm, stood at attention before Philip and introduced herself, praising his knightly physique. Naaman hastily grabbed Anna's shoulder to stop her, correcting that she had mistaken the person. With a formal gesture, Naaman introduced the truly important person, Viscount Luke de Laeken, with a confident smile. Luke declared himself the newly appointed commander of Taolud Fortress. Anna de Noailles was stunned, completely surprised by the commander's youthful appearance. The knight profusely apologized for her disrespect, while Count Naaman chuckled merrily at the awkwardness. Putting aside the humor, Naaman shifted to a serious tone, asking Anna about gathering the knights. Noticing the hesitation, Luke frankly questioned Naaman about the fortress's discipline. Naaman awkwardly admitted that the knights here all came from prestigious noble families. Philip listened, his expression pensive as he understood the nature of the characters they were about to face. Naaman's explanation conjured images of disgraced heirs, exiled to this desolate border region. Naaman placed a hand on Luke's shoulder, intimately but seriously warning him that he'd best act as if he didn't exist to survive. He emphasized that these nobles were not common thugs, but cunning and malicious individuals. Philip swallowed hard, anxiety evident on his face as he realized the true danger Naaman had faced. Naaman led the way, his iron boots clanking as they proceeded deeper into the fortress. From the balcony overlooking, Naaman introduced Taolud Fortress's training ground to Luke, Philip, and Erwin. Philip was stunned to see the training ground completely empty. Realizing the situation was far worse than imagined, his thoughts drifted to the stubborn faces Luke had once tamed. But this challenge seemed to be on another level. Philip's thoughts conjured an image of Luke kneeling, but a defiant energy emanated from him, contrasting with Emperor Rudolph's majestic presence on the throne. Philip worriedly realized that Luke's uncompromising attitude would surely make him an enemy of the other nobles. He looked towards Luke, who stood alone, quietly observing the fortress's empty and dilapidated training yard. Luke turned, his sharp gaze fixed on Anna, confirming her identity decisively. Anna was stunned, unable to react to the new commander's sudden order to cancel all plans for the day. With a decisive step, Luke advanced, demonstrating his unshakable intent. He plunged his sword into the ground as a declaration, ordering Anna to immediately gather all knights at the training ground. With a confident smile, Luke announced that the new commanders would begin a live combat training session with all members of the knight squad. Philip was speechless, realizing Luke's true plan was to use force to subdue the disobedient knights. Meanwhile, in a lounge, the noble knights Alex, Hobart, and a white-haired female knight were relaxing. Upon hearing the news, Hobart slammed his beer mug onto the table in a rage, causing the fiery liquid inside to splash. He roared, expressing contempt for the fledgling noble commander, whom he deemed hopeless. Hobart continued to scoff, dismissing Luke's attempts at leadership, while the white-haired female knight listened, silent. Alex calmly took a sip of his drink, warning Hobart not to let his guard down, reminding him of Luke's feat of defeating Count Monac. Hobart sneered, brushing off the warning and scoffing at a victory against someone who only boasted about distant royal lineage. Hobart raised his beer mug, mocking Alex for believing rumors about the new commander, his eyes full of disdain. Alex calmly sipped his tea, a sarcastic smile fleeting across his lips as he alluded to Hobart's boasting. Provoked, Hobart slammed the table and stood up, pressing his sharp blade against Alex's neck, who remained seated, unfazed. Rage flared on Hobart's face, and he growled a threat at Alex for his insolence. Alex looked Hobart directly in the eyes, his voice cold as he reminded him of the outcome of their previous match. An undisguised warning. With a decisive gesture, Alex set his teacup down, signaling that his patience had run out. Alex sprang to his feet, grabbing Hobart's blade with his gloved hand, his eyes full of challenge as he asserted the power disparity between them. Humiliated, Hobart roared, swinging his sword to prepare for a real attack, energy beginning to gather around the blade. A powerful voice rang out, cutting through the deadly tension. Cuffer, their commander, sat at the head of the table, his razor-sharp gaze reprimanding both for their shameful behavior. He lightly tapped his hand on the table, dismissing concerns about the new commander as insignificant. Cuffer stood up, arrogantly declaring that commanders from the academy were nothing but cowardly bookworms. A sinister smile appeared on Cuffer's face as he proposed a plan to welcome the new commander. The animosity between Hobart and Alex vanished, replaced by complicit smiles as they both turned towards Cuffer. Cuffer turned away with a smug expression, while Hobart's delighted laughter rang out. The group now united in their conspiracy against their superior. Cuffer looked towards Luke with disdain, mocking his noble lineage with an arrogant smirk. Cuffer decisively stepped forward, believing he would easily teach the braggart a lesson, followed by Hobart and Alex. Cuffer advanced with the clear intention of a direct confrontation. Suddenly, a metallic clang rang out as a soldier was violently disarmed, his sword flying into the air. Cuffer froze, the smug look on his face replaced by disbelief and a cold bead of sweat. In a blur, one soldier after another was struck down by an unseen, overwhelming force. Cuffer's face contorted in shock and confusion, unable to comprehend the one-sided slaughter unfold. As the dust settled, Luke stood there, calm amidst the defeated bodies, his back to the stunned commanders. Luke turned his head, a confident and somewhat disdainful smile on his lips. Luke's sword pointed directly at the stunned trio of commanders. An unspoken challenge issued. Luke's smile grew more mocking as he urged them forward, questioning their hesitation. A surge of purple energy enveloped Luke's sword as he prepared, eagerly awaiting his next opponent. The full view showed the trio of commanders standing motionless, staring across the yard at Luke's solitary figure. The victor on the battlefield, lying on the ground among the fallen. Anna looked up, her face a mix of astonishment and daze at the power she had just faced. Anna Denois looked at Luke, her initial skepticism giving way to a reluctant acknowledgement of his formidable skill. Anna's disbelief peaked. She couldn't believe Luke's audacious challenge. Luke stood alone, asserting his intention to confront the entire surrounding army, while Anna pointed towards her comrades, trying to indicate the madness of his plan. Anna stepped forward, trying to warn Luke of his recklessness and irreversible consequences. But he remained unmoved. Luke ignored Anna's warning, his gaze sweeping past her to look directly at Hobart and Alex, who stood observing behind. Faced with her superior's undeniable command, Anna was forced to accept the confrontation, her face full of resignation. A soldier gripped his sword hilt, reluctantly obeying the order to attack an opponent they knew should not be underestimated. With an unspoken battle cry, Anna charged towards Luke, who stood calmly waiting. Luke offered a confident smile, delivering a final warning that he would not hold back. Anna was stunned as she realized Luke's warning was not an empty threat. Luke responded by channeling purple magical energy into his sword, preparing for a decisive strike. With a single slash, Luke disarmed Anna, causing her to lose balance and fall to the arena floor. He concluded the attack with a powerful horizontal sword sweep, a warning to anyone who dared underestimate him. Without hesitation, Luke turned to the remaining soldiers, his eyes blazing, challenging the next one. After Luke easily defeated the entire unit, Anna could only watch in confusion and shame. The remaining Northern Army soldiers trembled, completely overwhelmed by Luke's power and losing all will to fight. Witnessing that scene, Hobart roared in anger, reprimanding the cowardice of the soldiers under his command. Luke turned, a smug smile on his lips as he welcomed Hobart's challenge. Veins bulging in his neck, Hobart growled, his anger peaking at Luke's provocative attitude. With a furious roar, Hobart charged, swinging his sword, enhanced by a blazing red aura, towards Luke. Hobart's powerful slash came down, shattering the stone ground, but missing its target. Luke calmly assessed the attack, a look of disdain evident in his eye. With a lightning-fast movement, Luke flipped in the air, easily dodging Hobart's sword swing. Hobart's sword flew from his hand, clattering onto the stone floor, marking his swift defeat. Alex stepped forward, a smile of amusement on his lips as he drew his sword, ready for a new challenge. Without a word, Alex pushed off with his feet and charged forward with astonishing speed. A series of blue streaks cut through the air as Alex unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast attacks aimed at Luke. Luke maintained his confident smile, easily moving between the attacks, as if he had known every sword stroke in advance. With a calm expression, Luke easily dodged Alex's tempestuous charge, his confidence showing he had seen through his opponent's every move. A purple streak flashed as Luke counterattacked, aiming precisely at the weak point in Alex's assault, blasted back by an irresistible force. Alex flew backward, his expression changing from confident to utterly astonished by Luke's power. Witnessing that, Cuffer turned away with a look of contempt, his disappointment in the soldier's weakness outweighing even his shock. Luke leisurely advanced towards Cuffer, his gaze sweeping over the trembling soldiers, a silent mockery of their elite status. A provocative smile spread across Luke's lips as he rested his sword on his shoulder, his eyes challenging the remaining soldiers to prove their mettle. Under Luke's condescending gaze, the soldiers, including Hobart, took a step back, their fighting spirit completely shattered by the humiliation. Exploding in rage, Cuffer roared a command, trying to use his anger to revive the soldiers' broken morale. Fueled by the insults, the fear on Hobart's face turned into fiery anger. He turned to his comrades, his eyes questioning their self-respect. Shaking off his hesitation, Hobart clenched his fists, determined to restore the honor of the frontline knights with his own hands. Seeing their spirits rekindled, Cuffer gestured with his hand, ordering the entire squad to form a battle formation to face the enemy. A decisive pair of boots stepped forward, an act of defiance in response to the provocation. Breaking the heavy silence, a gloved hand gripped a sword hilt, drawing the weapon from its sheath with a decisive movement. Ready for the upcoming battle, Luke's mocking gaze vanished, replaced by a glint of interest as he realized a worthy opponent had finally appeared. Luke stood alone, sword in hand, surrounded by a circle of Northern Army soldiers. Cuffer extended his hand forward, shouting loudly. An unyielding command issued. At the command, the soldiers' boots moved in unison, tightening the encirclement. Swords were drawn from their scabbards in a unified movement, steel blades glinting, ready for battle. Luke subtly raised an eyebrow, a flicker of unexpected interest in his eyes at the opponent's preparation. The battle formation was complete, forming a living steel cage aimed at Luke in the center. Anna Denois watched the scene with a horrified expression, a desperate protest about to burst from her lips. She rushed towards Cuffer to stop him, but he turned, his dagger-sharp gaze cutting off her every word. Cuffer roared, his anger condensing into a stern warning, asserting his absolute authority against insubordination, overwhelmed by her commander's fury. Anna froze, her protest caught in her throat. She knelt in helplessness as Cuffer turned away, continuing to issue his attack orders. With fiery eyes, Cuffer shouted the final command to his army. Immediately, the entire soldier formation charged forward, swords pointed directly at Luke like a storm of steel. Facing the attack, Luke merely smirked, raising his sword to parry with defiant confidence. Northern Army soldiers charged at Luke from two sides, swinging their swords with the intent to overwhelm. Luke spun lightly, a dazzling purple sword streak, easily knocking the attackers' weapons from their hands. Another soldier lunged from behind, but Luke recognized the threat without needing to turn. Luke stomped his foot on the ground, creating a small shockwave to disrupt the enemy's attack. With a wide sword sweep, Luke repelled the entire group of soldiers, sending them stumbling and their weapons flying. From afar, Alex roared a silent command, his face tense, urging his troops not to give Luke a second to breathe. Another squad, Squad 2, received the order and charged in unison, swords raised high, ready for a new attack. Luke raised his sword, blocking a direct attack with a completely calm expression, his strength easily overwhelming his opponent. Alex observed the battle with a confident smile, believing that the formation, specially designed to counter powerful foes, would succeed. He watched his knights split into two groups, continuously attacking from all sides to wear down Luke's strength. Luke subtly smirked, his eyes flashing with understanding as he realized the fatal flaw in this tactic. The smug look on Alex's face vanished, replaced by utter astonishment as he realized Luke had seen through his plan, ignoring the surrounding attacks. Luke took a decisive step forward, aiming directly for the gap in the encirclement. The unity of the formation instantly shattered, the soldiers freezing in confusion as Luke was already among them, completely nullifying their tactic from the shadows. A sharp, clawed foot stealthily extended. A Northern Army soldier screamed as his hair was pulled back by an unseen force. Surprising Luke, who stood nearby, the soldier fell to the floor in confusion, leaving both his squad and Luke bewildered. Searching for the invisible attacker from afar, Alex roared a silent command, his face contorted with anger at his army's distraction, seizing the moment of chaos. Luke charged forward. He plunged straight into the heart of the chaos, piercing through the ranks of the disoriented soldiers with a confident smile. Luke demonstrated their weakness as his sword blazed with purple energy. A single magical slash swept across, sending the soldiers flying like wooden puppets. Their weapons scattering, he moved among the fallen bodies, his cold gaze confirming their miserable defeat. Alex froze, the confidence of a commander shattering into unbelievable horror. The shadow of Luke's boot fell upon Alex, the commander, now alone, facing the one who had defeated his entire army. Among the fallen soldiers, Luke pointed his still glowing sword directly at Alex, issuing a final challenge. Cold sweat beaded on Alex's temples, hesitation clearly visible on his face. He gritted his teeth, the struggle between wounded pride and harsh reality evident on his face. Alex, who had just been defeated, bowed his head in acknowledgement of his defeat before Philip, who still had his sword pointed at him. Philip turned, roaring an undeniable command, ordering the soldiers to begin push-ups. Immediately, the Northern Army soldiers obeyed, beginning the exercise with effort, without a moment's rest. Philip shouted again, ordering them to switch to sit-ups. The soldiers, drenched in sweat, continued to follow the harsh commands. Transitioning to sit-ups, Philip continued to push them to their limits, roaring the command to sprint with their last ounce of strength. The entire squad sprang up and began sprinting around the training ground. A green-haired soldier could not endure any longer. Collapsing to the ground from exhaustion, he panted, complaining about only having to do physical training without holding a sword, considering it a form of torture. Suddenly, Philip appeared right behind the soldier, a sinister smile on his lips as he grabbed the soldier's collar. Philip looked at the soldier with a cold gaze, implying that his ability to complain meant the training was still too light. Exploding in rage, Philip roared a new command, doubling the training intensity and threatening to personally supervise anyone who fell behind. Driven by the threat, the green-haired soldier sprang up and ran in terror, Philip pointing and giving orders from behind. From a high window, Anna silently observed the hellish training session, pondering that she often had to participate in it too. Alex, his face obscured by shadow, began to ask questions cautiously. From Luke's perspective, the four elite knights, Hobart, Anna, Alex, and a white-haired female knight, stood solemnly, awaiting an explanation for this unusual summons. Luke sat in his chair, a confident and reassuring smile on his face, signaling that they didn't need to be wary. Anna happily reported that thanks to Luke's adjustments, they had all fully recovered. Hobart lost his patience, leaned forward, and loudly demanded that Luke get straight to the point. Luke merely closed his eyes slightly, smiling at Hobart's impatience, explaining that he needed to check their condition first. Alex and the white-haired female knight looked at each other, confused by Luke's explanation. While he continued to speak of his special decision based on their superior skills, Luke looked directly at them, his gaze turning serious as he prepared to reveal a significant secret. When Luke announced he would pass on the golden sword, all four knights were stunned, their faces showing extreme astonishment. Alex raised a hand to cover his mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief as he realized the significance of the Lacan golden sword, a technique known to every knight. Alex's thoughts recalled the legendary image of Hero Lacan, who used that very swordsmanship to defeat the Demon King and become the Sword Emperor. Back in reality, Alex was still lost in thought, wondering about Luke's true intentions. While Luke signaled that such a valuable secret would not be given away for free, Luke held up 2 fingers, his gaze sharp, announcing that there were 2 conditions attached to the offer. Hobart and Anna listened intently, their faces tense, as Luke explained the first condition: they must learn the silver sword to familiarize themselves with the flow of aura. Alex froze, unable to believe the binding condition Luke had just presented. They must abandon their old families to serve the Lacan household. Alex indignantly protested, citing noble honor, but Luke coldly dismissed him, reminding him that they were merely outcasts, abandoned by their families, with no right to inheritance. With a confident smile, Luke gave them the power to decide, an offer that wasn't forced, but whose weight was undeniable. Luke's words swirled deep in Alex's mind, forcing him to confront the choice between a dim future and a risky, life-changing opportunity. A decisive step forward broke the heavy silence in the room. To Alex's astonished gaze, Capper was the first to make a decision, accepting the agreement decisively. The fire quickly spread to Hobart and Anna, both eagerly declaring their acceptance. Unwilling to miss the opportunity, Luke turned his gaze towards Alex, the only one remaining silent, placing the full weight of the choice upon his shoulders. Alex lowered his head, his internal struggle evident as he felt Capper's steady gaze beside him. Capper's hand tightened, then relaxed near his sword hilt, a silent reminder of why they were there. A decisive glint appeared in Alex's eyes as he realized this was the only chance to grasp the Lacan family's secret technique. When Alex finally agreed, a satisfied smile appeared on Luke's face. His plan had succeeded. Luke loudly called out Anna and Hobart's names, and both immediately stood at attention, responding in unison to their new master's first command. Luke's gaze shifted to Capper and Alex, and they too responded with a firm affirmation, officially becoming knights under his command. Luke extended his hand, officially bestowing upon the 4 elite warriors the title of temporary knights of the Lacan family. Before his authority, Alex, Hobart, Capper, and Anna simultaneously showed their obedience. As soon as Luke announced the start of training, Anna stepped forward eagerly, offering to be personally instructed by him. Luke decisively refused, extinguishing her hope. He explained that there was someone else more suitable, and hurried footsteps from the corridor signaled that person's arrival. Philip burst into the room with burning enthusiasm, ready to receive orders. Luke smiled meaningfully, reminding Philip of a previously discussed plan, which made Alex begin to feel uneasy. Philip bared his teeth in a grin, his eyes sweeping over the 4 new recruits like a predator that had found its prey. An ominous aura emanated as Philip suggested, reapplying the hellish training program he had once endured to the newcomers. All 4 knights froze, their faces pale as they realized what nightmare awaited them. Luke shook his head, seemingly dismissing Philip's idea, bringing a faint glimmer of hope. But then he held up 3 fingers with a radiant smile, ordering the training intensity to be tripled. Philip cheered with delight, his eyes gleaming at the command that was even more brutal than expected. Without wasting a second, Philip roared, herding the 4 terrified knights out to the field to begin the purge.